Unexpectedly, after refusing to be exploited by your boss, you ended up unemployed. As a corporate slave, you suddenly became a top scumbag overnight. Not only can you successfully conquer the aloof goddess boss, but you also easily handle the pure and innocent school beauty. This is all because you just became unemployed and awakened the strongest scumbag system. As long as you complete system tasks, you can receive generous rewards. Moreover, the system provides a goddess treasure mirror that can scan the goddess's favorability. As long as you increase the goddess's favorability, you can dress well, ride horses, and enjoy life to the fullest. In the late night, in a rental room in the Magic City, an old single wooden bed rhythmically creaked, accompanied by the enchanting singing of a young girl. Half an hour later, the wooden bed stopped shaking, and on the 1.20 m wide single wooden bed, two young bodies were squeezed together, radiating a hint of blush. The girl said with a satisfied expression, "This is the last time I'll accompany you, okay? I'll be leaving soon. You won't hold it against me, will you?" You gently raised the corners of your mouth and said, "You don't have to say these things to me, just do what you want to do. I won't force you." "Brother, you are so nice. Thank you for not blaming me." After speaking, the young girl emerged from the sheets, her graceful body fully displayed. She found her JK uniform and black stockings on the small sofa by the bed, which, although clean, had a worn exterior. Then, she turned her delicate red lips and said, "Well, I'm leaving now." With a soft click, the door was gently opened, and the girl in the JK uniform was about to leave when a voice suddenly called out, "Wait a minute, I feel like I'm rested now." Moments later, the stockings and JK uniform that the girl had just put on were thrown back onto the sofa. An hour later, the girl in the JK uniform walked out of the room without looking back. You bit into a piece of chocolate, got up slowly, and walked towards the bathroom, ready to take a shower and go to bed. But with your mind occupied with thoughts, you didn't notice that there was a torn black stocking on the bathroom floor. You accidentally stepped on the stocking, your foot slipped, and you lost your balance, instinctively cursing, and then you fell backward. At that moment, a series of electronic notification sounds suddenly rang in your mind. A few hours later, you suddenly opened your eyes and felt a sharp pain at the back of your head, which had swollen into a large bump. Suddenly, a wave of urgency hit you, and you instinctively walked to the toilet. Just as you were about to relieve yourself, looking down, you were immediately taken aback, your eyes wide with shock. You felt a bit dazed, thinking to yourself that you hadn't fully woken up yet and were still dreaming. Suddenly, a series of cold electronic alert sounds abruptly echoed in your mind. "System, are you trying to stir things up again? Making Li Bingyue, this female demon, completely submit to you? This is too outrageous." However, you subconsciously think of Li Bingyue's cold and aloof temperament that makes one want to conquer her, as well as her perfect figure with a 9-head proportion, and suddenly feel a bit moved. If you could really make this ice-cold beauty submit, it should feel quite nice. "System, you only gave me 24 hours to conquer Li Bingyue, this ice queen. Even if I throw money using my cash ability, with her aloof personality, she might not be willing to submit." As soon as you heard that Li Bingyue had a secret that couldn't be revealed, you became interested. Just as you were about to ask the system to tell you directly, the elevator dinged. Arriving at the 33rd floor, which is where your previous workplace was located, a large trading company. When the elevator doors opened, Li Bingyue shot you a cold glare and then walked into the company with a queen-like stride. You stepped out of the elevator and followed Li Bingyue, quickly reaching the area where the marketing department was located. Li Bingyue did not stop outside and went straight into her director's office. While you headed towards your original workstation, everyone is looking at you with a face full of sympathy, clearly knowing that you have been laid off. After exchanging a few pleasantries with some colleagues who care about you, you couldn't wait to start communicating with the system. "System, check Li Bingyue's secrets immediately," you silently recite in your heart, giving the system an order. You widened your eyes, not expecting that Li Bingyue was actually a lesbian. The most outrageous thing is that she also likes to take candid photos. Even more outrageous is that this woman, on the surface, pretends to work hard for the company and achieve results, but behind the scenes, she leaks trade secrets to competitors. TSK, a female tyrant. Ha! With these two shocking secrets, let's see if you dare to show off in front of me. You laughed, very happily. No wonder the system thought it could complete the task within 24 hours. After learning about Li Bingyue's secret, you lost the motivation to tidy up your workspace and directly got up to go to the company's restroom. Inside the restroom stall, you immediately issued a command to the system, instructing it to transfer the videos secretly taken of Li Bingyue to your phone. The system was very efficient. In just a few seconds, it copied all the videos and evidence onto your phone. After receiving the videos, you began to watch them with great curiosity in the restroom stall. A few minutes later, your nose suddenly felt warm, and a thin stream of nosebleed flowed out, prompting you to quickly turn off the video you were watching. The videos shot by Lee Bingyue, just casually clicking to watch for a while, surprisingly made you bleed from your nose. It's too amazing. After wiping away the nosebleed, you directly sent a screenshot of the video that made you bleed to Lee Bingyue, along with a line of text. In the director's office, Lee Bingyue's work phone on the desk suddenly rang. She opened it without thinking much, but the moment the work WeChat was opened, her expression changed instantly. I didn't expect Director Lee to be a lace. When Lee Bingyue saw the two characters lace, her mind went blank, and there was a clear panic in her eyes. She subconsciously opened the chat box and saw that above that line of text, there was also a video. Even if Lee Bingyue were to die, she couldn't understand how the video she had kept on a laptop that had never been connected to the internet could have leaked. And the person who sent her this video was actually you. Lee Bingyue panicked. Completely panicked. The biggest secret of her life was unexpectedly known by a male subordinate she had just dismissed. After the initial shock, panic, and even fear, Lee Bingyue took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. After a few deep breaths, her mind began to race as she started to think of the best response strategy. She speculated that you might be a hacker, or that you had hired a hacker to break into her home computer and find the video. It was pointless to dwell on how the other party obtained the video. What needed to be done now was to ensure that those videos absolutely could not be leaked. Thinking this, Lee Bingyue sent you a message. Come to my office. Let's talk. Seeing Lee Bingyue ask you to go to the office, the corners of your mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. When you arrived at Lee Bingyue's office, she stared at you coldly and directly said, "Speak, what do you want?" You calmly smiled and said, "I haven't thought this through yet, but Director Lee, I feel a bit tired. Can you let me sit in your director's seat for a moment?" For this small request, Lee Bingyue didn't hesitate at all and immediately got up to give up her position. Lee Bingyue didn't want to get entangled with you too much and coldly said, "Can I propose conditions now? How can I be willing to completely delete those videos?" You replied with an unhurried expression, "Don't be anxious, Director Lee, as the saying goes, haste makes waste." Fong Mu, however, had a nonchalant expression on his face as his body fell back, cozily half laying on the boss chair and resting his feet on the table. This flaccid feeling is absolute. Those who don't know definitely think that he is the director of the marketing department, and Lee Bingyue is his aggravated little secretary. Looking at the man in front of her, who had wantonly set his feet directly on the table she usually used for office work, and often slept on, Lee Bingyue subconsciously wanted to lash out, but she quickly held her tongue. Being held in a deadly grip doesn't entitle you to freak out. "Little you I'm a bit thirsty here. Can you get me a cold drink?" Fong Mu cozily reclined on the chair and unceremoniously began to make a call on Lee Bingyue, and changed all the names to Little Ye. The anger he had suffered from this demoness in the past, he wanted to take it all out. And when she heard Fong Mu call herself Little Yu and make herself go get a drink, Lee Bingyue's face darkened on the spot. But the situation was stronger than the people, and at the moment she could only obey Fong Mu. Lee Bingyue took a deep breath, put down the arrogant iceberg beauty director's frame, obediently went to the corner of the office inside the refrigerator, and brought a bottle of chilled juice to Fong Mu. "Twist it for me and feed it to me." "You, what? No pleasure?" "No, I'd love to." Lee Bingyue held back the anger in her heart and obediently unscrewed the juice for Fong Mu and carried it with both hands, walking to Fong Mu's side and bending down to feed it to him. Lee Bingyue's figure was extremely good, and when she bent over like this, the scenery was wonderful. The most crucial thing was that the scenery was right in front of Fong Mu's eyes. That's sweet." Fong Mu took a sip of the juice and was filled with relief. Being hand-fed juice by Lee Bingyue, the iceberg beauty director, this treatment was something he wouldn't even dare to think about a few days ago. He used to have to grovel under the silver might of this demoness, but now he was properly turning over the surf to sing. Beautifully drank a few mouthfuls of chilled juice. Immediately after Fong Mu continued to make the call. "Little you You see, I'm a little tired of walking just now. My legs and shoulders are very sore. Can you give me a pinch of the legs and a whack of the shoulders? A leg and shoulder squeeze?" In the face of the increasingly excessive demands, Lee Bingyue's heart itched with hatred, but she couldn't have a seizure. Her biggest handle was being held in someone else's hand. How could she dare to have a seizure? "Okay, I'll pinch you." Lee Bingyue coldly grimaced and began to pinch Fong Mu's legs and pound his shoulders. Although her movements were very rusty and her force was very small, those soft little hands seemed to have a kind of magic power that made Fong Mu feel very unusual. "Well, good. A little to the left. Yeah, that's it. A little harder." Fong Mu closed his eyes and lay comfortably on the soft and cozy boss chair with a look of enjoyment. Lee Bingyue Hall, a director of the marketing department, so by the Fong Mu a small employee has not yet left, to pinch, not only to serve tea and water, but also pinch the shoulders and legs, like a little maid. Fang Mu enjoyed himself for about 10 minutes and felt that it was about time, so he opened his eyes and sat up straight. He looked at Li Bingyue and said with a smile, or not, how about it? Great Superintendent Li. The taste of serving someone like this should be your first experience, right? Li Bingyue still had the same cold face that had not changed in the past 10,000 years. It is indeed the first time, and of course I hope it will be the last time. That's no good. I was so well served just now that I want to be served like that by you more often. No way. Are you sure? Li Bingyue hated her teeth so much that she really wanted to bite this guy in front of her to death. Just come right out and say it. What exactly do you want from me? I guess it would be money. How much do you want? As long as you're willing to delete all those videos and promise never to give away my secrets, I'll fulfill you as much as I can. But please don't be greedy either, or else the big deal is that the fish will die and you won't get a single penny from me. Li Bingyue didn't want to continue to be a maid. She just wanted to start negotiating with Fang Mu immediately. No, I'm not short of money. Fang Mu looked at Li Bingyue and said with a smile, money is just a number to me now. It's not tempting at all. Are you sure you don't want any money? Li Bingyue immediately frowned. Yes, I'm sure I don't want any money. Fang Mu smiled. We all have Brother Unicorn. Money is nothing. Completing the task given by Brother Unity. But you can get a golden treasure box. Golden treasure box may be able to open what good things. Is not the money can be compared. Besides, you're just a small marketing director. Li did director. At best a senior hitman. Even if you make $1 million a year, you don't have much money. Brother Unicorn casually gives me pocket money of $30 million. Your little money is better to keep for your own spending. Brother can't see a little. So what do you want? Li Bingyue asked with a dark face. It's okay to want you? Fang Mu had a smirking expression on his face. I advise you not to go too far. What? No? Of course not. Are you sure? I'm sure. Li Bingyue's face was determined, with a posture that it was a big deal to break the net. Fang Mu laughed. It looks like Superintendent Li doesn't want to give in just yet with those videos alone. But if when he took out all that evidence of Li Bingyue's backstabbing of the company, how should she react? Fang Mu directly took out his cell phone and sent a file over to Li Bingyue's Vmail. Clanking sound. Li Bingyue's cell phone on the table rang. Seeing that Fang Mu had just pulled out his cell phone when his own phone rang, Li Bingyue naturally guessed something and frowned as she said to Fang Mu, are you the one who's sending me a message? You want to send another video to threaten me again? I'm telling you, that threat won't work on me. I know you hacked into my computer, stole those videos I stole, and caught me in the act. But please, don't go too far. If you want money, we can negotiate. As long as it's a price I can accept, I can give it to you. But if you have other designs on me, I will never give in. Li Bingyue said with a firm and resolute attitude, with a face of I will never give in even if the fish dies and the net breaks. Fang Mu, however, just smiled calmly. Director Li, don't talk too early. Take a look at what I sent you and then consider what attitude you want to take towards me. What's that? Isn't it a video? It's not a video. You'll know it when you see it. Li Bingyue suddenly had a bad premonition. Listening to Fang Mu's tone, what he had just posted was even more threatening to her than those clandestine videos? With increasingly disturbing thoughts, Li Bingyue picked up her cell phone on the table and checked it. And when she opened the document sent by Fang Mu and saw the content inside, her whole body was struck by lightning and her brain instantly went blank. How did you get these? How did you know? Li Bingyue raised her head violently and stared at Fang Mu with a face of disbelief. Chapter 29, just say yes or no. Looking at this expression on Li Bingyue's face, Fang Mu smiled. Big Director Li, why are you so surprised? Since I was able to get those videos you took secretly, isn't it only natural to get these proofs of you screwing over the company? Li Bingyue panicked. Thoroughly panicked. Yeah. Since Fang Mu had the means to get his hands on those private videos of hers, it didn't seem that hard to investigate her backstabbing the company again. Although she didn't know exactly how Fang Mu did it, she had completely panicked. If Fang Mu had only gotten hold of those clandestine videos, she wouldn't have been as scared as she was at the moment. After all, even if the videos were leaked, the most she could do would be social death. Moreover, it was against the law to leak someone's hidden video, and if Fang Mu really dared to leak the video, she could in turn sue Fang Mu for invasion of privacy. The big deal is that it's a fish out of water. But now, Fang Mu even raked out all the things that she had done to pit the company in the past few years, and there was also conclusive evidence, which, if leaked and reported, she would have to go to jail. Although Li Bingyue's character was very high and cold like an iceberg, she was still a person in the end, a small woman who was very tender in nature, and in the face of this level of pressure, she was no longer able to be calm. Fang Mu, what the hell do you want? Li Bingyue clenched her teeth and stared tightly at Fang Mu. At this moment, her psychological defense had been completely shattered. The expression on her face was no longer the high and cool and indifferent as it used to be, but instead, It was tinged with a strong fear and panic. Even her body was trembling slightly, an instinctive human stress response to great shock and stress. Seeing Li Bingyue like this, Fong Mu was instantly a bit uncomfortable. This woman is usually arrogant and indifferent to death, all day tugging, not moving to reprimand the people below. As a result, now, living like an aggravated daughter-in-law. Those who didn't know, thought she was a poor little woman who suffered constant domestic abuse from her alcoholic husband. After all, Fong Mu was a kind-hearted person with a soft heart, and seeing the female devil suddenly look so scared to death and pitiful, it was really a bit unbearable all of a sudden. But soon, he looked back. That's not true. This woman hasn't been soft when she's reprimanded him before. In the past, he didn't want to work overtime, and he almost died suddenly working overtime. And this woman hasn't been kind, and cut him right back there. If it weren't for Skyfall Tusco, the poor guy would be him. It was so hard to find a decent job. Just because of the fear of sudden death and not wanting to work overtime excessively, he was laid off by this demoness. Who could he talk to? Thinking of this, Fong Mu immediately put away his soft heart. For a female devil like Li Bingyue, there was no need to be soft on her. One should just ruthlessly conquer her. Li Big Director, I want how I just did not say it. I want you. You just say willing or not. Fong Mu, who had put away his soft heart, wasn't going to talk about anything else, so he would just show down with this female devil and be done with it. Getting her to submit as early as possible and completing the task given by Brother Unicorn was the way to go. The quest reward is a golden treasure chest, so you definitely can't miss it. Can you change your terms? I can give you money, as long as the amount you want isn't too much. I can fulfill it. Li Bingyu did not have her usual condescension and looked at the other side of the herd in an almost pleading tone. Fong Mu smiled. Big Director Li, I've said it all. I'm not interested in money right now. I'm only interested in you. Saying that, he directly and frivolously beckoned to Li Bingyu. Little you, it's inconvenient to talk so far away. Sit over here. Sit over here? In the face of Fong Mu's request, Li Bingyue had a hard time accepting it for a moment, but the current situation left her with no way to refuse. If Fong Mu leaks out those sneak peek videos and those evidences of her screwing over the company, her life will be instantly ruined and she will not only die socially, but also go to jail. That was unacceptable to her. Li Bingyue gave in. She had no other choice but to choose to submit to Fong Mu. Phew! Li Bingyue took a deep breath and did a bit of mental construction, then obediently stepped forward and came to Fong Mu's side. Seeing the demoness so obedient, Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh. The original high and mighty demoness was now at his beck and call like a well-behaved little daughter-in-law. With a beautiful woman at his side, Fong Mu would still be polite, and with a big arm around him, he swept the iceberg beauty director into his arms. Ah! Li Bingyue let out a cry and her entire body fell into Fong Mu's arms. She's a sophisticated woman who perfumes herself every day at work, and the perfume she sprays is one of those very high-end perfumes that doesn't sting at all, and is refreshingly light and mesmerizing. The nice smell, drilling into Fong Mu's nose, made him a little intoxicated. Although Li Bingyue is a female devil, high and desperate, and even a lesbian, but she's so good looking. She's got the perfect body. Add to that the fact that she was once Fong Mu's top boss, high up in the hierarchy. With such a beauty in his arms, Fong Mu was also somewhat moved. Chapter 30, Presidential Treatment. Just as Fong Mu wanted to do something, a sudden sharp knock sounded on the door. The voice of Li Bingyue's female assistant came from outside the door. Director Li, can I come in? Hearing her assistant knocking on the door, Li Bingyue instantly panicked and hastily broke away from Fong Mu's arms, and with a lousy face began to organize her messy clothes and skirt. Fong Mu was a bit of an irritant. Who is it? Knocking on a hairy door. Little Luna, why are you panicking? The door is unlocked by me. It's not like anyone else can get in. Looking at Li Bingyue taking the opportunity to break away from herself, Fong Mu said without any good humor, you just entered my office. Huang assistant must have seen it. If you stay too long, others will be suspicious. Li Bingyue explained in a small voice as she straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes. The tone of voice had long since lost the high spirits of a great director, but rather the general cautiousness of a little daughter-in-law, afraid of Fong Mu's anger. After quickly finishing her clothes, Li Bingyue used her finger to shush, signaling Fong Mu to keep quiet. Then she cleared her throat, resuming the tone of a high-cool female director, and asked at the door, Assistant Huang, what is it? Superintendent Li, Mr. Zhang came to the company. Secretary Chen just notified me and asked the superintendent for you to go to Mr. Zhang to report on your work. Okay, I know. Go ahead and get busy. I'll be right there. Okay, Superintendent Li. Li Bingyue was relieved in her heart. I didn't expect that the old boss who often didn't come to the company suddenly came to the company and called her to the office to report her work. It was a lifesaver for her at the moment. You can use this reason to escape the man in front of you for a while. Li Bingyue looked at Fong Mu and said, Look, Mr. Zhang came over and asked me to go over to report my work. Fang Mu rolled his eyes without any good sense. I'm really convinced that dangly hairy Mr. Zhang, who usually doesn't see anyone, delays me at critical moments. Okay, go get busy with your work then. But, words I'll say up front, when you're done with your debriefing, meet me outside the office and I'll meet you downstairs in the parking lot. How smart was Li Bingyu? She instantly heard the meaning within Fang Mu's words. This was clearly an attempt to get her to leave the office and go outside to be with him. Fang Mu, don't be anxious first, okay? I will go to find you, but I need a little time. I will go to find you after work in the evening. Can I? Li Bingyue looked at Fang Mu and asked in a consultative tone. Evening? Fang Mu thought about it. It really wasn't convenient to do anything in broad daylight. Evening is evening. It can't wait a couple hours. Anyway, with those videos and evidence in place, the demoness would have no choice but to submit to him. Okay, then I'll give you some time to finish building yourself up mentally. So when we see each other again tonight, be a little more well-behaved. Fang Mu smiled at Li Bingyu and stood up from his chair. I'll leave the company first. Director Li, you help me to leave the formalities. And by the way, help me to get the compensation. Although the money is not much, but the take we still have to take is not. Luna, I'll see you tonight. After saying that, Fang Mu turned around and left in a dashing manner. Looking at the man's departing back, Li Bingyue hated her in her heart, but she didn't have any way out. Alas, Li Bingyue, after a lifetime of being high and proud, you still have to fall into the hands of a smelly man after all. The Bund, by the river. In the best and prosperous area of Riverview, there stood an incomparably imposing 100-story skyscraper. The entrance to the building. There is a luxurious atmosphere of artificial fountain. Fountain beside the 8 sculpture horse is incomparable spectacular. A large stone plate, strikingly written Ritz-Carlton Hotel, a few big words. Ritz-Carlton, the world-renowned veteran luxury hotel, especially this one opened in the Bund's most central and prosperous section of the Ritz-Carlton, is forced to pull full. Any room in there costs several thousand a night, and that's just the starting price. The expensive ones cost tens of thousands a night. After leaving the company, Fang Nubian drove straight to this place in his Pagani Windchild, thinking about meeting Li Bingyu in the evening. As soon as he left the company, he went straight to this most luxurious 5-star hotel on the Bund, ready to open a room in advance. At the hotel door card, the head of security saw the arrival of an incomparably cool and racy Pagani Windjammer, and immediately, with a jolt, walked out from the security booth. Afterwards, he personally opened the barriers and enthusiastically guided Fang Mu inside the car, bringing it smoothly to an empty space in the parking area. Hello boss, welcome to our Ritz-Carlton. When Fang Mu parked his car and stepped down from inside it, this uniformed security chief in his 30s immediately bowed in greeting with incomparable respect. The service attitude is that of the best. Fang Mu glanced at him and nodded at him. I thought to myself that I had never enjoyed such warm service in my life. Rich people are really treated differently. Taking big steps, Fang Mu quickly walked into the hall of the restaurant. As soon as you enter the house, the air of opulence and luxury comes over you, worthy of being the top 5-star hotel on the Bund, but compulsion is really high. Soon, Fang Mu walked to the front desk. The long front desk had 5 staff members, 1 man and 4 women, all wearing uniform black uniforms. It should not be said that, worthy of being the top 5-star hotel in Magic City, just this front desk staff, all of them are all high color. The 4 female staff members were all tall and beautiful girls, and even the male staff member was a handsome guy with a straight figure and an unassuming temperament. Sir, are you in need of a reservation? When she saw a guest coming, the nearest female receptionist immediately got up and asked politely. Fang Mu nodded and said directly, Beauty, how much does the best room in your hotel cost per night? It's that hoity-toity. Come up and ask for the best room. Brother Tuanzi said, to aspire to become the world's most wave man. Then since it is the most wave man, living in the hotel must live in the best well. No matter how much money it is, it does not matter. The anti-orthodox Orthodox Z brother casually give a pocket money is $30 million to hit the bottom. Casually spend on the end of the matter. Sir, the best room in our hotel is the large flat presidential suite on the top floor, and the most expensive room is priced at 888 yuan a night. The female receptionist looked at Fang Mu and replied seriously, Oh, the presidential suite? Fang Mu was instantly interested. Is there really such a thing as a presidential suite? I had only heard of it before, but I didn't realize it was real. But isn't it a bit outrageous that a room costs 888 for one night? It's a trenchant world for the rich. Alright then it's going to be the presidential suite, the most expensive one. Give me a night first. Fang Mu did not hesitate too much, although a night of 888 room fee is a bit outrageous. But since there is a brother of unicorn, but also stingy as the most wave of men, certainly to experience the legendary presidential suite of Yes, sir, please show me your ID and I'll register you on this side. In the face of the guest's bravado, come up to book more than 50,000 a night presidential suite. The female receptionist's eyes obviously lit up for a moment, but people's professionalism is too hard. There is not a word of nonsense. Directly is to go through the process. Fong Mu didn't have much to say, directly handed over his ID card and swept the code to pay for a night's room. After the experience of spending $5 million yesterday in a frenzy, now spending tens of thousands of dollars casually was just a sprinkle for him. The booking process went quickly. After everything was done, the female receptionist handed over the room card with both hands and said to Fong Mu, "Mr. Fong, please wait for a moment. The presidential suite you booked has a private butler service. I've already notified the private butler who's on duty today to come over, and it's expected that she will be back in 5 minutes, and then our private butler will take you to the top floor of the presidential suite to check in." Sheesh, there is also a dedicated personal butler. Not bad for presidential treatment. Okay, I'll wait then. Fong Mu nodded and sat down on the chair to wait up. Chapter 31, Your Eyes Have Been Raised. It wasn't long before the sound of clattering heels hitting the tiles came. Immediately afterward, he saw a pretty and charming, with a delicate figure, wearing a set of black silk OL professional outfit of a mature beauty, walking to the front desk here. Fong Mu took a look and immediately scored in his heart that this was a small Netizen-level beauty. Although it wasn't a top-notch beauty, to some lickspittle who hadn't seen much of the world, it could properly be considered a goddess. This woman should have a 27 or 88 years of age. It is a woman's most flavorful age. Not too big or small, just right. Leaving a head of big waves, flaming red lips look passionate like fire. The water snake waist twists and turns, seducing the soul. A pair of peach blossom eyes are soft and understanding. At first glance, you can tell that this is a beautiful woman who is very feminine and very good at pleasing men. There was a nameplate pinned to the collar that said Personal Butler Lu Wanjun. Hello, you are the distinguished guest of the presidential suite. Mr. Fong, right? I am your personal butler, Lu Wanjun. During your stay, if you have any needs, you can order me anytime, anywhere. I'm here 24 hours a day, at Mr. Fong's disposal. Lu Wanjun walked to Fong Mu with a smile on her face, her eyes flowing, her red lips slightly open, half bending over and looking at Fong Mu with incomparable respect. Fong Mu glanced at her and nodded with a smile. Alright, let's go upstairs then. The heart also cannot help but sigh, really worthy of the presidential suite of private butler. This face value, this temperament, this body, this service attitude. Emotional value, pull full awe. Okay Mr. Fong, please follow me. Next, Lu Wanjun, the personal butler, twisted her charming water snake waist and led Fong Mu upstairs in the elevator. The presidential suite on the top floor had a separate elevator, and the private butler, Li Wanjun, took out a special card and swiped it before the elevator started running. Riding the elevator, the two made their way up to the 101st floor. The 101st floor was the top floor, which meant that the building was at least 300 meters high, so you could imagine how imposing it was. The elevator was fast and didn't stop in between, and it didn't take long to arrive at a height of over 300 meters. Mr. Fong, we're here. After the elevator opened, Lu Wanjun enthusiastically led Fong Mu out. Once out of the elevator and around the corner, you see several room doors. These are presidential suites, but there are different grades of presidential suites, some larger and some smaller, as well as different views and decorating styles. Of course, to be worthy of a presidential suite means that the rooms are all unbelievably luxurious riverview bungalows, and they must all be top-notch luxury rooms. Fong Mu booked the most expensive 58,888 a night presidential suite. The room number of this room is 10,101. Is the most expensive one presidential suite in this Ritz-Carlton. The room is located in the deepest part of the 101st floor. Lu Wanjun led Fong Mu through an incomparably luxuriously decorated corridor, and soon arrived at the innermost room 10101. Stick to a point. The two swiped their cards and entered the house. Enter the home to an oversized foyer. High-grade, warm-colored carpeting covers the entire room. Passing through the entrance hall and walking into the room, Fong Mu's eyes instantly looked a little dumbfounded. Is this a hotel? Are you sure this isn't the palace? How should I describe the luxurious atmosphere of this room? Let's put it this way. Fong Mu had never seen such a luxurious room in his life. Enough more than 600 square feet of large flat floor, large enough to play soccer inside. Just this hall, maybe more than 300 square feet. Large floor-to-ceiling windows with 270-degree wraparound unparalleled views of the river. The decoration inside the room, that's even more, I don't know how to describe it. Luxurious just like the palace. Extremely luxurious. Of course, not our country's palace, but the palace of European royalty. After all, people's decor is European, worthy of being a presidential suite that costs 58,888 a night. This level of luxury simply subverts the imagination of ordinary people. How is it, Mr. Fong? Are you still satisfied with this room? Seeing Fong Mu surveying the decorations of the suite, Lu Wanjun asked with a smiling face. Quite satisfactory. Fong Mu smiled. Standing inside this palace-like luxurious large flat presidential suite, comparing to those rental houses he used to live in, it really instantly felt even worse than a dog kennel. As long as you're satisfied. Lu Yuanjun smiled brightly and then asked, then what else do you need me to do for you? I will try my best to fulfill any needs you may have. Not for a while. Okay, I'll leave you to rest then. The beautiful housekeeper Lu Wanjun twisted her water snake waist and quickly left, leaving Fong Mu alone inside the presidential suite. This woman just hinted to me that any needs would be met as best she could, so I'm afraid it's okay to tease her a little? But let's forget it. Although this woman looks beautiful, body is also good and charming, enchanting, but the body of the dust gas is too heavy. A look at the experience of countless, cannot provoke or do not provoke the good. With Unicorn, Fong Mu is now hardened. If he had put it in the past, if a woman as beautiful as Lu Wanjun had hinted that something could happen to him, he definitely wouldn't have missed it. But now, the vision is higher, the pickings are higher. It's not a high-scoring beauty that presses its way into the eye, and not only do they have to be high-scoring, they have to be clean. Like this Lu Wanjun, such a dusty gas, but also the service industry to make a living of beautiful women, may have experienced what he cannot quite want to provoke. Afterward, Fong Mu visited inside the presidential suite. Live in this kind of tens of thousands of dollars a night room, put in the past that is not even dare to think of things, now can personally experience, is certainly to feel good. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the scenery of the Bund from the 101st floor, for a moment it feels like the whole world is under your feet. The people in cars downstairs, about the size of ants, made an extreme visual impact. The entire view of the Huangpu River, as well as the bustling Bund, is at your fingertips. It's a wonderful feeling, really. Next to the floor-to-ceiling window, there are two massage chairs that look very advanced. Fong Mu sat down, opened the massage chair, and while enjoying the massage of the advanced massage chair, he opened his cell phone and began to play King. He was going to spend the rest of the day resting in this presidential suite, recuperating a bit, and waiting until Li Bingyu got off work in the evening to meet with her. Gee, can't wait. Imagining that he would be able to see the demoness Li Bingyu again at night and have her obediently listen to himself like a little daughter-in-law, Fong Mu couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 32, I'm not pretending anymore. Time passes, as if in the blink of an eye. It was 6:30 in the evening. Throughout the afternoon, Fong Mu was immersed in the joy of the King's Canyon. A hand of Han Xin waves flying up, galloping invincible in the King's Canyon. Fong Mu's game level is still quite can. Before just went to college when playing LOL as a master. Behind the popular hand game, he began to play the King. The King play also 6 takeoff, casually on the glory. Especially a hand of Han Xin. Is his native hero? His favorite is to brush the field and steal the tower. With the level of the top 50 of the gold standard, in the amateur players, it is considered very strong. After finishing the last game, Fong Mu looked outside the floor-to-ceiling window and realized that it was almost dark, and those skyscrapers on both sides of the Bund had gradually started to light up. Li Bingyu is usually off work at 6 o'clock, but as a director she usually has to work overtime for at least half an hour to deal with some trivial matters. Fong Mu purposely left her half an hour, thinking to look for her again at 6:30. Now that it was already 6:30, there was no need to wait any longer, so he directly sent a message to Li Bingyu, and Li Bingyu replied quickly, almost in seconds. Fong Mu, Director Li, off work yet? Li Bingyu, I just took care of my work, and you messaged me. Fong Mu, that's a coincidence, so you can get off work, right? I'll drive to the office to pick you up. Li Bingyu, do you have a car? I remember you don't usually take the subway to work. Fong Mu, of course the car is there, and it's still a supercar. In fact, I used to pretend, wanting to experience life as an ordinary person, but now I'm not pretending anymore. Show my cards, I'm a super rich second generation. Li Bingyu, really? Fong Mu, or do you think if I were an ordinary person, I could have the means to get my hands on those videos and evidence of yours? Li Bingyu, alas. Okay, I admit it. It was my fault for laying you off before. It's only right for you to retaliate against me after offending you. I can accompany you for one night this time, but after accompanying you for one night, can you promise to no longer give me a hard time? Fong Mu, yes, as long as you satisfy me tonight, I promise that I won't look for trouble from you in the future, and I'll delete all those videos and evidence of yours in front of you. Li Bingyu, I hope you're true to your word. I'll make you happy tonight. Fong Mu, okay Grand Director Li, I'm sure I'll satisfy you as well. Li Bingyu, then come pick me up. I had a few drinks with Mr. Zhang at noon and can't drive. Fong Mu, okay, wait for me. I'll send you a message when I arrive. Li Bingyue, okay. After chatting, Fong Mu immediately got up. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the hotel's downstairs parking lot, and after getting into his own Pagani Windjammer, he kicked the gas and roared off. 7 o'clock in the evening, Li Bingyue grabbed her bag and went downstairs after receiving Fong Mu's message that she was about to arrive. Walked to the intersection and start waiting up. After a whole day of mental construction, her mood, at this moment, had calmed down a lot. Although the thought that she was going to succumb to a man tonight was very resistant and hard to accept, Li Bingyue had no choice when her two fatal handles were held in her hands. Moreover, Fong Mu's methods gave her a trace of inexplicable fear. After thinking about it for a day, she couldn't figure out what exactly Fong Mu had done to easily get her two most private secrets in her hands, and in such detail. Even if Fong Mu was a hacker or had gotten a hacker to help him, he couldn't do it, could he? Those surreptitious videos are not even a problem. The key to those evidence of her screwing the company. How can they be investigated in such detail? Li Bingyue really couldn't figure it out. When Fong Mu said later that he was actually not an ordinary person, but a super rich second generation, Li Bingyue also immediately chose to believe it. Hello beautiful, how are you? Are you waiting for a ride? Just as Li Bingyue was lost in thought, a man's voice interrupted her thoughts. Li Bingyue looked up and what met her eyes was a middle-aged man in a suit wearing a watch. This man looked at more than 40 years old, well-maintained, combed oil hair, expression confident and calm, a successful man's style. Something? Li Bingyue looked at the man in front of her and spoke coldly. Nothing much, just wanted to ask pretty girl, are you waiting for a ride? If it's waiting for a car, I can give you a ride to wherever you want to go. My driver will drive right over. The man said without haste with a confident smile on his lips. No need. Li Bingyue coldly returned the sentence and stopped looking at the man in front of her. For this kind of accosting, she didn't know how many times she had experienced it since she was a child, and generally speaking, with a little bit of indifference, most people would also know how to retreat. Just then, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared on the side of the road and slowly drove up, stopping beside the middle-aged man. Immediately afterward, a stout man dressed in black came down from the driver's seat, incomparably respectfully opened the backseat door for the middle-aged man, and half bent his waist and said, Lu Dong, I'll let you wait for a long time. Beautiful lady, why don't you take my car and I'll have the driver drop you off. The middle-aged man once again extended an invitation to Li Bingyue. Moreover, probably seeing that his driver and bodyguard had driven his recently purchased Rolls-Royce Phantom here, the middle-aged man's smile at the corner of his mouth became even more confident. Li Bingyue felt disgusted. Her heart hates this kind of self-righteous successful men, relying on their own a bit of money, a bit of status, driving a luxury car with a driver. They feel that they are people. Women see will rush on their car. Oh, what happened to the Rolls-Royce? Li Bingyue laughed coldly and looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, disliking him nonchalantly. I've already said I don't need to. Are you unable to understand? The middle-aged man's face instantly fell. I didn't expect this woman in front of me to be so disrespectful. However, this instead inspired a desire for conquest within him, and the middle-aged man felt even more charismatic towards such a haughty beauty, compared to those beautiful female college students in their late teens and early 20s who could get their hands on them by casually giving them some money. This mature and noble cold beauty in front of him was obviously more able to move him. Beauty, don't want me to send it? It's okay, why don't you add a Vmail? The middle-aged man persevered, and proposed to want to add Li Bingyue's WeChat. And there is a kind of you don't give me not to go posture. Li Bingyue was a bit impatient. This Rolls-Royce owner is so smug that he is still here to dwell on it when the words have already been spoken so bluntly. Just when Li Bingyue wanted to roll her eyes and angrily dislike this middle-aged man, an incomparably loud sound of an engine roaring came. Buzz off! The sound came from far away. Soon, an incomparably cool and racy silver-gray supercar was seen to stop steadily next to the Rolls-Royce Phantom with a flirty little tail flip. It is reasonable to say that Rolls-Royce Phantom is a multi-million level luxury car, domineering and windy, and an ordinary car parked next to it will certainly be instantly compared to it. But at the moment, it was the Rolls-Royce Phantom that was instantly outclassed when the silver-gray supercar pulled up next to it. And the loss was total. It's not even in the same league. There's no way. It's not that the Rolls-Royce Phantom isn't dangling enough. It's that the $86 million limited edition Pagani Windjammer in front of us is just too awesome. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is no more than a $10 million or so car, while this limited edition Pagani Windjammer is an $86 million car. Can this be on the same level? Swish! Just then, the doors of the Pagani Windjammer rose up in an extremely cool sci-fi way, as cool as a bumblebee suddenly transforming inside a movie. Chapter 33, having a Rolls-Royce and an inferiority complex at the same time. After the car door is up, Fong Mu, who was seated in the driver's seat, waved his hand toward the beautiful director Li Bingyue on the side of the road and smiled. Little you, get in the car. Li Bingyue froze for a moment. obviously not expecting Fong Mu's ride to be such a cool and racy supercar. Although she didn't know much about supercars, but one look at this car felt very expensive. Not ordinary supercars can be compared. It is estimated to be at least tens of millions of dollars. Even the next 10 million luxury car Rolls-Royce Phantom was crushed without compulsion. Li Bingyue had wanted to dislike that smug Rolls-Royce Phantom owner, but she felt it was unnecessary and directly ignored the other party and got into Fong Mu's Pagani Windjammer. After Li Bingyue got into the car, the door of the Pagani Windjammer closed again in an unbelievably cool and sci-fi way. A roar ensued and the Pagani Windjammer roared away. And that Rolls-Royce Phantom owner who accosted Li Bingyue unsuccessfully was dumbfounded on the spot and instantly a bit skeptical of life. There is a saying that one cannot have both a Rolls-Royce and an inferiority complex, but at the moment, this successful career has a listed company worth more than 100 million middle-aged man, is to do at the same time have a Rolls-Royce and inferiority. Is this your car? After the Pagani Windjammer hit the road, the co-pilot Li Bingyue couldn't help but ask, that or it's still not rented. Fong Mu smiled. So, you're really a deep-pocketed super-rich kid? It can be interpreted that way. Then why did you pretend to be a bitter laborer before? Idle. How much did you pay for this car? It looks expensive. It's not that expensive. $86 million. Li Bingyue was shocked. Though it had occurred to her that the car might cost tens of millions of dollars, she thought that $30 to $50 million would be a lot. But I didn't realize that the car was going to cost $86 million. It's almost $100 million. What kind of family has to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a car? This man couldn't be a nobleman from a top-class family, could he? Li Bingyue couldn't help but slightly side-eye Fong Mu, who was driving seriously. Under the illumination of the setting sun, the man's side face was extremely handsome, with a kind of self-confidence and dashing that seemed to come from his bones. At this moment, a thought flashed through Li Bingyue's mind, perhaps submitting to such a man was not such a difficult thing to accept. Human nature is all Mu strong, especially a woman. Especially a high-minded woman like Li Bingyue. Only an extremely powerful man could make her let go of her high horse. At the moment, in her eyes, Fong Mu was an extremely mysterious and powerful man. Thinking that she would be submitting to such a man tonight, Li Bingyue was suddenly no longer so repulsed deep down. Along the way, the two didn't talk much. Li Bingyue was a high and cold iceberg, and Fong Mu also belonged to the type of person who didn't really like to gossip. Driving along, the two ended up in front of a restaurant on the Bund. This restaurant is Fong Mu in the afternoon on the internet to find, is a very upscale Western restaurant. It is said that the per capita consumption of several thousand, casually order a salad are several hundred. Fong Mu was a man of honor, and was prepared to take the iceberg beauty director to a romantic meal first, and then take her to the hotel after eating and drinking enough. Although it is a not so honorable threatening means to make this iceberg beauty director submit, but the process should still go. Can't come up to take people to the hotel? That's too meaningless. No mood at all. When they arrived at the restaurant, the waitstaff at the door immediately came up to greet them with unbridled enthusiasm. It goes without saying that the Pagani Windjammer has a brand name that offers the most welcoming service everywhere you go. Under the guidance of the attendant, Fong Mu quickly parked his car. After getting out of the car, the two walked into this upscale Western restaurant. As soon as he came in, he was immediately greeted warmly by a waitress in a black uniform. Sir and madam, may I ask if you are in need of a meal? Yes. Do you have a box in your store? Yes sir, except the box has a low consumption requirement. Would you accept that please? That's no problem. Yes sir, then you please follow me. The female service staff led Fong Mu and Li Bingyue upstairs. The three of them came to the second floor, walked around a corner, and went inside a private room. The box is not particularly large, but the decoration is very elegant and stylish, and has a large floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking out is the Bund River view. Now it's dark, the lights are on, the lights are bright. The night scene of the Bund can be called the domestic city ceiling level, even in the world are ranked. It is quite a pleasure to dine under such a beautiful and spectacular night view of the Bund. Fong Mu and Li Bingyue sat down and began to order their food. No need to be polite with me. Feel free to order whatever you want. Fong Mu gentlemanly handed the menu to Li Bingyue and let her order first. Good. Li Bingyue took the menu and was not polite at all, directly ordering the most expensive dishes on the menu. White truffle bagels for $3.99 apiece. Almas caviar for $6.88 a serving. Top sirloin steak at $5.88 apiece. Extra large cranberry lobster for $6.88 apiece. Salad for $168 a serving. Li Bingyue was deliberately ordering the expensive ones exclusively, with the aim of ruthlessly slaughtering Fong Mu and making his flesh hurt a bit. Who let Fong Mu hold her two major handles to blackmail her into submission? It's kind of a veiled attempt to get a little revenge. Fong Mu took the menu and saw the ones ordered by Li Bingyue. Not a bit of meat pain, but instead ordered himself a few more of the most expensive dishes. Just kidding, it's a pain in the ass. The $30 million of pocket money given by Brother Unity is worrying about how to spend it. And eating a meal of tens of thousands of dollars is a hammer. After ordering, you wait quietly for your food to be served. During that time, Fongmu and Li Bingyue also had a chat. It didn't take long for one top-notch dish after another to be served. It looks really delicious and makes your mouth water. When the dishes came up, Fongmu wasn't polite at all and immediately began to eat and drink. Great food, great views, great people. Should I say no? The dinner was truly delightful and immensely enjoyable. After spending half an hour, Fongmu directly wiped out all the dishes. Realization of a true CD-ROM. Even the portion of steak that Li Bingyu couldn't finish was stuffed inside his stomach. Fongmu felt that his meal size had become bigger, probably because Brother Unicorn had given him a perfect body and transformed his body. Not only did it make his body more powerful, but his meal size had also become bigger. Li Bingyue couldn't help but spit out when she looked at his large appetite. You guy can't be an ox, right? So able to eat? Fongmu revealed a mysterious smile. Yes, I'm an ox. Ga fierce. The look naturally meant something. Li Bingyue of course understood the meaning and immediately gave a blank stare. Finish eating and check out. A meal that cost over $50,000. Placed a few days ago. $50,000 was half a year's salary for Fongmu. But now, a dinner is built. After leaving the restaurant, Fongmu drove his own Pagani Windchild and took the beautiful director Li Bingyue straight to the hotel. Half an hour later, Fongmu brought Li Bingyue inside the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel. Swiping her card and entering the room, Li Bingyu looked inside the room and couldn't help but feel a small shock in her heart. Is this a hotel? This is supposed to be the palace, right? It's too luxurious. When he entered the house, Fongmu was not polite and directly pulled Li Bingyue's hand and sat on the sofa. Luna, are you ready? Do I have a choice? Li Bingyue said coldly. Then there really is no choice. Humph, are you sure you'll delete those videos and evidence? Absolutely. A gentleman's word is his bond. Well, I hope you do what you say you're going to do. Chapter 34, Mission Completion. Unlocking new functions. The next day, the sun climbed high in the sky and it was another beautiful day with clear skies. Inside the presidential suite, it was still dark. Fongmu slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon before waking up leisurely. Subconsciously touched the side after waking up from sleep and found it empty. Obviously Li Bingyue had already left. Reaching for his cell phone from the nightstand, he realized it was 3 in the afternoon. Holy, why did you sleep so late? Fongmu had a jolt and came straight to his senses. Soon, though, he remembered last night's experience. Sleeping so late is justifiable. Luckily, the presidential suite enjoys VIP treatment and can delay checkout until 6 p.m. At the latest, or else they'd all be kicked out. Stretching, Fongmu got up from the bed. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling windows and pulling back the curtains, the magnificent view of the Bund came into view. The sun's rays are making the wake-up call fade. At this time, Fongmu thought of one thing and hurriedly inquired in his mind. Brother Tuanzi, that mission I had before about Li Bingyue is considered completed, right? Ding, detecting that the host is awake. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully completed the mission and successfully obtained a golden treasure box. Will you open the golden chest? Open up. Golden treasure chest opening. The golden treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the new function, Goddess Treasure. After opening the Goddess Treasure function, the system can help the host to pull out the relevant information of any woman, thus helping the host to find the real goddess. In addition, every woman judged by the system to be a goddess has hidden rewards, and raising the goddess's favorability towards you can lead to corresponding hidden rewards. What? The goddess book? There's a bonus for boosting your goddess's favor? Fongmu immediately became interested. A beautiful woman's treasure will help you to find a real goddess, and there are rewards for improving her favorability? It's a little something. Brother Unicorn, how do I use the Goddess Treasure function? When the host sees a woman and they are within 1 meter of each other, he or she can use the Goddess Treasure to view the corresponding information about the other party. Fongmu instantly understood. The Goddess Treasure feature requires you to be in the presence of a woman to use it, but there's no woman inside the presidential suite right now. That's a good one. You can call over that enthusiastic and beautiful housekeeper Lu Wanjun from yesterday and have her test the specific effects of the Goddess Treasure for me. Fongmu quickly walked over to the table and dialed room service. Hello, is this Mr. Fong? On the phone, Lu Wanjun's coy voice came through. It's me, Mr. Fong. Do you need to renew your room? I see on my side that you only booked a room for 1 night yesterday. Depends, I just woke up and haven't had a chance to renew my room yet. Okay Mr. Fong, if you need it I can directly renew your room on my side. You just need to go to the front desk to pay a fee in the back. That's no problem. Are you free now? I'm free. I'm your personal butler. I'm at your service 24 hours a day. Okay, then you come to my room now. Okay Mr. Fong, give me a few minutes. Okay, Hanging up the phone, Fong Mu waited for a while, and soon the doorbell rang. Get up, go to the door. Outside the door stood a pretty woman with a playful figure of incomparable charm and delicacy. Naturally, it was the beautiful housekeeper Lu Wanjun. Today, she was wearing pretty much the same as yesterday, a tight-fitting OL professional suit, plus a pair of seductive black stockings. Chapter 35, You'll be able to take care of yourself from now on. Come in. Fong Mu glanced at Lu Wanjun and motioned for her to enter the house. Lu Wanjun stepped on her high heels and twisted her water snake waist as she walked in. And by this time, Fong Mu couldn't wait to start asking in his heart, Brother Tuzi, how is the beauty treasure going to be used? Any woman within 1 meter of the host only needs to open the goddess treasure book with his mind, and he can immediately view the relevant information of the other party. It's handy to be able to view it with your mind. Fong Mu immediately used his mind and checked Lu Wanjun's information. In the next second, a bar of information appeared in his mind. Name, Lu Wanjun. Age, 28. Combined charisma, 80. Favorability, 20. Normal relationship. Number, 56. Health, previously infected with high-risk HPV virus, later cured. Note, the so-called comprehensive charm is to view the object of the weighted sum of all aspects of the charm. Charm value is mainly composed of face value, body temperament, character connotation, but if a woman is very capable, it will also be a certain increase in the charm value. Note, the so-called number of people refers to the number of people who have played poker with the viewer, and only counts the number of people who have played poker between people of the opposite sex, not the same sex. Note, by healthy, we mean that the subject has no infectious diseases in that area. Fong Mu expressed shock. This goddess treasure is so awesome. Surprisingly, you can directly see a girl's true charisma value, the number of people who have played poker, and whether or not she has any contagious diseases in that area. This is properly good stuff. With this, you can flirt with girls in the future without any worries. A quick glance over to the girl's old self. It's comparable to a demon spotting mirror. When the demon shooting mirror comes out, those girls who play with flowers, have infectious diseases, and whose real face value is very crotch-pulling, directly have nothing to hide. There are hidden rewards when you run into a real goddess. It's perfect. Mr. Fong, may I ask what I can do for you? At this time, Lu Wanjun blinked her charming peach blossom eyes and stood in front of Fong Mu, her voice whispering as she asked. She thought that Fong Mu had specifically called her over to perform some sort of special service. For this kind of rich and handsome man who was handsome and young and could afford to stay in a presidential suite for tens of thousands of dollars a night, she said she wouldn't mind at all if something happened. Fong Mu glanced at Lu Wanjun and secretly shivered. Luckily he had no intention of wanting to mess with this woman. Real charisma 80 is not bad, plus makeup and dress as well as flirtatious and provocative enthusiasm. Properly can be a high score of 85 or more. But it's amazing that this woman has already played poker with 56 men and had a previous high-risk HPV infection. Wouldn't this be rather diabolical if something happened with her? Can't afford to mess with it. There's nothing. I need your services for now. I was going to ask you to set me up for lunch, but I suddenly changed my mind and decided to go out to eat on my own. Go back and rest. I'll call out to you if I need you back there. Fong Mu hurriedly gave his expulsion order. He didn't want Lu Wanjun to stay around him at all. This one had been infected with some kind of virus before, so it was better to stay away. Okay, Mr. Fong, I'll go first then. Lu Wanjun was a little disappointed and thought that Fong Mu wanted to find her for something to happen. After giving Fong Mu a polite bow, this beautiful housekeeper twisted her waist and left the presidential suite. Fong Mu, on the other hand, was a bit pressed. With a great weapon for picking up girls like the Goddess Treasure Guide, he wanted to immediately go out and find a goddess-level beauty to check out. A goddess-level beauty has a hidden reward, and there's no telling what kind of reward it will be. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Fong Mu pulled out his cell phone from his pocket, picked it up, and realized that it was Manny Yi who had called him by voice. Hey, Sister Manny. Fong Mu casually connected. Hey, Xiao Mu, do you have plans for the evening? Sis is getting ready to go to the supermarket to buy groceries. Do you want to come to Sis's house for dinner? Yi Manny's lazy and nice voice came. That's fine. Then I'll go to Sister Manny's house for dinner tonight. Fong Mu didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. Isn't Manny Yi a goddess-level beauty? He was curious to see if Yi Manny would be named a true goddess in the goddess treasure that, if even a charismatic and beautiful royal lady like Manny Yi couldn't be rated as a goddess, then the goddess treasure would be too harsh. Okay, then shall you come to my house early later? I'll go home and cook after I buy the food. Okay, Sister Manny, I'll drive over there later. Okay, sis will wait for you. Okay. After chatting, Fong Mu hung up the phone. Then he went to the bathroom to take a shower, ready to drive to Yomani's after a shower and a change of clothes. Should I say no? This little life is truly nourishing. Last night an iceberg beautiful director happy all night, then asleep until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wake up with flirtatious imperial sister shouting dinner. This life is too beautiful. Mac, you're here. Yi Mani, who was wearing an apron, opened the door, and seeing Fong Mu standing outside the door, she immediately smiled warmly and welcomed into the house, and bent down to get slippers for Fong Mu from inside the shoe cabinet. At the moment, she was wearing a rather loose-fitting, homey black short tee. She was bending over, showing off some great views. Sister Mani, I'll just get my own shoes. That's very kind of you. Putting on the slippers Yi Mani took out of the shoe cabinet. Fong Mu was suddenly a bit surprised. Ha, these are new shoes. Yeah, sis just bought you men's slippers specially when I was shopping for groceries at the supermarket. There were no men's slippers in the house before, and the shoes I gave you were a bit too small and awkward for you to wear, Yemeni said with a smile. Sister Mani, you are so attentive. Facing such an attentive, gentle, considerate and beautiful big sister, Fong Mu really felt a bit warm. It's not that I thought I'd invite you over for dinner more often in the future, so I specially prepared a pair of men's slippers for you. Yi Mani laughed lightly. If Sister Mani doesn't mind, I really want to come to Sister Mani's house every day to rub my nose in it. Of course you don't mind. Xiaomu, you can come over to Sis's house anytime to rub your nose in it. Ha ha, that's fine, Sister Mani, but I won't be polite. Yeah, Sis is more than welcome. Yi Mani winked at Fong Mu, smiling like a flower, and then said, Xiaomu, you first go to the sofa to sit and rest for a while. Sister went to the kitchen to fry vegetables. Just cut a dish that has not yet had time to be put into the pot. Fong Mu saw that no one was inside the house, so he asked, Sister Mani, where's Meng Meng? Chapter 36, Surely a Goddess. Meng Meng went back to school. Yesterday she came back for a meal only after vacation. Usually in the school Wildit, that girl seldom go home. Yi Mani smiled and said, in that case, then if it's just the two of us eating tonight, Sister Mani, you shouldn't cook so many dishes, just have 2 dishes that are enough to eat. Okay, Sis won't do more than that. Xiaomu, you rest first, Sis is going to cook. Good. Sister Mani worked hard, and just as Yi Mani smiled and waved her hand to show that it wasn't hard, and was about to turn around to go to the kitchen, Fong Mu was immediately murmuring in his heart, open the goddess treasure. Name, Mani Ya. Age, 36. Overall charisma, 91, at the level of a goddess. Favorability, 65. Friendship. Number of persons, 1. Health, excellent. Hidden reward, when the goddess favorability to the host is raised to 80, lover relationship. Specific rewards will be obtained, and there are higher level rewards for breaking through 90, soul love, and 100, till death do us part. So the host should cheer up the strategy and raise the goddess's favorability more often. Sure enough, Sister Mani was judged as a goddess by the goddess treasure. After reading the goddess treasure's evaluation of Yi Mani, Fong Mu had an expression that said it all. As far as Yi Mani is concerned, such a ripe peach-like beautiful and charming imperial sister. Even if her age is already 36, she is still a goddess level. Moreover, although people more than 30, but the skin is almost the same as a young girl, the body is also very well maintained, coupled with the body of that mature and charming flavor. The little girl where to compare. In front of the mature and charming imperial sister, the cute and innocent little girl will not be worth mentioning, unless the innocent and cute little girl with a body as good as an imperial girl's is the way to go. And what made Fong Mu very surprised was that Yi Mani had only experienced one man, which meant that she had only been in love with Wang Mengming's own father, Lao Wang, but that was nearly 20 years ago. Could it be that for all these years, Sister Mani has been single and has never been in love? So what's the solution to her emotional needs? It is probably because of the fact that she has always been clean that Mani Ye got an excellent rating in the health column. Very healthy. It's hard not to love such a gentle, beautiful, and clean-cut flirtatious royalty. Gotta boost Mani-san's favorability towards me as soon as possible. Fong Mu thought in his heart. Mani Ye's favorability towards him had reached 65. It's only 15 points away from the 80 favorability level of the lover's degree. If we raise 15 points as soon as possible, won't we be able to break through the relationship with Mani-san? It's only 15 points. It should be pretty easy. Fong Mu was very emotional. This feeling of having a progress bar is fantastic. Flirting with girls is the most afraid of things is no progress. You never know in the heart of the girl. You are a status, sometimes really maddening, but now that the progress bar is right in front of you, the momentum is greatly increased. Just look for opportunities to brush up on your goodwill. Brush up to 80 and you can develop a relationship. The goal is very clear. In order to brush up his goodwill as quickly as possible, Fong Mu hurriedly followed Yi Mani who was about to enter the kitchen, saying as he walked, Sister Mani, how can I let you work alone? I'll come and cook with you. Yi Mani was just about to walk into the kitchen, when she saw Fong Mu hurry over. She turned her head and laughed. Sister doesn't need to help. Xiaomu, you rest on the sofa to play with your cell phone and watch TV is fine. Fong Mu shook his head. Playing with the cell phone and watching TV is too boring. It's still more interesting to cook and cook with Sister Manny. Seeing him say that, Yi Manny agreed. Fine, then Xiao Mu, you're with me. The two then walked into the kitchen together. The kitchen isn't terribly spacious, and two people staying in there together would be very close to each other. Today's Yi Manny, wearing a tight black short tee, as well as washed high-waisted jeans, her delicate figure was displayed to the fullest, making people unable to resist wanting to look at it a few more times. Fong Mu sighed in admiration. Sister Manny's body temperament was simply too good to be true. Who wouldn't be confused after looking at it? Mac, peel a potato for me. Sis is going to make a potato beef casserole for you. Yi Manny took out a bag of potatoes from somewhere, as well as a knife for peeling potatoes, and handed it to Fong Mu with a smile. Fong Mu took it and nodded. Good, I don't know anything else, but I can still peel potatoes. Be careful when you peel the potatoes, don't cut your hands. Don't worry, the bag is fine. Good, then sister will start cooking. Next, Fong Mu started peeling potatoes while Yi Manny started preparing the vegetables for frying. Tonight, Yi Manny was going to make a 3-course meal to entertain Fong Mu. A beef casserole with potatoes, an eggplant with beans, a scrambled egg with tomatoes, plus a yam and rib soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup for 2 people is perfectly adequate. Any more would be a waste. The two were busy in the kitchen. As the saying goes, men and women work together, and when it comes to cooking, the two of them talk and laugh and work together, making what could have been a very troublesome process a lot of fun. Manny yes favoritism +2. On the way, Fong Mu also accidentally received a system prompt, showing that Yi Manny's favorability towards him had increased by 2 more points. It seemed that this warm and interesting cooking process between a man and a woman made Yi Manny feel very pleasant, causing her favorability towards Fong Mu to rise. Mac, cooking with you, sis really feels quite happy about it, Yi Manny said with a smile as she cut the vegetables. Really? Then I'll have to cook with you more often in the future. Sister Manny, Fong Mu smiled as he peeled the garlic. Okay, as long as you don't mind that sis is old. Xiao Mu, that's what I said. How could Sister Manny get along with the word old? Just Sister Manny, you have this face value and state. You look just like a young girl in her early 20s, and your temperament is mature and elegant. Your charm is irresistible. Who wouldn't be confused when they see you? Sister Manny, giggle. Sis is embarrassed by this compliment from you. Mac, Yi Manny was complimented by Fong Mu. Manny yes favoritism +1. A delightful compliment that raised Yi Manny's favorability by another point. Fong Mu was fully motivated and just wanted to do everything he could to make the favorability of this flirtatious imperial sister in front of him reach over 80 as soon as possible. Yet at that moment, a small surprise appeared. Chapter 37. It's easy to raise your favorability. Only to hear Yi Manny, who was cutting ginger, let out an ouch, and then covered her left hand. Fong Mu was peeling garlic on the side. Seeing this immediately came to Yi Manny's side. Concerned, what's the matter? Sister Manny, cut into your hand? Yi Manny held up her left hand, frowning a little in pain. Yeah, when I was cutting the ginger, the piece wasn't quite regular and rolled, causing me to cut my finger. Her raised left hand had begun to bleed. The injury was to her index finger, and it didn't look like it was a shallow wound. The blood coming out in drops and dripping onto the chopping board. Seeing that Yi Manny's finger was already bleeding, Fong Mu hurriedly drew a few sheets of paper from the side, held Yi Manny's white and tender little hand, and tenderly helped her cover her bleeding index finger. Sister Manny, does it hurt? Fong Mu had a concerned look on his face. Okay. Suddenly being held by Fong Mu's big hand and feeling the scent of his body, Yi Manny couldn't help but feel her heart beating a little faster. Even though she was old enough, she hadn't really been close to a man in all these years. That's not a shallow wound. The blood won't stop. Looking at Yi Manny's index finger that had been bleeding, Fong Mu hurriedly drew a few more sheets of paper to absorb the blood flowing out of the wound. Sister Manny, do you have any band-aids at home? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever bought a band-aid. Well, why don't I go downstairs to the convenience store and get some band-aids and come back? Don't go to all that trouble. A small cut. Just stop the bleeding. Manny Yu was obviously an independent and self-reliant woman and didn't take this small wound seriously, not even needing a band-aid. Fong Mu held Yi Manny's hand and had been gently using paper to help her absorb the blood flowing from her fingers. The wound was obviously not small, and it took until half a box of toilet paper was used to stop the bleeding. Sister Manny, that'll stop the bleeding. Fong Mu looked at Yi Manny and laughed. Yeah, Yi Manny laughed back. The eyes of the two men, in this moment, locked together, and Fong Mu was still holding Yi Manny's hand tightly at the moment. The two of them could be said to be almost pressed against each other, and could even feel each other's warm breaths. The light body fragrance of Yi Manny's body was drilling into Fong Mu's nose without stopping, making him more or less distracted. The scent of his body was also impacting Yi Manny's heart, making her heart beat faster. At this moment, the atmosphere became a bit subtle. Looking at the flirtatious imperial sister in front of him, who was almost close to him, Fong Mu suddenly felt that he should do something and couldn't miss such a rare opportunity. The atmosphere is all set here. How can you miss it? With his head spinning, he spoke. Sister Manny, I've heard that saliva can stop bleeding and disinfect. Why don't I disinfect it for you? Ha? Sterilizing saliva? Ye Manny obviously didn't react at once. Fong Mu, however, did not care so much. Holding up Ye Manny's small hand, took her injured index finger and put it inside his mouth. Ye Manny's face swished red. Manny yes favoritism +3. Fong Mu also took the opportunity to use a little scummy routine, nominally disinfecting with spit, but in reality playing a setup while it lasts. And after receiving the hint of Ye Manny's favorability +3, he knew that he had played this hand right. The act of sterilizing with saliva not only didn't make Ye Manny feel disgusted, but also raised her favorability by a full 3 points. However, Fong Mu did not make the next move. After sterilizing Ye Manny's injured index finger, Fong Mu put down Ye Manny's hand and said with a smile, "Alright Sister Manny, I've already sterilized your wound. Your wound will be healed soon." Ye Manny gave him a flavorful blank stare and commented point blank, "Fancy, still sterilizing, when sis is an 18-year-old schoolgirl." Fong Mu laughed and didn't continue the topic. "Sister Manny, can you still cook? Why don't you let me do it all next?" "You'll do it? You won't either. It's better if sis comes. It's just a finger injury. It'll be fine once the bleeding stops." Manny Yip is no pretentious little girl who wants to die when she cuts her finger. Fong Mu nodded. "That's fine." After this little interlude, the two proceeded to start cooking next. The two of them had a good time in the kitchen, and finally all the dishes to be made were ready. After that it was time to bring the dishes and rice to the table and start enjoying them happily. The meal was, naturally, very cozy. In a cozy cottage, under the warm light, a man and a woman were sitting on the dining table, chatting and laughing happily while enjoying the food they had just cooked, which could not be more enjoyable. Manny yes favoritism +3. A cozy dinner quickly ended, and Ye Manny's favorability towards Fong Mu increased by another 3 points, counting the 6 points of goodwill that had been added one after another before. Ye Manny's goodwill towards Fong Mu had now come to 74. At 74 favorability, there are only the last 6 points left to reach 80 favorability for a lover's relationship. This also made Fong Mu's heart rise with some anticipation. Only 6 points left. With a little more effort to add these 6 points, you can move to the next step in your relationship with Manny Yi. "Mac, why don't you go rest on the couch and watch TV while sis washes these dishes?" Once the enjoyable dinner was over, Yemeni got up and prepared to clear the dishes. She is a very clean person and makes sure to clean up all the dishes first thing after every meal. "Sister Manny, I'll wash it. Your fingers are all hurt just now. Don't get in the water. Let me do it all." Fong Mu also got up, wanting to take the task of cleaning up the dishes. "No need, Komu, you're a guest. How can I let you do this kind of work?" Yemeni waved her hand and refused with a smile. "No, Sister Manny, don't move. Let me wash it. How can I make you do the dishes when you just hurt your finger?" Fong Mu walked directly to Ye Manny's side, put his arm around her fragrant shoulders and pushed her to sit down. "Sister Manny, sit still and let me do the dishes. When I'm done I'll drive you to the river for a ride. My Pagani dragster is a blast." After Fong Mu finished speaking in a domineering and unquestionable tone, he took it upon himself to pack up the dishes and take them to the kitchen for scrubbing. "Okay, then you wash it, Mac." Seeing that Fong Mu was so gentle and sweet, Ye Manny agreed with a smile and felt warmth in her heart. After all these years, this was the first time she had been taken care of by a man like this. Of course, there were plenty of men who wanted to take care of her. She just didn't want to be close to anyone else. Manny yes favoritism +1. As Fong Mu was washing dishes in the kitchen, he suddenly got another prompt from Brother Unity. His act of helping to wash the dishes was surprisingly what made Ye Manny's favorability towards him add another point. "Boy, it's too easy to brush off the favor, isn't it?" Fong Mu was all a bit shocked. Flirting with a girl? Oh no, it should be flirting with a sister. Is it that simple? You can add favor to washing dishes? It's a real oxymoron. The increase in favorability allowed Fong Mu to wash the dishes with full motivation, brushing each bowl with a shiny finish. After scrubbing the dishes it was time to start scrubbing the pots and pans. It took almost 10 minutes of work to scrub all the pots and pans clean. After getting it done, Fong Mu washed his hands and walked out, saying to Ye Manny, "Sister Manny, let's go or not? I'll drive you for a ride." Chapter 38, The Contrasting Sense of a Royal Sister. Hearing Fong Mu's invitation, Ye Manny didn't hesitate a bit and nodded her head and smiled. "Yes, I haven't taken a ride in a supercar as handsome as Pagani." Fong Mu smiled and said, "Sister Manny, I not only have a handsome car, but my car skills are also a thief, so when I drag race for a ride later, I guarantee that you will experience an unprecedented feeling." "Really? Are you a good driver, Mac?" Yemeni blinked expectantly. "Of course, you'll find out later." "Sister Manny," Fong Mu smiled confidently. With super god car skills, he is definitely the man with the most awesome car skills in the world. If he can't even call it good car skills, then who dares to say that he has good car skills? Yes, sis is looking forward to it. Yi Mani laughed, then said, then Xiao Mu, wait a moment, sis will go to her room to change her clothes before going out for a ride with you. With that, she twisted her delicate waist and went back to her room. It was almost 10 minutes before the door to the room opened slowly. Yemaine walked out from inside the room, and upon seeing her dress at the moment, Fong Mu instantly brightened up. At this moment, Yi Mani, surprisingly, had changed into a JK uniform and had a ponytail. Previously, the impression that Mani Yi gave people was that kind of high and cold imperial sister style. Dressing in general is kind of mature and flirty style, but this time, she actually wore her hair in a ponytail and a JK uniform that little girls love to wear. Very contrasting, I must say. How about it? Does sis look good in this JK uniform? Yi Mani walked over to Fong Mu's side and asked with a wink and a smile. It has to look good. Fong Mu smiled and praised. LOL, let's go then. Seeing that Fong Mu was clearly stunned by his outfit, Yi Mani let out a silver bell-like laugh, indicating that she was satisfied with her charm. Although she was already a bit older, every time she saw those little girls on the street looking so good in their JK uniforms, she got a little bit of an itch to wear them as well. In the first 2 years, she bought several JK uniforms one after another, but it was only worn inside the home, for its own solitary pleasure, and not worn out. After all, wearing a JK uniform on the street in your 30s is still a little humiliating. And this time, when Fong Mu offered to take himself out for a ride, Yi Mani suddenly wanted to put on the JK uniform that she had collected inside her closet. She wanted to dress up a bit more pure and youthful, so that she would look a bit more compatible with Fong Mu, her little brother, when they went out for a ride to play. And she did wear it right. Fong Mu liked her dress like that. Within a short time, the two were talking and laughing their way out the door. Boom boom, boom boom boom, 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 boom. On the highway, the roaring sound of the V12 engine keeps ringing out. A cool and racy silver-gray Pagani Windchild, weaving in and out of traffic, overtaking all the way, incomparably racy and dashing. Those vehicles that were overtaken by the Pagani Wind did not dare to have any grievances at all, nor did they dare to speed up or anything. Seeing the Pagani Wind approaching, they couldn't wait to get away from it. There is no way. This car looks to be a multi-million-dollar supercar. Whoever touches it, I'm afraid the insurance can't afford to pay for it. You have to stay away from it. Inside the Pagani Windjammer, Mani Yi was wearing a JK uniform and was sitting on the passenger side. At this moment, her face was filled with a surprised expression. No way. Xiao Mu, are you such a good driver? The road is so congested. You can drive so fast and overtake all the way? Fong Mu was dashingly operating the steering wheel with one hand, and when he heard Yi Mani's words, he smiled. That's not true, Sister Mani. Not that I'm bragging, I'm the god of Autumn Fame Mountain. If not for the traffic jam on this Thai road in Mordor, I'd have already blown up my speed. With the super god car skills, Fong Mu car on the first hand can do people and cars, even in a very crowded lane, can still speed up, and can be incomparably silky smooth in the flow of all kinds of shuttling, windy cornering as well as overtaking. Such silky smooth car skills naturally made Mani Yi, who was sitting in the co-pilot, feel surprised. The god of Akira's car is exaggerating, isn't it? Call you fat and you're still wheezing. Hearing Fong Mu boast about being the god of autumn named mountain racing, Yi Mani immediately laughed and teased. Hyperbole? No, 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 not at all. In fact, I'm a much more powerful driver than the Akamason car gods in the movies. Fong Mu smiled calmly. Cut. Yemeni expressed her disbelief. What? Think I'm bluffing? And what else? TSK, it seems that you don't know how bullish I am until I show you. Sister Mani, come on, then show sis how awesome you really are. Yi Mani looked at Fong Mu and playfully blinked her eyes. Her lively appearance was just like that of a young girl. Okay, wait. Fong Mu also laughed. You want to know how good I am? Oh, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it if the car goes too fast later. Since Mani Yi wanted to see his super god car skills, Fong Mu was not ready to hide it. Immediately took out his cell phone and started to navigate, ready to choose a suitable suburban highway for racing, and take her to have a good ride. Checked it out and soon found a very suitable path. That road is located on the outskirts of Mordor and on the river. According to the navigation, there was hardly any traffic on that road and there were few traffic lights. It was a big spacious road. Finding a good route, Fong Mu immediately followed the navigation and drove over. After almost half an hour or so of driving, Fong Mu overtook the car all the way and finally arrived at his destination far away from the city. It's a big road along the river, and you can't even see a few cars on the road sparsely, and there are no traffic lights or surveillance, making it perfect for drag racing. Sister Mani, the drag race is here. Are you ready to see the power of my Akemason car god? Before picking up speed, Fangmu turned his head to look at the co-pilot Yimani and asked with a smile, "Come on, sis is waiting." Yimani's willow leaf eyebrows raised, and her expression rose with some anticipation. Late at night, coming to a suburban highway to race cars with a boy a dozen years younger than yourself is a fun thing to think about. Chapter 39. Manny was scared. Okay, so it's on. Looking at Yimani, who was eager to try, Fangmu smiled. Immediately afterward, a foot of gas blasted right to the bottom. Buzz, buzz off, buzz off. A roaring wave of sound, steeply exploding in the ears. The Pagani wind child is like a silver-white stream of lightning, cutting through the black night. Ah! The superb acceleration gave a strong sense of pushback, causing Manny on the passenger side to subconsciously shriek. And that, in turn, is just the beginning. As Fangmu continued to speed up, the numbers on the code dial soared. It only took about 10 seconds for the speed of the car to shoot right up to a very scary level, but Fangmu did not have the slightest intention of stopping. The gas pedal kept blasting to the bottom, and the speed of the car was still increasing. On the riverside suburban highway, the Pagani Windjammer cuts through the night at an increasingly exaggerated speed. Racing along, in the car, Yimani's expression had changed from the vague anticipation at the beginning, steeply to horror. "Ah, Mac, isn't this too fast? Don't you mess around, don't you want to die?" When the Pagani wind child came directly to an extremely terrifying speed in the blink of an eye, the co-pilot, Manny, was already in a state of blossom. Her hands gripped the edge of the seat tightly, her entire body in a state of stress when faced with a life-threatening situation. The expression on her face was no longer the usual elegant and calm expression of a mature imperial lady, but rather a panic tinged with horror. It couldn't be more normal. Who in their right mind can stand that kind of speed? Who would dare to drive so fast except for a crazy person who doesn't want to die? And drag racing, the driver is actually easier to remain calm. After all, the steering wheel in the hands of the driver. The car again fast, he also has a sense of control. You can always choose to reduce the speed to stop the car. If you're confident enough in your driving skills, you generally won't panic. But the passenger in the passenger seat, that's not easy to calm down. There was a feeling of putting one's little life in someone else's hands, as if an accident could happen the next second, and one's little life could be lost. Who can't panic about this? Sister Manny, didn't you want to see the car skills of my Akemason car god? How come this doesn't work? Looking at Manny, who was already terrified, Fangmu laughed and flirted. But flirting aside, he didn't drop his speed at all. "Mac, sis please, stop the car. You're not showing off your car skills. You're going crazy. Drag racing is not as drag racing as you are. Mac, sis is begging you, for the sake of both of our little lives, it's better to stop the car quickly." Manny had even begged for mercy, pleading with Fangmu to stop the car quickly. She obviously couldn't take it anymore, but Fangmu was a straight man, and even if a good-looking beauty begged for forgiveness, he wouldn't be soft. There was no intention at all of letting go of the gas pedal under his foot, still blasting it to the end, keeping the Pagani Windjammer at top speed at all times. What he thought was, didn't Manny not believe that his car skills were even more awesome than the god of the car in Kyunei Mountain? Then find a corner and have an extreme windy drift, so that she can see his super god car skills. Now that the curve hasn't appeared yet, naturally, you won't be able to slow down and stop. Seeing that Fangmu didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down, a flash of despair suddenly crept into Manny's heart. She felt afraid that she was going to perish here tonight. Really didn't expect that. The small man in front of him, who was usually handsome and sunny and also had a warm personality, would be such a crazy person who raced cars and didn't want to die. Utter lunacy. What kind of person drives a car that fast? And a scene that made Yomani even more desperate soon appeared. Just ahead of the highway, a big bend appeared, and on one side of the bend was a steep slope with the Huangpu River below. On a road like this, if you accidentally drive your car down a steep hill, you'll just fall into the river. "Mac, there's a curve up ahead. Stop the car now." Manny cried out with a shocked face, her flowery face losing its color. "Sister Manny, don't panic. I'll show you a divine drift." Fangmu smiled calmly and had no intention of slowing down and stopping at all. Divine drift? Drifting at that speed in a place like this? Do you want to feed the fish in the Huangpu River? Manny's mind went blank and she had lost the ability to think. And soon enough, the Pagani Windjammer had come around the bend. Squeak! The tires frantically rubbed the ground. A long tire track was cut out. On the corner, the Pagani Windjammer drifted smoothly through the corner at an extremely windy angle, almost to the inside line. A tawdry stroke. Just this drift over the corner. Simply than the QQ flying car game inside the pine before the card gas super floating more wind. That's not enough. Immediately after this big curve, there is a slightly smaller one, only to see that the Pagani Windjammer did not slow down at all. and once again drifted through the corner on the inside with an extremely windy succession of drifts. 2 straight floats, the waves taking off. After this curve, there is a straight highway ahead. After Fong Mu finished playing handsome with his super god car skills, he saw that the co-pilot Jimani was already scared with her legs softening and face turning white, so he slowly lowered the speed of the car. How about it, Sister Manny? Are my driving skills even better than the Akira mountain god of cars in the movie? Fong Mu looked at Jimani and laughed. Chapter 40, Favorability Soars. At this moment, Jimani had a sense of euphoria after the robbery, but a heart was still pounding, and the whole thing was in a state of shock. Phew. Yimani took a few long breaths before letting her mood gradually calm down. With her mood eased, she turned her head to Fong Mu and snapped angrily. Xiao Mu, do you really not want to die? How can you drive that fast? And playing with drifting? How dangerous is that? Fong Mu smiled disbelievingly and said, is it dangerous? It's not dangerous. Sister Manny, I've said that my car skills are even better than the car god of Mte, Akira in the movie, so you can just put your heart in your stomach when you sit in my car. You don't need to panic at all. Looking at Fong Mu's calm and confident look, Yimani was a little unsure of what to say. On the one hand, in her perception, racing so fast and drifting is definitely a sign of a youngster going crazy, but on the other hand, she felt that Fong Mu was not the kind of person who went crazy and didn't want to die. Fong Mu just showed the car skills, the degree of silky smooth professionalism. There is indeed a kind of handy natural feeling, not at all like in the intention to pretend. Rather, the car is really awesome enough and sure enough to be so silky smooth and confident. Well, Mac, Sis believes you're really good at driving. However, even if your car skills are good, usually try not to race cars biao so fast, and also play drifting. Really will be dangerous. Sis, I hope you can drive more steadily in the future and never go so fast. If you really like racing cars, you can go to a professional track to race. That way safety is guaranteed. Manny Yu is like a warm-hearted big sister, gently giving advice. Don't worry, Sister Manny. I know in my own heart that I definitely won't joke with my own little life. Fong Mu smiled and nodded his head with a posture of humbly accepting his sister's teachings. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the system had given him the assurance that he was protected and would never be in danger from racing, he wouldn't have dared to go so fast. After all, a little life is important. Just have it in your mind. Seeing that Fong Mu was acting in a very stable manner, Yi Manny did not say anything more. How's it going, Sister Manny? Was the car drifting exciting just now? Do you want me to do it again? Don't. But don't. Sis is too old to play such exciting things. Her little heart really can't take it. Haha, okay, no racing then. Take you home, Manny-san. Well, it's getting late. Let's drive home. Good. Jokingly, Fong Mu turned the car around and drove back to the place where he lived. Mac, it's getting late. You should rest early. Oh, well, good. Manny-san, you have an early night too. Fong Mu and Yi Manny returned home without incident, and when they were at the door, the two of them smiled and waved goodbye. Looking at the smiling Yi Manny's delicate figure in her JK uniform back inside the house, Fong Mu felt more or less a little regret in his heart. After a trip down the drag strip, Manny Ye's favorability towards him surprisingly didn't go up at all, still holding at 75. That makes it a little bit harder. If the drag race had been another 5 points of goodwill, he wouldn't have had to go back to his house tonight, but would have followed Sister Manny into the house. Tonight Yi Manny changed into that set of JK uniform. It really wore on his heart party, messing up his heart. I can't wait to be able to immediately pull up the good feelings and directly enter the stage of super friendship relationship with Manny Yi. There's still work to be done. Fong Mu expressed regret and could only go back to the house alone. Late night, 11:30. After taking a shower, Fong Mu comfortably lay down on his bed, was about to reach for my phone to brush up on the video. Yet at that moment, the prompts from Unicorn came one after the other. Manny yes favoritism +1. Manny yes favoritism +1. Manny yes favoritism +1. In a moment's time, Yi Manny's favorability towards him had inexplicably increased by 3 points. This left Fong Mu in a daze. What the hell? One favor didn't go up when the car was racing. How is it that they all went home and slept, and the people weren't around anymore, but they somehow went up by 3 favors? And in the meantime, on the other side, Manny Yi, who was already asleep, was murmuring dream words. Mac, it took 10 minutes for Yomani's sleep talking to quiet down. Manny yes favoritism +1. Fong Mu, who was lying on the bed playing with his cell phone, raised his eyebrows at once. What's going on? It just stopped moving for 10 minutes or so. How come it's suddenly up another point? Having inexplicably gained 4 points of favorability in the middle of the night, Yi Manny's favorability towards him had now reached 79. Only 1 foot left to reach the 80 points of goodwill for the lovers' relationship. What the hell? Fong Mu couldn't help but speculate, but after half a day of guessing, he didn't know that Yi Manny's favorability towards him had somehow risen. And actually, it's because Manny Ye had a dream about him after he fell asleep, just like Fong Mu had dreamed of Manny Ye in the beginning. At this moment, Fong Mu was thinking about the fact that now Manny's favorability towards him was already as high as 79, and there was only the last bit of favorability left before he could upgrade from an ordinary friend relationship to a lover relationship. He would have to work hard to get that favorability up as soon as possible. However, he guessed that upgrading from 79 goodwill to 80 goodwill was probably not that easy. After all, it was a big leap from an ordinary friendship to a lover's relationship. It was estimated that something special needed to be done to move Manny Ye to make this big leap. After pondering for a while, Fong Mu was also ready to rest. Habitually, I take out my cell phone and swipe the jitterbug for a while. It didn't take long, and after brushing through the videos updated by those few food bloggers I follow, I felt like there wasn't much more to watch, so I was ready to go to the live streaming plaza to brush up and see if I could find an interesting live stream. As he swiped, suddenly a female anchor's live broadcast jumped out. Normally, Fong Mu was rarely watching female anchors, and usually when he sees that Jitterbug recommends female anchors for him to watch, he will just turn it off. However, at this moment, this live broadcast recommended by Shake Shack was a little surprise to him. Isn't that Shin Yufu from Patek Philippe? She's still live? Chapter 41, It's a Treasure Girl. That's right, this live room that suddenly popped out was actually the live room of that nerdy beauty Shin Yoyu, whom Fong Mu had met earlier when he was buying a watch at Patek Philippe. She was wearing a ponytail, no makeup, and a very plain gray hooded sweatshirt, sitting inside a small room with her head down. The room looked like an employee dormitory, decorated in a generic manner. One could even say it was a bit Spartan, and the white paint on the walls was starting to fall off. Shin Yoyu was looking down at a book on the table with a ballpoint pen in her hand, looking like she was studying while live streaming. There weren't too many people inside the live room, only about 30, and the pop-ups were sporadic. Anchor, aren't you the singing anchor? Why are you just sitting there reading and not singing? You kid, there's no one to give gifts. What do people sing? A sports car will be able to order songs. Which big brother swipes a sports car? The live stream is apparently a bunch of whoring monsters, all snapping away at the free pop-ups, none of them swiping gifts. Fong Mu looked at it for a while and sort of understood it. Shin Young Fish, this live room is a singing live room. Brush a $120 of sports car can order songs. If no one sends a gift, she keeps her head down and reads her book and doesn't interact much with the pop-ups. Such a live broadcast did not have much effect. If it is not Shin Yufu looks very pure and beautiful, it is estimated that the live room a person will not have. Right at this moment, a level 60 plus account entered the broadcast room. On the Jitterbug side, the account wants to reach more than 60 levels. At the very least, it must be brushed with more than $2 million. It can be said that this is an uncompromising tycoon number, and this kind of number will be warmly welcomed when it enters the live room of any female anchor. This level 60 account name is Tianba Brother. The name is more or less a bit rustic, but people are really very luxurious. As soon as I came in, I swiped a plane straight away. In Jitterbug, an airplane costs 3,000 Jitterbug coins, which converted to RMB is 300 big bucks. The big man is here. Big brother Tianba, let this little anchor show her talent after painting the airplane. I've been in her live room for 10 minutes and not only has she not sung a single song, she hasn't even spoken a word. Yes, big brother, after swiping the gift and ordering a song, I feel that although this hostess is dressed very plainly, she is quite innocent and pretty, so let her sing a song. The live broadcast of those white John numbers see someone brush gift, immediately began to encourage the Tianba brother dominant anchor began to sing. Brother Skyblock, it's okay, since the brothers want to hear this little anchor sing, I'll let her sing a little. Brother Skyblock, anchor, out of business, send you another airplane, sing 2 songs to listen to. After the pop-ups were sent, another airplane appeared in the live broadcast. Naturally, it was again sent by this Tianba brother. It just so happened that Shin Yoyu would look up at the pop-up screen this time. She was surprised for a moment when she saw that someone had sent 2 airplanes in quick succession, then started checking out the pop-ups. When she saw that the big brother who delivered the plane wanted her to sing, she said, "Thanks for the plane, it broke the bank. What song would you like to hear?" Shin Yoyu's tone was light and slow, and she wasn't a bit excited to receive the gift. Unlike some female anchors, who are so shocked to see a big brother giving gifts that they can't wait to beat the drums to thank them. Brother Tianba, sister, really very beautiful. Just came in to see you lowered your head to read. I feel will be very pure and beautiful, and now you raise your head. It is really great. Brother Skyblock, anchor, I'd like to hear a song called 10 Years by Chen Yi-sun. Do you know how to sing it? Shen Yu nodded. Yes, then I'll sing 10 years. Soon, the accompaniment played. Although the equipment in the live room is not very professional, it can more or less play the backing tracks. Following the accompaniment, Shen Yoyu gently hummed. A female version of 10 Years was slowly sung. Shin Yoyu's voice was very good, and there wasn't the slightest problem with the pitch, and her feelings were in place when she sang, humming without haste and without slowing down, as pleasant as the tinkling of a clear spring. The people are beautiful and sweet and delightful. There were more pop-ups on the live feed and the numbers started to rise. At that moment, a rocket effect rose into the air. That level 60 plus Tianba brother gave away $1,000 worth of Jitterbug one in the live stream. Brother Tianba, anchor, the singing is very good. Send you a Jitterbug no. 1. Can you turn off the beauty face and I'll take a look? For the general eating public, having a female anchor turn off her beauty face is a very programmatic thing to do. People get curious to see what a live anchor woman would look like in a real situation. Is it a small difference? Or is it a complete reduction to Joe Billo? Turn off your face. Turn off your face. Anchor, there's a big brother giving away Jitterbug no. 1. Turn off the face and take a look. Yeah, let's see what you look like with your face off. Looking at the screen full of off beauty face in the live broadcast, Shin Yaoyu faintly said, off beauty face? But I don't seem to have beauty face on. When this came out, all the people in the live broadcast room expressed their disbelief. There are still female anchors these days who broadcast live without turning on their beauty face? Anchor, stop pretending and turn off the face whitening and peeling. You've been living in the world of beauty for so long that you really think you're a pure schoolgirl? That's when another rocket effect went up in the air. That Tenba brother gave away another shake one worth $1,000 on the air. Brother Skybar, I'll give you another shakeology one if you turn off your beauty face. It seems that this Tianba brother wanted to see Shin Yufu turn off her beauty face so much that he sent 2 Jitterbug ones in a row and promised to send another one after turning off her beauty face. Shin Yaoyu first thanked the gift and then spoke. I really didn't turn on my beauty face, so I'll show you guys. After that, she started operating the back end. Tapped on it a couple times. The image began to change. One moment with beauty on, the next with no beauty on. After this operation, the people in the live broadcast room also kind of understand that Shin Yoyu is really not open beauty face. Now everyone was a little surprised. Surprisingly, it really is a pure and innocent big beauty. With that face value, it's definitely schoolgirl level. I'm going. The original anchor really did not open the beauty face. In the camera did not open the beauty face can be so beautiful. The reality must be beautiful into what kind of it's absolutely beautiful. The pop-ups on the live feed were flying fast. That's when another shake one effect took off. Brother Skyblock, sister, when all is said and done, I'll give you another shakeology one. Brother Tianba, I just private messaged you and realized that private messaging doesn't work. Can I add AV? Thanks for the gift. Shin Yaoyu first politely thanked for the gift. As for other requests, but refused. Sorry, I don't add private Vmail. Brother Skyblock, no? Tell me straight, what gift can I add? Is one carnival enough? Shin Yoyu's attitude was cold. I'm sorry, you swiped a gift in my live room. You can order a song. As for other requests, I have no way to fulfill them. This anchor is so cool. If it were any other anchor woman, she would have already added Big Brother V to her ass. TSK, I just don't know if this anchor is refusing to welcome, or she's really determined not to add V. Being rejected. That level 60 plus Tianba brother was obviously a bit upset. Brother Skybar, sure you can't add V? How about 3 carnivals for you? Carnival is the most expensive gift in shakeology. One costs $3,000. 3 is $9,000. As long as you add a V, you can collect $9,000 of gifts. In exchange for other female anchors, you would have already smiled with a crooked mouth. Shin Yoyu's attitude, however, was as cold as ever. Sorry, forgive me for not being able to fulfill your request. Brother Skyblock, oh, what's a little anchor with only 200 followers pretending to be with me here? Brother Skybar, what are you doing out on the air? Isn't it just to collect gifts and make money? I'll brush 3 carnivals for you and add UAV. Don't you think that's enough? Brother Tianba, how about this? I'll swipe 10 carnivals for you. Let's add AV, and then make an appointment to have a meal together offline to get to know each other. How about that? 10 carnivals, converted to RMB that's a whole $30,000. Swiping $30,000 just to meet offline with the female anchor who just swiped it. I have to say that this guy is really quite a tycoon. Shin Yoyu gently frowned. This friend, I do open a live broadcast to collect gifts to make money, but I only want to be a talent anchor. I only rely on my own singing to collect gifts. Gifts that come with other requirements. I won't accept a single penny. Oh, my god. This anchor has so much personality. It's too good to turn down 10 carnivals. Love. This anchor is simply a stream of fresh water in the live world. The water friends in the live broadcast room all praised Shin Yufu for her refusal of 10 carnivals. She has been praised as a breath of fresh air in the anchor world. And that 60-something leveled brother Skyblock also sent out pop-ups at this time. Brother Tianba, sister, open the private message in the backstage of Jitterbug for a moment. I'll have a private chat with you. Shin Yoyu, however, remained in an attitude of refusal. I'm sorry, I won't accept anyone's private messages. Even the request for a private message was rejected, and that Tianba brother was completely furious. He has been playing Jitterbug for 2 years, swiped millions of dollars, and has gotten his hands on no less than 10 female anchors, and he has never been this angry. Brother Tianba, I don't believe it. As long as you promise to add my Vmail and meet with me offline, I'll give you 30 carnival swipes on the spot. 30 carnivals? That's a whole 90,000 RMB. The temptation, not so much. Besides, it's just a promise to add a Vmail and meet offline. It's not like you have to do something else. I'm sure any other female anchor would have said yes long ago. However, Shen Yaoyu still refused lightly. Forgive me for not being able to fulfill it. Please understand, this anchor really doesn't want gifts. The 3 views are too positive. It's definitely a breath of fresh air. There aren't many girls like that these days. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all praising Shen Yaoyu. And at this time, Fong Mu, who was lying on the bed watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but praise. This 3 views is a treasure girl. Feels very suitable for a girlfriend. The thought had just risen. Next thing you know, the unicorn, who likes to get into trouble, shows up. Chapter 42 Successful Invitation. Ding! Detecting that the host has a strong liking for Shen Yaoyu, hereby releasing a random task to develop a relationship with Shen Yaoyu as a lover. Mission duration 1 month. Successful mission will result in a golden treasure chest. Failure will not be penalized. Fong Mu laughed. This unicorn brother, he really likes to make things happen. Why do you always let him flirt with girls? Isn't that encouraging him to be a scumbag? Still, it was kinda very much to his liking that he should have said nothing. Alright, I'll take this mission. Fong Mu laughed. At the same time, Shin Yufu's live broadcast room was getting more and more lively. The water friends in the live broadcast room all admired Shin Yaoyu's attitude, and the pop-up screen was full of praise. A lot of people also started swiping little gifts in her honor, and that Tianba brother, who had been rejected all along, was furious. Tianba brother, you a female anchor, what the hell are you pretending? Who doesn't know what female anchors are all about these days? Brother Skybar, what's the difference between coming out live and standing in the red light district? Aren't we all looking for customers? It's just to be a hostess with a better name. Brother Tianba, is it too little money? In this case, you open the private message. We will chat privately in the background of the jitterbug. How much money do you want? You open a number. Seeing these pop-ups, Shin Yaoyu suddenly had a hard time. She just wanted to try to start a live broadcast singing to see if she could earn more money to send home to cure her grandmother. But she was scolded like this, saying that there was no difference between her coming out to live broadcast and standing in the red light district. She didn't understand why, even after her attitude was so firm. This person called Brother Tianba still insisted on adding her Vmail, and with so much malice. Did he think that he could get any girl to sell herself out if she was willing to pay for it? Shin Yufu didn't want to try to go live again. It's better to think of other ways to earn more money to send home for grandma's treatment. After making up his mind, Shin Yaoyu said to the camera in the live broadcast room, "Friends in the live broadcast room, I'm going to go off the air, and I won't open the air again in the future. I'll cancel this jitterbug number, and I'm sorry for those who are concerned about me, so I wish you a happy life." Having said that, the live feed just went straight to black. Those viewers didn't even have time to snap pop-ups to save their lives. The other side, Fong Mu checked and found that Shin Yaoyu had really logged out of her account on the spot. He couldn't help but nod. Think this girl is really inviting. 3 views are very positive. Very principled. Bottom line. Earlier, when he bought a watch at Patek Philippe, he and Shin Yaoyu were adding Vmail. That is the process inside the Patek Philippe store. The customer bought the watch shopping guide needs to take the initiative to add V-letter good maintenance of customer resources. In the past 2 days, Fong Mu was also busy and didn't have time to tease Shin Yaoyu, a girl who would make people's hearts flutter at a glance. I was thinking that I'd have time to tease a bit later, but now that Unicorn has given the assignment, there's no point in waiting. He opened his Vmail and sent a message over to Shin Yaoyu. The watch I bought in your store 2 days ago suddenly broke and stopped spinning. What's going on? Angry emoticon. After a while, Shin Yaoyu returned the message. Shin Yufu, no way. That's the treasure of our store. A watch of several $1 million. How could it just break? Fong Mu, just kidding. I bought the watch and haven't had a chance to wear it yet. Shin Yufu scared me to death. I really thought it was broken. Fong Mu, I'm just reminding you who I am. I'm afraid you've forgotten who I am. Shin Yaoyu, how could I forget? You're the biggest and the only one I've opened in my internship days at Patek Philippe. Fong Mu, are you interning at Patek Philippe? Shin Yui, well, I'm still in my senior year of college. I haven't graduated yet, and I just went to Patek Philippe for an internship not long ago. The two just chatted flat out. In any relationship, there is always a process of understanding. Fong Mu, then you are very lucky. Ran into me such a wrongdoer. Oh no, is a big customer? Bought your store's town treasure. This should be able to take a lot of commission, you right? Shin Yufu, yes. Thank you very much. Fangmu, then you mustn't buy me a meal to thank me? Obviously. This is ruffled. Look for opportunities to get your sister to buy dinner. Shin Young Fish, according to reason, I should treat you to a meal to thank you. And the store manager also asked us shoppers to try to maintain their own customers. But I have not yet been paid. Why don't we wait until next month when I get paid, and treat you to a meal? Fangmu, eat a meal to wait for what pay ah. I do not want you to treat me to a meal. You are not yet graduated it. Or take me to your school to stroll by the way to eat a meal how? Fangmu, no refusal. I'm your big client. You have to maintain it. Shin Yu, well, if you don't mind, then I'll invite you to our study cafeteria. I still have a little money in my cafeteria card. Fangmu, okay, what day do you have time? Shin Yufu, how about tomorrow at noon? It's just that I have a day off tomorrow. I only have one day off a week. Fangmu, yes. Which school are you from? I'll meet you at your school tomorrow at noon. Shin Yu, I'm studying at Fudan University. If you come tomorrow, I'll go ahead and wait for you in front of the school. Fangmu, hey, you're from Fudan? You're a talented girl from a famous school. Speaking of which, with such a high education, how did you end up interning at Patek Philippe? Shin Yu, I heard that working there, it is possible to get a higher commission, so I went to try, but I'm still preparing for the public examination. Fangmu, okay, let's make a deal. I'll go to Fudan to find you at noon tomorrow, and you treat me to the cafeteria. Shun Yufu, good. That's the end of the conversation. Having successfully invited Shin Yoyu, Fangmu was still relatively satisfied. After all, this girl was hard to chase at first glance, and it would be very normal if she was rejected. Good thing it worked. I didn't realize it was still a talented girl from Fudan. Not only is she pretty with a good body and temperament and 3 good personalities, but she's also highly educated. A treasure girl indeed. After chatting with Shin Yoyu, Fangmu played with his cell phone and felt a little sleepy, so he prepared to sleep. At this time, but suddenly received another message from Yi Mani. Chapter 43, Practicing Yoga Together. Watching Yi Mani, whose favorability had inexplicably risen to 79, send herself a message. Fangmu smiled and immediately chatted. Mani Yi, Xiao Mu, can you get up tomorrow morning? Sis is going to make abalone seafood noodles tomorrow morning. Do you want to come over and eat together? Fangmu, I was going to sleep in, but Mani-san, you're going to make abalone seafood noodles, so I definitely have to get up early to go eat them. Mani Yi, that's good. I'll get up at 7 o'clock, practice yoga for half an hour and then go cook noodles. You come over to my house almost before 8 o'clock. You can eat hot noodles oh. Fangmu, Mani sister you want to do yoga ah? I happen to also feel good on no exercise. Or Mani sister you teach me a little yoga it? Mani yeah, yes, I can teach you. So come to my house tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Fangmu, okay, I'll set the alarm clock. Mani yep, aha, good night, good night. The two exchanged good nights before ending the chat. I'm aiming to get the last favor level up by tomorrow morning, so I can develop a relationship with Mani-san as a lover by then. Fangmu was also looking forward to practicing yoga with Mani-yi tomorrow. Ruminating for a while, he soon drifted off to sleep. 6:45 in the morning. The alarm clock went off right on time. After being woken up, Fangmu directly climbed up, numbly washing up and changing into clothes suitable for sports. He went out and came to the door of Yi Mani's house. Knock knock. He knocked gently on the door. Creak. The door was quickly opened. Only Mani Yi, dressed in a pair of yoga pants and a tight yoga top, stood playfully in the doorway. Her hair was up high, her face had been made up with delicate, light makeup, and she was wearing a tight set of fan yoga clothes, the sun shining on her cold white leather skin like it was white and translucent and hydrated. Sister Mani, you look great in this pink yoga outfit. Fangmu couldn't help but light up in front of his eyes and complimented. The first thing you have to do when you meet with a girl, that is, you have to compliment someone on how good they look first. Actually, Man Yomani is really good looking too. Hearing Fangmu's compliment, Yi Mani smiled sweetly. Giggle. Xiaomu you have a sweet mouth. Come on in. Sis has prepared 2 yoga mats. Let's practice yoga together. Fangmu followed Yi Mani into the house. 2 black yoga mats lay side by side on the living room floor. On one side of the small table, there was also an aromatherapy lamplit, and the light scent filled the entire living room, making it very enjoyable. Mac, come to the yoga mat. Sis will teach you a few simple yoga poses first. Mani Yi invited Fangmu to take off his shoes and walk onto the yoga mats, and the two of them stood on one yoga mat each. In fact, where did Fangmu want to learn yoga? It was only that he simply wanted to do yoga with Mani Yi in close proximity. But we're here, so we should definitely practice a little bit. Just start following Mani Yi to learn some simple yoga poses. Yi Mani gently bent down. Her posture was exquisite, showing a perfect curve, Her fingers elegantly touched the ground, demonstrating the standard yoga movements. Xiao Mu, like this. Take a deep breath, then slowly stretch forward, looking at Yi Mani's perfect body from close range. Although Fong Mu felt a little confused, he was still very calm on the surface and followed Yi Mani's example of bending over to do yoga poses. Not to mention, his body flexibility was pretty good, and he could really do some simple poses. Seeing this, Yi Mani also taught him several more difficult poses in a row. Yoga, as we all know, is very good for showing off your body. And on the contrary, Yi Mani's body was perfect. So when practicing yoga, Fong Mu was also inevitably a bit impatient. At this point, while doing a twisting maneuver, Mani Yi suddenly and accidentally lost her balance and her body fell slightly to one side. Fong Mu was quick on his feet and immediately stepped forward, reaching out to hold her waist. Yi Mani was slightly stunned, her face flushed. Xiao Mu, thank you la. Sis almost fell down. Fong Mu smiled and let go of his hand. It's okay Sister Mani. After the hiccup, it was back to practicing new yoga poses. As the practice progressed, the two men's bodies were able to get very close on occasion. In particular, Yi Mani would sometimes teach Fong Mu some poses by hand. Every time this happened, Fong Mu could clearly smell the faint perfume emanating from Yi Mani's body, mixed with the scent of aromatherapy, making him a little restless. When doing a supine leg lift, Mani Yi's legs slowly lifted in the air, her yoga pants tightly fitting her leg line, incomparably moving. Fong Mu couldn't help but take one more look, and all of a sudden, he even forgot to make a move. Yi Mani noticed his eyes and gently kicked his feet. Xiao Mu, what are your eyes looking at? Quickly follow and do it. Fong Mu was thick-skinned enough to smile. Sister Mani, I'm looking at the table lamp on the table next to me. This table lamp in your house is quite chic in shape. Yi Mani gave him a flavorful blank stare and didn't poke at it. Both were sweating slightly after practicing a series of yoga poses. Yi Mani took out a towel and gently wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead. That elegant posture like a noble white swan. Beautiful and elegant. Looking at Yi Mani, Fong Mu was really a bit floored. If it wasn't for Yi Mani's favorability towards him, which was still stuck at 79, this shall not do something. But alas, the last bit of goodwill doesn't seem to go up that easily. After practicing yoga, Yi Mani said, Xiao Mu, then sister is going to make abalone seafood noodles for you to eat. Oh, you take a rest here. Fong Mu didn't need to rest, so he smiled and said, Sister Mani, I'll join you. Yi Mani didn't refuse and nodded her head to say yes. The two then went to the kitchen together, ready to start laying seafood pasta. Fong Mu was also quite looking forward to it. It would be perfect if this cooking could boost the favorability a bit. Chapter 44, I don't really get along with girls. In the kitchen, Mani Yi assigned Fong Mu the task of peeling garlic and washing onions, while she herself was in charge of cleaning the abalone and opening fire to cook the noodles. Mani Yi's cooking looked skillful, first filling the pot with half a pot of water, then lighting the fire and starting to cook. While the water was boiling, she took out a bag of abalone from the refrigerator, which was very fresh from her trip to the supermarket last night. The abalone needed to be gutted and then cleaned, and she didn't mind getting dirty, skillfully using her tools to dig one abalone out from inside the shell, digging out the abalone meat, and then digging out the guts directly from the inside. When you're done, wash them one by one and put them on a plate. Abalone is still very easy to handle, and it didn't take long to handle 7 or 8 large abalone. That's enough abalone for 2 people. Once you've handled the abalone, start frying. Start a pot of oil, onion, ginger and garlic explode, add some seasonings, and in no time at all, the kitchen begins to fill with a rich aroma. Looking at Yi Mani's skillful cooking, Fong Mu smiled at the side and complimented. Sister Mani, you can cook really well. All of a sudden the aroma came out. I'm craving for it. Can't wait for Sister Mani to eat the noodles you made. While frying the abalone in the frying pan, Yi Mani smiled and said, You're the one with the sweet mouth. Then you should eat more later. Oh. Fong Mu laughed. That's a must. Sister Mani, you made it. I definitely want to eat more. The abalone was quickly fried. Mani Yi used a clean plate to serve the abalone in the pot for reserve, and then started to boil the water below. The water boiled quickly and dropped in half a pound of pasta. Stir again with chopsticks to prevent the noodles from forming lumps. When the noodles are almost done cooking, take the abalone, which was previously sautéed with onion, ginger and garlic, in to cook. After that, add various seasonings and sprinkle a handful of Fong Mu's freshly washed scallions. This steaming pot of abalone and seafood noodles was a great success. Okay Mac, get ready to eat. Yi Mani took out a large and a small bowl. From the pot inside the 2 bowls of abalone seafood noodles, the large bowl is naturally for Fong Mu to eat. Inside added a full 5 large abalone. No oh, Mac, you come and eat this big bowl, and sis eat this small bowl. Yi Mani carried one bowl for herself, and then asked Fong Mu to carry the other bowl. Yeah, Fong Mu smiled and served this big bowl of steaming abalone seafood noodles and went to the dining table with Manny Yi. Taking his seat at the table, Fong Mu nonchalantly ate. As soon as he ate, he couldn't help but exclaim, "TSK, Sister Manny, your cooking skills are really something." Casually cooking a bowl of abalone and seafood noodles can be called a delicacy on earth. Yi Manny covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Come on, Xiao Mu, do you want to keep praising me like this? Sis is embarrassed by your praise." Fong Mu smiled and said, "I didn't exaggerate. Sister Manny, you are not only a good cook, but also a beautiful person. Watching you eat is already a showpiece. Plus this bowl of abalone seafood noodle under your own hands is also delicious enough. I'm eating this for real enjoyment. A rainbow fart combo that says that is smooth as hell." However, no matter how much Fong Mu thought of ways to boast, Manny Yi's favorability towards him always stayed at the critical note of 79. It's slow to break through. This also made him further certain that it was very difficult to turn a favorability of 79 into 80, and it was not something that could be broken through just by moving his lips. "Mac, you're so good at complimenting people. Have you coaxed a lot of pretty young girls?" Yemaine winked and smiled as she flirted. "No way. I don't even really engage with girls." He said this with more than a little bit of trepidation. The result was directly punctured by Yi Manny mercilessly. "Ha ha, do you believe yourself when you say such words? Not to mention anything else, just the period of time you lived in my place. I've come across you bringing 3 pretty little girls back inside the neighborhood." Fong Mu was more or less embarrassed. "This is hilarious." In order to ease the embarrassment, he hurriedly picked up a large abalone from the bowl and stuffed it inside his mouth, and after savoring the deliciousness, he changed the topic and said, "Sister Manny, this seafood noodle of yours is really delicious. It's so delicious. It's good that you like it. Have a few more." Yemaine smiled gently. "That's a must. Sister Manny makes delicious food. You must eat it all." "Yeah." The two joked and chatted as they ate seafood noodles. The noodles were indeed cooked very freshly, and Fong Mu ate them with pleasure, quickly finishing a big bowl full of them. All 5 of the oversized large abalone in the bowl were also wiped out. "Eat it and look like you haven't had enough." When Yi Manny saw this, she picked up the abalone left in her bowl and handed it to Fong Mu. Xiao Mu, sis can't finish this one, so you help sis eat it." "Manny-san, you just ate one. Eat it yourself." "No, sis has a small appetite and is already full." "You eat." "Okay, then Manny-san, you just dazzle it into my mouth." Fong Mu smiled. Yi Manny immediately gave him a flavorful blank stare, but did as he was told, hand-picking the abalone from the bowl and feeding it to his mouth. "Well, it's just delicious when Manny-san hand feeds it." Fong Mu smiled and settled the large abalone in 3 tries. After eating, looking at the gentle and charming imperial sister in front of him, he suddenly had a change of heart. An idea suddenly came to him inside his head. Since Yi Manny's favorability towards him had already reached 79, there was only the final proverbial kick left before breaking through to a relationship of 80 lovers. So if he found the right moment to create a breakthrough in the relationship, wouldn't he be able to accomplish the last bit of goodwill breakthrough? After thinking about it, he quickly had a plan. Chapter 45, A Little Trickery. In a warm and pleasant atmosphere, the two ended the day's breakfast. Manny Yi got up and started organizing the dishes, ready to take them to the kitchen to be cleaned. At this time, Fong Mu was the one who said, "Sister Manny, don't be busy collecting the bowls first. I feel a bit propped up from eating just now. Or else let's go and do some yoga again for an after-dinner exercise to digest, right? We've just finished eating here and you want to practice yoga?" Yomani was a little surprised. "Yeah, I feel like practicing yoga is fun. And by the way, it helps with digestion." Fong Mu smiled. "Alright then, why don't you go ahead and warm up on the yoga mat by stretching then Mac? I'll put these dishes in the kitchen and be over there later." "Good." Fong Mu then got up and went to the yoga mat in the living room, while Yimani took the dishes she had just eaten and put them in the kitchen. Coming to the yoga mat, he took off his shoes and stood up. In fact, where he wanted to do some after-dinner exercise, he was actually trying to create a breakthrough in his relationship by doing yoga with Manny Yi again. In the back of his mind, he was calculating what little ruse he was going to use later to advance the relationship. Soon, Manny Yi also came over. She took off her slippers and got on another yoga mat. "Mac, do you want me to take you with me or do you want to practice on your own?" Yemeni asked. "Sister Manny, why don't you take me and teach me a few new yoga poses? You're not skilled at the ones you taught you before, and you need to practice new ones? That's a good idea. Practice a few more." "Okay then, I'll teach you." Yemeni then began to teach. Her delicate and perfect body, like a ripe peach, quickly stretched out and showed off its moving curves. When teaching yoga poses, Yimani would first demonstrate a few times on top of her own yoga mat, explaining some of the essentials of the movements, and then she would go to Fong Mu's yoga mat, letting Fong Mu do as she explained, and instructing Fong Mu hand in hand. When hand-in-hand guidance, It was inevitable that the two bodies would be close together, and the ambiguous atmosphere was spreading a little bit. But Fangmu wasn't just satisfied with that. After Manny taught another relatively simple yoga pose, he smiled and said, "Sister Manny, I feel that these few poses you taught me, they aren't too difficult. I'll know them after a little practice. But actually, I kind of want to try one of those harder yoga poses. It feels like the harder poses, they're a little more challenging and a little more fun. Sister Manny, why don't you teach me a few more advanced versions of yoga poses?" Manny stroked the few strands of hair scattered on her forehead and smiled. "Are you sure you want to learn the advanced version of the pose?" "The advanced version of the pose. Learning it may be very painful. The body is all kinds of twisting. The flexibility is not good. It will hurt to do it and grimace." Fangmu said indifferently, "It's no problem. The harder the position the better. I like challenging." Manny nodded. "Alright then, I'll teach you a harder pose then. This pose I practiced for more than a month back then to be able to manage it with ease." When she finished, she started to do it. It's a yoga pose of sitting on your knees, and it's really quite difficult and impossible for the average person to do on their own. Fangmu tried on his own and couldn't do it at all, and it was only after Manny's hands-on assistance in the back that he was able to barely make this pose. But there's no way to keep it. It's not like he really wants to practice yoga though, he's just laying the groundwork for his little routine later on. At this point, it's pretty much laid out. He then smiled and said to Manny, "Sister Manny, what you just taught me are some lying down or half-kneeling yoga poses. It feels a bit unsuitable for me. Are there any kind of standing yoga poses? I want to learn the kind of yoga poses that can be done standing up and can train my body balance." "Standing yoga poses? There is. Then I'll teach you this." With that, Manny demonstrated a yoga pose of standing on one foot. This yoga pose was very elegant. The whole body was completely stretched out, and when Manny did this pose, the delicate curves really made people not want to move their eyes away. Fangmu pretended to learn how to do it, but soon, he said, "Sister Manny, I can't do this. I feel like I don't have enough balance, and I don't have enough strength in my legs. It's better if you come over and help me." "Yeah." Manny then walked over to Fangmu's yoga mat, stood in front of him, pulled his arm, and began to instruct him closely, assisting him hand in hand with this difficult standing yoga pose. While Fangmu pretended to be studying the postures seriously, he was looking for opportunities to advance the relationship. Soon, he found a perfect moment. Manny was currently resting her hands on his waist, helping him to do the one-leg stretch. The two leaned in close. Oops. Just then, Fangmu cried out as if he had broken his foot, and his body instantly lost its balance, looking like he was about to fall. But as he fell, he subconsciously hugged Manny, bringing her down on the yoga mat with him. The imbalance in her body caused Manny to subconsciously let out a cry as well. After that, the two hugged. Fangmu was on top and Manny is on the bottom. The two of them looked at each other with their eyes locked, the tips of their noses almost pressed together, and for a moment it was as if time stood still. Fangmu was waiting for this opportunity. Looking at Manny in front of him, he couldn't help but lower his head. Chapter 46, Little Trope Torn Apart. "Mac, don't do this." Just as Fangmu wanted to kiss down, Manny blushed scarlet and hurriedly broke away from his arms and stood up. Fangmu was a bit dumbfounded. "I thought I could break through the relationship with water, but it came to a screeching halt when it mattered. It seems that you can't break out of a relationship until the goodwill level reaches 80. Seeing that Manny had stood up, Fangmu also stood up helplessly and looked at Manny. "Sister Manny, I just couldn't help myself. A little bit." Manny quickly put her clothes in order, and when she heard this, she immediately flew a blank stare. "Still can't help it. Sis sees that you did it on purpose. Do you think Sis doesn't know that when you were practicing yoga just now, you fell down on purpose? Humph, little bad boy. I can't believe you're using those routines you use on little girls on your sister." The small setup was broken down on the spot. Fangmu was more or less a little embarrassed, but it was good to be thick-skinned enough to carry it off. When he saw that Manny didn't mean to be angry, he playfully said, "Sister Manny, this can't be blamed on me. Who let Sister Manny? You are so beautiful, with such a good body, and so charming all over. So blame me?" Manny stared at him. "Well, that's really Manny-san's fault. Who made you look so good?" Fangmu still had a playful look on his face. "Can't get enough of you, little bad boy." Looking at Fangmu's faceless appearance, Manny expressed helplessness. "Okay Mac, Sis is going to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Calm yourself down." Although an age has long been not a shy little girl, but Manny this more than 10 years have not been close to men. Suddenly by Fangmu such a tease, but also almost kissed, her heart is still very chaotic. On the pretext of going to the kitchen to wash the dishes, quickly walked away. It's still a little short after all. Seeing Manny leave, Fangmu was more or less regretful. After thinking about it, feeling that continuing to stay here in the atmosphere is more or less a bit awkward, simply leave for the time being, and wait until later to see how to completely advance the relationship with Yimani, so that her favorability can break through 80. Fangmu got down from the yoga mat, put on his shoes, and quickly walked to the kitchen door, saying to Yimani, who was draining the water and washing the dishes inside, "Sister Manny, I'll go back first then, and when you make something delicious later on, call me to come to your house for dinner." Hearing the voice, Yimani quickly turned back and looked at him. "Then, why don't you come back inside sister's house for dinner in the evening? I'll make delicious food for you." Fangmu's heart fluttered. "Good, then I'll come over at night." "Okay, I'll see you tonight then." "See you tonight." Fangmu smiled and waved his hand with Manyi before turning around and leaving in style. But in the heart, it's a little bit of anticipation. In this situation, Manyi even invited him to come over for dinner in the evening, feeling that there might be a chance to advance the relationship tonight. Maybe we can get the favorability level up to 80 by the end of the night. After going home and resting for a while, at 10:30, Fangmu drove his Pagani Windchild and set off for Fuxing Egg University to find Shin Yoyu, the treasure girl he had an appointment with last night. Although False Egg University was far away from where he lived, but fortunately he possessed superb car skills and drove the Pagani Windchild all the way, and eventually, at 11:40 or so, arrived at the entrance of False Egg University. Last night the two had agreed to meet at the east gate of the Easter Egg University at 12 o'clock sharp, and now that they had arrived 10 minutes early, they were still quite prompt. Finding an empty spot at the gate, Fangmu parked the Pagani Windchild, and at this time, it was the time for students to get off classes, and the entrance of the school was crowded with people, a group of students who were full of youthful vigor and vigor of the egg restoration, pouring out from the entrance of the school, going to the food street outside to eat and gather together. As a top institution in China, the students of Fudan University looked generally in pretty good shape, all of them looking spirited and full of vigor. There are a lot of beautiful women too. From time to time, a few tall, leggy, fair-skinned beauties could be seen in the crowd. One has to wonder where to say the quality of girls is high, but it has to be inside the university. Inside the Pagani, Fangmu sent a message to Shin Yoyu, asking where she was. Shin Yoyu quickly returned the message, saying that she had already descended the stairs from her dorm room and was on her way to the school entrance. Fangmu then waited up. "I was bored and took out my phone to brush up on videos. I had just swiped through 2 videos when suddenly there was a knock on the window." Turning his head, he realized that outside the car window, there stood a big, perfectly shaped, long, black beauty, half crouching and waving at him through the window. Fangmu instantly raised his eyebrows. The windows were then opened. "Hello brother, are you expecting someone?" Long black beauty with a sweet smile and big watery eyes that blink, was waiting for someone. Fangmu nodded his head while scrutinizing the sister in front of him. "Have to say, this is indeed a beauty. A head of long, silky black hair that fell to her waist, a small, fair face with delicate features and light, stylish makeup, looks kinda like some Hong Kong and Taiwan actress. The body is pretty good too. Skinny high-waisted washed jeans with a skinny white fashion short tee, just a campus innocent style dress. It is enough to the pair of long legs comparable to supermodels, as well as the curves of quite curvy show to the fullest. With this face value and this figure and this temperament, it is definitely considered a campus goddess, and I don't know how many lickspittles are around. Brother, can I add you a V-mail?" At that moment, the long black beauty blinked and said what she came for. Now Fangmu understood. Turns out it was to add his V-mail. "Earlier, I heard that driving a luxury car can go to the university entrance to pick up girls. Just need to put a bottle of water in the car. There will be a beautiful girl to come over of their own accord." I thought it was blowing awesome, but I didn't think I'd really come across it. But that's not even a release? I guess the Pagani Windjammer was so racy that some of my sisters couldn't hold it down once they saw it. Like this sister in front of me. Fine. Sweet me then. In the face of such a campus goddess level of beautiful girl taking the initiative to come up and add V-mail, Fangmu naturally would not refuse. Just open the QR code of V-mail and scan it for this long black beauty. When adding V, also directly open the goddess treasure. Began to check the sister's information. Name, Yo-Yo Chien. Age, 19. Overall charisma, 90, at the level of a goddess. Favorability, 30. Normal relationship. Number of persons, 0. Health, excellent. Fangmu was more or less surprised. This sister who took the initiative to come over and add his V-mail had actually reached the 90-point goddess level. The bottom line is, she hasn't even been in a relationship yet? Chapter 47, this sister is as enthusiastic as a licking dog. Originally, Fangmu thought that this long black beauty, since she could take the initiative to come over and knock on his car window to add his V-mail, must be a more active and open character. And a sister with such a personality and such good looks, then she must have been in love before. Maybe it's been spoiled by yellow hair long ago. As a result, I didn't expect her to be 0 in the number of people column. This really made Fangmu a bit surprised. Moreover, how is it that this sister just met him for the first time and her favorability is 30? That's a quick boost in favorability, isn't it? Shouldn't two people who don't know each other have a low initial favorability rating? Brother, I applied for a friend. Oh, just note Yao Yao. My name is Qian Yao Yao, the long black beauty, also known as Qian Yao Yao. Immediately smiled sweetly after scanning the code and introduced herself to Fong Mu. What's your name, brother? Fong Mu. Aha, it's been noted. Then brother, I'll leave you alone for now. Let's V-mail chat above. Qian Yao Yao waved her hand and walked away. Fong Mu found it quite interesting. Surprisingly, he was accosted by a goddess-level pretty sister. Stick to a point. That's when the V-mail received the message. Bubbly fish, brother, can I ask who you're waiting for? Is it your girlfriend? This fish that loves to spit bubbles is the long black beauty Qian Yao Yao who just added V-mail. Seeing that this sister had just left and started sending messages to herself, Fong Mu also smiled and chatted with her. Fong Mu, not a girlfriend. Qian Yao Yao, he. So do you have a girlfriend, brother? Fong Mu, not yet. Qian Yao Yao, wow, no way. Brother is so handsome and drives such a cool supercar. How can he not have a girlfriend? Ah, Fong Mu, I don't know about this. Or you can introduce me to one? Qian Yao Yao, yes. Which one do you like? I'm from the School of Arts at Fudan University, and we have a lot of beautiful women at the school. Tell me what kind of girls you like, and I'll introduce you to them. Fong Mu, I like your type. Money yo-yo, really? Shy emoticon. Fong Mu, of course it's fake. Qian Yao Yao, humph. Angry emoticon. Qian Yao Yao, brother, I don't have class this afternoon. Can you drive me for a ride after meeting your friends later? Fong Mu, I don't know if I have time. Qian Yao Yao, then brother, you take a little time out. Petulant expression pack. Fong Mu, we'll see. Qian Yao Yao, then I will wait for you, oh brother, if you have time. Send me a message. Must remember. Oh. Fong Mu, okay. Qian Yao Yao, I'll leave you alone then. I'm going to find my roommate and go to the food court to eat. Fong Mu, okay. Qian Yao Yao, goodbye brother, lovesick emoticon. Fong Mu didn't return. That's the end of the chat. Quite interesting. He couldn't help but smile. This black long straight beauty Qian Yao Yao. At least a beauty judged as 90 points goddess level by goddess Bao Jin, and also from Fuxing Egg University, was unexpectedly enthusiastic like a licking dog. That's funny. If it wasn't for the fact that she was about to meet the treasure girl Shen Youyu, she really wanted to take this sister out for a ride and see if something more interesting would happen. That's when the V-mail received another message. It was from Shen Youyu. She said she had arrived at the school gate. Fong Mu then raised his head and looked out the car window. Sure enough, not far away, he saw Shen Yufu. At the moment she was standing playfully in the shade of a large tree at the entrance to the school, looking down at her cell phone from time to time. Today, she is no longer dressed in an OL professional outfit when she was in Patek Philippe, wearing a simple sweater, loose pants, classic white shoes, and a ponytail, a classic student outfit. It's the kind of dress you usually wear inside the university, when you go to the library with a book, but good-looking people are good-looking anyway. Even in this plain outfit, she is still that treasure level of beauty. Seeing that the people had arrived, Fong Mu immediately started the Pagani and drove over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the Pagani restarted, the roaring sound of that V8 engine immediately attracted a large number of eyes. There were already quite a few people eyeing the cool supercar parked at the entrance of the school, and now when the engine roared, a sea of eyes instantly looked over. Whoa, what a handsome supercar. What brand of supercar is this? It's too handsome too. Yes, it's so handsome. It's estimated to be a multi-million level supercar. That kind of multi-million supercar followers can't be this handsome. I know this car. It's a Pagani Windjammer, and it's a limited edition. It seems to be the one that was displayed at the International Auto Show not long ago. How much do you guys guess the prices? How much? 86 million. Ha? Over 80 million? My god. Even if we can earn millions a year after graduation, we can't earn this much even if we work all our lives. It's outrageous. When someone recognized the limited edition Pagani Windjammer and stated the price, a large group of students around the room instantly let out a gasp. This turned out to be an $86 million supercar. The price is no one's fault. It is really outrageous. Not at all what the average person can imagine. And in the midst of a large swath of gazes, the cool and racy to the core Pagani Windjammer slowly came to a stop in front of a girl. All eyes, again, immediately looked at the girl. I'll go. That sister seems super good looking, eh? Definitely schoolgirl level. Yeah, although that sister is dressed quite plainly, but her looks are just too stunning. It feels much prettier than the milk tea sister in Brother Keiko's house who doesn't know the beauty of his wife. TSK. Sure enough, another rich kid who drives a luxury car to our school to pick up girls. MD, damn rich kid, picking up all the pretty girls in our school. Harm, can't be helped. Who makes people rich? Wasn't milk tea. The Tsinghua schoolgirl back then. Also picked up by Uncle Cheondong? If we can also afford to drive tens of millions of dollars of supercars, then we can also pick up the most superbly beautiful girls every day. Who made us not have it? We can only watch others pick up. A number of male college students at the entrance of the school let out a sigh. Whenever you see this kind of millionaire rich guy in a supercar come to their school to pick up girls, and the ones he picks up are super pretty sisters, it's depressing. That's the kind of depression that comes from having your own cabbage stolen by someone else. Under the shade of the tree, Shin Yo-yu had been looking down at her cell phone when she suddenly heard the booming sound of a wave of sound, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer to her, so she subconsciously raised her head. Then, he saw an extremely cool and racy silver-gray supercar parked in front of him. Inside the car, a familiar figure was smiling at her. Chapter 48 Eating Cafeteria in a Pagani. Get in the car. Fangmu smiled at Shin Yo-yu and pressed the button to open the door. The cool gull-wing doors of the Pagani Windjammer then unfolded in an extremely racy fashion. It's like a seagull spreading its wings. Shin Yo-yu blinked her eyes, nodded her head, said yes, and silently walked to the other side of the car and got into the passenger side. As soon as she was seated, the gull-wing doors of the Pagani Windjammer slowly closed again. Soon enough, the Pagani Windchild drove inside the school of the Easter Egg University. After entering the campus, Fangmu asked Shin Yo-yu, "Which way does your school cafeteria go? Help me point the way." "That way." Shin Yo-yu then began to point the way. On the way, Fangmu casually chatted, "Say, there's a big difference between the way you look now and when you were at Patek Philippe." "Yes?" Shin Yufu blinked. She is a very quiet personality and soft-spoken, making her protective. "Of course I did. Back then you were wearing professional clothes and felt quite mature. Now that you've switched to student dress, you feel like a different person all of a sudden." Fangmu smiled. "Oh, so," Shin Yufu nodded dully. "But it feels a little better now that you're like this." "Oh, thanks. Ha ha, you're welcome." Fangmu was the more he looked at her, the more he felt that this girl was very cute, making people want to carry her home and pamper her. At the same time, he also remembered the Goddess Treasure Guide, so he immediately used the Goddess Treasure Guide to check Shin Yo-yu's information. Name, Shin Yo-yu, age, 21. Overall charisma, 97, at the level of a goddess. Favorability, 6, normal relationship. Number of persons, 0. Health, excellent. No way. 97's a charm? Seeing the goddess Baojian's rating of Shin Yo-yu, Fangmu was shocked. This rating is way too high. Seems like a real no-brainer for a treasure girl. After all, when goddess Baojian evaluates the comprehensive charm, it will not only be based on the face value and body temperament and those external charms, but will also take into account the character IQ ability. For Shin Yo-yu to get such a high score, it must have been perfect in every aspect to be able to do so, or else the goddess treasure would not have given such a high score. And the number of people column is 0. It means she hasn't been in a serious relationship. This made Fangmu even more moved. Such a treasure girl must be teased as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the start is slow better than others, it would be a pity. However, the favorability seems a bit low. Only 6 points? I'm afraid it's not these 6 points, or these 6 points of goodwill because he bought a $4 million watch from her so that she could get some commission, right? In that case, I guess it's a bit hard to chase this treasure girl. But think about it. If it wasn't hard to chase, such a good-looking treasure of a girl would have been chased away by someone else, and wouldn't have had a serious relationship until now. That red building up ahead, that's the cafeteria. Under Shin Yo-yu's guidance, Fangmu quickly drove the car to the front of a cafeteria. Finding an empty space to park, the gull-wing doors of the Pagani unfolded and the two men stepped out of the car. At this time is just the noon mealtime. The cafeteria traffic is the peak of the time. The students on the road suddenly saw a so cool and windy supercar parked in front of the cafeteria. Cannot help but throw a burst of curiosity or envy of the eyes. When you see a big handsome with a schoolgirl level of beautiful girl from the car out, many male livestock heart is a whale. Hate to be immediately transformed into a rich handsome, driving a supercar with school beauty for a ride. In a burst of envious and jealous gazes, Fangmu led Shin Yo-yu into the cafeteria of Fuxing Egg University. Inside the cafeteria, there was a huge crowd, groups of students, fresh out of class and wailing with their plates, weave through the windows to line up for their food. The environment is noisy, but very lively. Since graduation, Fangmu hadn't entered the university cafeteria to eat, not to mention this sense of atmosphere. He really kinda missed it. Previously when I was in college, also every day and a few good friends as soon as the class to come to the cafeteria to grab food to eat. To come late to the good food can be someone else hit. You can only eat the leftovers. Youth, it's gone forever. Are we going to get plates and line up for food? Shin Yo-yu looked at Fangmu and asked. Of course, why else would I come to the cafeteria? Fangmu smiled. Would you, by any chance, mind eating in the cafeteria? Shin Yaoyu said with a bit of embarrassment. I haven't paid my salary yet, so I can only treat you to the cafeteria. Looking at the treasure girl in front of him like this, Fong Mu laughed. It's fine what's wrong with the cafeteria? I used to love eating in the cafeteria. Oh, it's good that you don't mind. Then I'll go get a plate and line up, and then just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll call you. Shin Yaoyu led Fong Mu to the place where he was about to take the dinner plate. Fong Mu, however, was one step ahead of her, taking 2 dinner plates at once and smiling. I'll do it. Let me experience the feeling of queuing up for food in the cafeteria. Shin Yuyu's favoritism +1. Oh, well then. Shin Yufu nodded. Seeing that the goodwill was finally added a point, Fong Mu smiled and hurriedly queued up to hit the dishes to go. After waiting for a while, it was his turn to start hitting the dishes. Looking at the ones inside the cafeteria window, he directly hit 4 of his favorites and filled up his entire dinner plate. There's fish and shrimp and chicken legs. Put it inside a student meal and it's properly considered a big meal. And if it weren't for the fact that the cafeteria trays could only hold 4 dishes, he would have had to hit 2 more that he wanted to eat. After all, the cafeteria's portions weren't that big. What do you want to eat? After calling himself, Fong Mu asked Shin Yaoyu, who was following him in line, to the side. I'll have a baby bok choy and a mapo tofu, Shin Yufu said as she looked at the window. And it's gone? Just these 2 will do. No, how can you get full in the middle of the day, when you don't eat meat? Let me choose for you. Fong Mu domineeringly started to beat the meal. Auntie, give me a cassoulet of prawns, a pot roast chicken with potatoes, and a small green vegetable. 3 neat dishes in a row, plus a vegetable, before he called it quits. After hitting the grocery store and going to ask for 2 more meals, I went to the pay window and got ready to pay. Now the cafeteria. In addition to the cafeteria card can be used to brush, but also can use Zifubo and V credit brush. Fong Mu pressure did not want to let Shin Yaoyu invited him, so he was prepared to come to pay by himself to swipe the card. As a result, when Shin Yaoyu saw that he wanted to pay, she quickly waved her hand and said, Don't pay, I promised that I'd treat you today. I'll do it. With that, she took out her own cafeteria card and swiped it ahead of her. Clanking sound. The card was swiped successfully and it showed a charge of $56. Shin Yaoyu instantly a little heartache. $56. Usually she eat by herself. Can eat 2 or 3 days it? Look, I said I'd come, but you had to grab it. And you're heartbroken that you're here, aren't you? Noticing Shin Yaoyu's heartbroken little expression, Fong Mu couldn't help but smile. It was supposed to be on me, Shin Yaoyu whispered. Fong Mu smiled and didn't say anything else, taking Shin Yaoyu to find an empty seat, sitting face to face and starting to eat. Not to mention, the cafeteria's cauldron food tastes just different from what you eat outside, and has a unique flavor. Not to say it's much better, but it's certainly not bad. It was instantly more delicious, especially since there was a schoolgirl sister with 97 overall charisma sitting across from her. During dinner, Fong Mu asked Shin Yaoyu, do you have time after dinner later? I'll drive you for a ride. How about it? Chapter 49, Plastic Sisters. A ride? Shin Yaoyu put down her chopsticks and immediately shook her head. It won't work. I'm going to the library to read a book after dinner later. Being rejected straight away really made Fong Mu feel a little hard. If other girls heard that they could go for a ride in a tens of millions of dollars of Pagani Windjammer, they would have gotten in the car. But when Shin Yaoyu heard it, she refused without a single hesitation. It means that this girl, she really isn't impressed by the banknote ability. Harm, to read. That's fine then. You read well then. People had already refused. Fong Mu naturally wouldn't go stalking like a straight man. That would only cause others to develop a revolting mentality. After that, he opened up to other topics, chatting in the process. Found Shin Young Fish, this girl is really a little difficult to tease, and she has to talk to always find a topic, because you do not take the initiative to find a topic, then she is a sentence will not say. After a meal, it was all about him asking and Shin Yaoyu answering. It's a day to talk, like an interview, but it was that, instead, that made him want to explore the inner world of this treasure girl even more, filled with a desire to explore. After eating, the two had just walked out of the cafeteria when Shin Yaoyu said she needed to go to the library to read a book. Why don't I drive you there? No need for that. The library isn't far from here. I'll just walk there myself. Give me a ride. It saves you from having to walk. Or not. Your car attracts attention too easily. I don't want to go to a library and be so flashy. Shin Yaoyu once again rejected Fong Mu's idea of wanting to give her a ride. Hearing her say this, Fong Mu also expressed his understanding. This girl looks like the kind of character who is a bit of a sociopath, who hates to be a little transparent on the outside and doesn't want to draw a bit of attention to herself. If she drove her to the library in a Pagani Windjammer, she would definitely feel uncomfortable when she caused a mob. I'm afraid I won't have the heart to read later. Well then, I won't see you off. but can you grant me one little favor? Fang Mu asked with a smile. What? Shen Yufu blinked. One day when you have time, let me treat you to a meal. As a courtesy for you treating me to dinner today, how about it? Fang Mu said with a smile. Ah, didn't I say that I invited you to dinner to thank you for billing me? This is no need for courtesy, right? Shen Yuyu's eyes were very dopey and cute. That's different. You thanked me, I have to return the favor. That's the way I am. If someone else has invited me to dinner, I'm sure I have to invite them back. But, no buts, no nays, it's a deal. Fang Mu interrupted domineeringly, staring into Shen Yuyu's eyes, giving a certain sense of oppression. Ah, that's, well okay then. Shen Yuyu was silent for a while, and finally agreed. Okay, then when you get off work one day, I'll pick you up from work where you work, and then we'll go out for some good food. Fang Mu smiled. This chick at least agreed. I'll go to the library first then. Drive yourself slowly. Good. Shen Yuyu waved her hand towards Fang Mu and quickly turned her head to walk away. Watching her innocent ponytail flutter away, Fang Mu couldn't help but smile. This little fishy, cute pinch indeed. It was so hard to come to a top domestic school like the Flying Egg University. Fang Mu didn't leave in a hurry, but drove his Pagani Windy and wandered around the campus. It's kind of a way to feel youthful. He was still very nostalgic about the college environment. It can be said that the university era is the majority of people. The last period of life is relatively happy and full of youthful vigor. Once out of the university into society, almost youth has been declared. The end of the back will face the life of the poisonous beatings. Before Fang Mu was not also like this. After leaving the university, really by the social poison beat very bad. Good thing the gears of fate turned straight up with Unicorn. Driving the Pagani Windjammer and slowly wandering around the campus of the Easter Egg University was really quite a good feeling. On the way, you can also see a few pretty college girls from time to time, which makes you feel that the world is a beautiful place. The other thing is that wherever the Pagani Windjammer goes, the students on the road, the first thing their eyes will look at, also makes it more or less cool. It's especially nice when a beautiful woman gives you the eye. And after strolling around Fuxing Egg University for a small half-circle, Fang Mu suddenly thought of someone. By the way, didn't that Xian Yaoyao try to get into my car before? Could have called her over. Well, at least she's a 90-point goddess, and she's never been in a relationship, so that's something to tease. Thinking of the pretty sister Qian Yaoyao who had come over to add her V-mail on her own initiative earlier, Fang Mu also couldn't help but smile. Immediately after that, he took out his cell phone and sent her a message. Do you have time? As soon as he sent this message, Qian Yaoyao replied almost immediately in seconds. Qian Yaoyao, yes, brother, I just finished eating with my girlfriends in the snack street ready to go back to school it. Brother, you are and your friends to see the end of it? Fang Mu, yes. Do you want to go out with me? Money Yo-Yo, yes brother, then you drive to pick me up okay? Fang Mu, okay, give me a location. Money Yo-Yo, okay it brother. Soon after, Qian Yaoyao sent a localization over, also posted a very cute you worked hard emoji. Fang Mu also laughed. It's still easy to tease this kind of sister. Didn't even have to put in the effort. It posted itself. It's not ruffled for nothing. Smiling, he then drove the Pagani Windjammer and followed the navigation to the place he had located. Snack Street entrance. It would be the midday mealtime and the crowd would be quite large. Students come and go, in and out of the snack bar. And at the entrance, there stood two pure and beautiful beauties. One is a long black skinny jeans beauty and the other is a hot super short skirt beauty. Both of them looked to be 18 or 19 years old. Just the most youthful and beautiful time. And that jeans beauty is Qian Yaoyao. The hot ultra-short skirt beauty beside her was her roommate, Zhang Yu. Should I say no? This Zhang Yu's looks were also quite okay, surprisingly not losing to Qian Yaoyao at all, regardless of the figure, temperament, face, and skin condition. Compared to Qian Yaoyao, a goddess-level beauty who was rated 90 by goddess Baojian, she was also not at all disadvantaged. It was estimated that, at the goddess treasures place, it could also reach the goddess level. If you don't say that there are many beautiful women who study art. In particular, the art department of the Fuxing Egg University was a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, and any one of them was a super pretty sister. Put it outside, proper goddess level. Yao Yao, which handsome guy is coming to pick you up? Look how happy you are. Looking at her best friend who couldn't stop smiling at the corners of her mouth, Zhang Yu was curious. In her impression, there is no lack of licking dogs around Qian Yaoyao. There are all kinds of rich uncle good-looking men or clean-cut little puppies. Haven't seen her in love either. Why was she so happy when she just suddenly said that someone was going to drive up and pick her up for a night out? You. Don't mind it. You go back to your dorm room by yourself first. I'll wait here by myself for my friend to pick me up. Qian Yaoyao didn't want to say more. She only wanted to hurry up and support Zhang Yu. No, I've got to watch your back and find out what stinking man has charmed you chicks like this. Zhang Yu, however, did not want to leave and was very curious about the man who was going to come and pick up Qian Yaoyao. I don't want you to gatekeep. Just go back to your dorm room yourself. No, I'm curious. I want to see what the man who's coming to get you looks like. Geez, hurry back. It's inconvenient. Why is it inconvenient? I say Yaoyao, you're not afraid that I'll steal your man, are you? Zhang Yu was not happy. What's wrong with meeting? Is it possible that she's afraid that she'll steal her man? Really? I'm a pretty girl with long legs and white skin. I don't know how many suitors I have, so why should I compete with you for a man? It's not that. You, can't you go back first by yourself? Qian Yaoyao was a bit helpless, but in reality, she was really afraid that Zhang Yu would rob the man she had her eye on. After all, Zhang Yu's figure and face value are not lost to her, and there is a handle of green tea, very good at hanging a man's appetite. If she will see a big handsome man in a Pagani Win Sun cannot walk how to do? This woman, you have to be on your guard. No, I'm not going back. I want to see what your man looks like. The more Qian Yaoyao tried to drive her away, the more curious Zhang Yu became, and she was dead set on not wanting to leave. Now, Qian Yaoyao was also completely out of options. Okay, you wait then. Qian Yaoyao could only compromise. She thought that when the big handsome guy who drove the Pagani Windy came over, she would quickly get on the car, and when the car drove away, Zhang Yu would not have the chance to steal a man from her. The two waited up at the snack bar intersection. After waiting almost 10 minutes, a roaring wave of sound came quickly from far away. Soon, a super cool and racy supercar stopped at an empty lot at the intersection of the snack street. The sound waves from the supercars are comparable to Manhattan speakers blasting in your ears and getting the adrenaline pumping. As soon as this sports car appeared, the crowd on this side of the snack street intersection immediately let out a gasp. Holy, what a cool supercar. Yeah, this sports car is so cool. Awesome. If I were allowed to drive such a handsome supercar, I'd be willing to become a billionaire and have 10 superb girlfriends. You kid, you don't want to suffer at all. When Zhang Yu saw this cool and racy supercar that has no friends, she was also the first to exclaim out, "Wow, Yaoyao, look at this supercar. It's so cool, it's so cool. It feels like it's at least a supercar worth tens of millions of dollars." Upon hearing this, Qian Yaoyao immediately smiled a bit proudly. That's not true. This is a limited edition Pagani Windchild worth more than $80 million. Ha? Worth over $80 million? My god, should we be so dramatic? What kind of super rich kid from what kind of family would have to be able to afford such an expensive car? Zhang Yu was instantly a bit stunned, but soon, she came back to her senses. Ha? Yaoyao, how do you know so well? You know this car? Qian Yaoyao's expression was more or less showy. That's for sure. This Pagani is here to pick me up. With that, she waved goodbye to Zhang Yu. Alright you, I'm leaving, go back to your dormitory by yourself. Under Zhang Yu's somewhat stunned gaze, Qian Yaoyao walked quickly towards that Pagani Windy with her supermodel-like long legs. And after Qian Yaoyao walked next to the Pagani's gull-wing doors unfolded in an extremely cool manner. Qian Yaoyao sat on the incomparably racy Pagani under the gaze of a crowd of envious eyes. Zhang Yu instantly understood. No wonder Qian Yaoyao acted so excited before and tried to detach her early. So it is. Humph. You're afraid I'll steal your man, aren't you? Then I'll rob you. Zhang Yu's head was hot and she directly rushed up with a pair of big white legs. The other side. Inside the Pagani Windjammer. After Qian Yaoyao got on the car, she immediately shouted sweetly, "Brother, we meet again." Fong Mu smiled. "Yeah, see you again." Qian Yaoyao had an expectant face. "Brother, where are we going to play?" Fong Mu thought for a moment. "I'll take you for a ride and find a place to play on the bun later." Qian Yaoyao immediately nodded obediently. "Okay, After a brief chat, Fong Mu was about to start the car, but at that moment, a pretty sister suddenly appeared outside the car window. "Wow, handsome, you're so handsome, can you add a V-mail?" The pretty sister outside the car window pulled out her own cell phone and looked at Fong Mu with an expectant face. Wanting to add V, Fong Mu subconsciously surveyed it. Well, not bad, another beauty, good figure, long legs, dress up fashionably, skin is white and smooth. Open the goddess treasure directly and start checking it out. Name, Zhang Yu. Age, 19. Overall charisma, 88. Favorability, 20. Number of persons, 1. Health, excellent. Seeing the column of comprehensive charisma, the system only gave a rating of 88. Fong Mu felt a bit unfair. Was he underestimating people? Obviously this sister has white skin and long legs. Absolutely goddess level. How come she only has a rating of 88? It doesn't feel any worse than the co-pilot Qian Yaoyao. If Qian Yaoyao can score 90, this sister should be able to as well, right? Just then, Unicorn suddenly appeared. "Host, please don't doubt this system's scoring standards. The reason why this girl only scored 88 points, lower than Qian Yaoyao, is because she's already been in love? and a girl who's been in love will have at least 2 or more points deducted from her score. Oh, so that's what it is. Seeing Brother Unity's explanation, Fong Mu understood. It turns out that a cabbage that's been piggybacked, even if it's pretty, gets a demerit. No wonder the sister was clearly not inferior to Qian Yaoyao on the co-pilot, yet she was 2 points lower. But, although it's only 88 points, not goddess level, and yet, it's a rare beauty. And, being only 19, a watery age, and only 1 in numbers is already pretty good. Who would refuse such a watery sister when she comes to the door of her own accord? Fong Mu smiled, directly took out his cell phone, and was about to add V. However, at this moment, a somewhat angry voice came from the co-pilot. Zhang Yu, you prodigal hoof, playing this with me in front of me? Fong Mu subconsciously turned his head to look and found Qian Yaoyao on the passenger side, looking out the car window with an angry face at the pretty sister who wanted to add her V-mail. Now he was a little surprised. What? They still know each other? That's kind of interesting. Chapter 50, Behind the Warmongers. Seeing Qian Yaoyao glaring at herself with a furious face, Zhang Yu laughed. Yaoyao, why are you scolding me? I just want to add a V letter to the handsome guy. We are good girlfriends. You won't be so petty, right? Now, Qian Yaoyao became even more angry. I'm petty? Do you want to be more green tea? I'm not a green tea. This handsome guy should not be your boyfriend, right? If he's not your boyfriend, what's wrong with me adding a V-mail? And we are all good girlfriends. If this handsome later into your boyfriend, that is also equivalent to my friends. More to add V letter A. Zhang Yu is very thick-skinned and has a set of crooked reasoning. Qian Yaoyao was exasperated and didn't know what to say. It's true. Fireproofing against girlfriends. Seeing the big handsome guy in a Pagani who's about to steal a man to his face. What? You guys know each other? At this time, Fong Mu asked. Recognize our brother. Yaoyao and I are roommates. The 2 of us are best girlfriends. Zhang Yu immediately replied with a smile. Humph, not anymore. Qian Yaoyao coldly snorted. Fong Mu felt really a bit drunk. It seems that nowadays post-05 girls, play is really flower. Good girlfriend's male companion said to Rob, but the one who was robbed was him, so there's no need to condemn that. Come and get it. Pretty girls come and get it. Who doesn't want to be in demand? Brother, quickly scan my V-mail, plus after I will not disturb you to go for a ride. Zhang Yu held up her own cell phone and coyly looked at Fong Mu. Okay, for such a beautiful sister who had almost reached the level of a goddess. Of course Fong Mu would not refuse. The 2 quickly added V-mail. Brother, I'll leave you alone then. Have fun. Yaoyao, don't be mad at me either. When you go back to your dorm room, I'll treat you to a big meal. Zhang Yu didn't pester him, and after adding the V-mail, he spoke to Fong Mu, and then playfully spoke to Qian Yaoyao, and then waved his hand and left. When she turned to walk away, her waist twisted and turned with a particularly large amplitude, and those who didn't know it would have thought she was walking on a catwalk. It looked like she was twisted like this on purpose so that she could show off her body in front of Fong Mu. It should be said not to say, this chick's body is really quite okay, very moving, a pair of long black silk legs, but also seductive power, so that people cannot help but look at a few more eyes. Brother, can you delete that prodigal hoof's V-mail? Obviously it's me who knew you first. When Zhang Yu left, Qian Yaoyao looked blearily at Fong Mu and said with a bit of aggression. Fong Mu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. This chick, she's not jealous, is she? Sure enough, female competition is a woman's nature. However, he's not a dog licker, and you can't do what the sister wants you to do. If you go along with her, you won't be a high-maintenance male. Also, with the presence of the female competition, your sister will be more uptight with you. There's no need to delete it. We're all friends since we're destined to meet. Fong Mu smiled calmly. Oh, well then. Qian Yaoyao looked like she was aggrieved and disappointed. Qian Yaoyao's favoritism +5. Seeing Qian Yaoyao's favorability towards himself directly soar 5 points, Fong Mu smiled. Sure enough, it's the high-flying male style that's going to get your sister more on board. If you are a lickspill and go along with everything, the girl will only subconsciously think that you don't deserve her, and instead she will head down. These days, warmongers line up behind dogs. Being a warmonger, you can't even stand in the doorway and listen to the sound. Buzz, buzz, buzz off. The Pagani's roaring waves of sound soon rang out so loudly that the entire snack bar felt their ears perk up. Almost all eyes looked over. On the co-pilot, Qian Yaoyao, from outside the car window, saw all the people in the snack street, looking towards the car, and her inner vanity was greatly satisfied. It made her feel happy as hell. That's how she wanted to feel. Qian Yaoyao's favoritism +10. Seeing the change in favorability, Fong Mu, who had just started the car, couldn't help but subconsciously glance towards the passenger side. Upon seeing the look of contentment on the pretty chick's face, she smiled as well. That's an interesting sister. just by letting her ride in his Pagani and experiencing what it was like to be surrounded by passers-by who were paying attention. Her favorability rating clanked upward. On this upward trend, I'm afraid we can't just take it today, right? Sheesh. Sure enough, in the face of the ability of money, the high-flying goddess in the eyes of others may be instantly transformed into a female-licking dog. Of course, it's also divided into people. Some women are materialistic and vain, but some aren't. Take for example the treasure girl Shin Yufu. Just now Fong Mu wanted to drive her to the library in a Pagani. She firmly refused. So people are obviously not the kind of people who love vanity. Everyone's pursuits, what they look for, are different and cannot be generalized. It's just that in this day and age, there will be more women who value material vanity. And, even more naked, not even pretending. Then again, most men aren't really any good either. Let's not talk about anyone. People are, in a sense, prisoners of their desires. Women are greedy for money and men are horny. It's just nature. Take Fong Mu for example. He won't claim to be any moral nobility. He doesn't want to be any moral nobility. He just wants to happily be a godly man, and incidentally be a scum. Yo, do you want to experience the feeling of drag racing? Fong Mu suddenly wanted to go drag racing for some excitement. Brother. I want to go racing in your car. Qian Yaoyao's eyes immediately became excited, like there were little stars twinkling. That's fine. Then I'll find a professional racing track and take you for a ride. This time, Fong Mu didn't want to race on the road. After all, there are other cars on the main road, so you can't speed up. Even if you purposely go to a suburban highway where there's not much traffic, there's no way to completely let go if you want to drag race. None of the superb car skills can be performed to their fullest. Today happens to be a car with a passionate and beautiful sister, but also the goddess level. Look at her like this. Should be very fond of exciting novelty things. Take her to the professional racetrack. Experience the ultimate speed and passion. Odds are, the favorability rating could go up quite a bit. After the ride, then take her to the mall. Give her some kind of gift to satisfy her vanity. Maybe we can take her directly to the hotel. If we could actually go straight to the hotel, not only would we accomplish a relationship breakthrough, but we'd have a bonus. Xian Yaoyao was judged as a goddess level by the system, and there was a hidden reward for raising the favorability to 80. I also wonder what the reward for successfully rating the goddess is. It's exciting to think about it. And after hearing Fong Mu say that he was going to take himself to a professional racing track to race cars, Xian Yaoyao became even more excited. Yes, brother, I'm looking forward to it. This brother called. I don't know how sweet it is. Okay, let's go then. Fong Mu smiled, and with a foot of gas pedal blasting down, the Pagani Wind Child dashed away in the eyes of a watching crowd in the snack street. Chapter 51, The Ultimate Drag Race. Half an hour later, Fong Mu drove his car to a professional racing track in Magic City that specialized in racing experiences. This racetrack is a higher-end racetrack. The charges are quite expensive. Go inside to race cars to rent the track. 25 minutes a rental. You can run 2 laps. The price is $500. That works out to be over $1,000 an hour. That's still pretty expensive when you should say no. However, this small amount of money was not even a hair to the current Fong Mu. He booked an hour directly online to get a good taste of the thrill of drag racing at a professional racetrack. With his superb car skills, he himself especially wanted to experience the ultimate thrill of drag racing. I didn't have a chance to show off my skills before, but today I brought my pretty sister to a professional racing track, so I must have a good time. Drove into the racetrack. Fong Mu waited in the car for 10 minutes before his scheduled time. Then it's officially time to hit the track. The track is several kilometers long, with big straight lines and all kinds of curves, so as long as you have good driving skills, you will be able to ride like a horse. Moreover, after the car is on the track, there are no other cars on the road, so you can ride to your heart's content without worrying about a car accident. Of course, if one's skills are not good and one dares to play drifting on the track without some strength, causing the car to go out of control and hit the wall, then that's one's own problem. But this would definitely not happen to Fong Mu, who was a man with super god car skills. As soon as he starts racing, he'll be the hottest guy in the world. Soon, under the guidance of the racetrack staff, Fong Mu drove the Pagani Windjammer and officially took to the track. Buzz, buzz, buzz off. The Pagani Windjammer kept roaring like a beast ready to go. Fong Mu turned his head to Qian Yaoyao on the passenger side and asked with a smile, Yao Yao, are you ready? Qian Yaoyao's face didn't have a trace of nervousness. It was all a look of excitement and anticipation. Ready, brother. Let's start racing. Don't be afraid if I go too fast. I won't, brother. I'm very bold. I like exciting things. Okay, then you sit down. Fong Mu smiled calmly. This was followed by a hard foot on the gas. Buzz off, buzz off, buzz off. Instantly, the Pagani Windjammer took off on a wild ride with an extremely exaggerated acceleration. That extreme acceleration delivers the ultimate pushback sensation. pushing the people in the car hard into the seats, and the adrenaline goes wild in a straight line, making for an unbelievable thrill. Qian Yaoyao's small face immediately turned a bit red and warm. Brother, the speed of this car is so fast. Fong Mu laughed. It's only just begun and you're screaming so loudly? You'll be scared less when I get really crazy. When the Pagani officially drove on the track, Fong Mu himself was completely let go. After having the super god car skills, he had been itching to have a crazy car race, but there was no way to completely ride it on the road. And now that he came to this kind of professional track, he could finally show off his super god car skills to his heart's content. Boom boom boom, 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 boom. Throttle to the floor, volume blasted to the loudest. My sister in the passenger seat screamed louder and louder. The numbers on the code dial, 2, were skyrocketing. 100 yards, 200 yards, 280 yards, 318 yards. In the blink of an eye, Fong Mu utilized a large straight line of the track and roared the car's speed directly to over 300 yards. Such a speed can be extremely exaggerated. It was impossible for an ordinary car to reach such a speed, even if it raced as fast as it could. But it's a Pagani, and it's the highest performance, limited edition modified Pagani worth more than $80 million. It has top-of-the-line performance. At top speed, it is possible to break 400 yards, and Fong Mu today wants to challenge the Pagani's top speed on this professional track. Brother, this car is too fast. Brother, I feel like flying in your car. Hi. When the speed of the car came to more than 300 yards, Qian Yaoyao on the passenger side, surprisingly not afraid at all, but excitedly shouted. Fong Mu was a bit surprised. The faster she drives, the bolder she gets, right? I don't know if she was really bold, or if she was so bold because this was supposed to be a drag race on a track and there were no other cars on the road, so she subconsciously felt safer. Fong Mu laughed. Took off, didn't it? It's exciting, isn't it? Then let's make it more exciting for you. Buzz off, buzz off, buzz off. The gas pedal continued to be pressed to the bottom. The number on the code dial, still in a straight line wildly. 330 yards, 368 yards, 396 yards, 401 yards. Finally, under Fong Mu's frantic acceleration, the Pagani Wind Child came to its top speed, directly breaking through 400 yards. That's a crazy number. Anyone in a car at that speed would feel the adrenaline spiking like crazy. At this point, a U-turn appears ahead. Fong Mu furiously hit the steering wheel and directly made an incomparably windy drift, sticking to the edge of the corner at the most extreme angle. The tires frantically rubbed the ground. Sparks were coming out. It's exciting. It's a damn good feeling to race a car as much as you want like this. Fong Mu himself was exhilarated. After having the super god car skill, this was the first time he let go of the speeding, the feeling that just took off. And at this time, Qian Yaoyao on the co-pilot also let herself go. That scream, really boss. Aha. Brother, you can drift. Wow. You're so handsome too. Brother, took off. It's a complete takeoff. Brother, I love this racing feeling so much. Qian Yaoyao held onto the seat tightly. Not only was she not scared at all, but she was full of excitement. At the same time, her favorability towards Fong Mu was also increasing. Qian Yaoyao's favoritism +5. Qian Yaoyao's favoritism +3. Qian Yaoyao's favoritism +10. The good feelings keep adding up, especially when Fong Mu's windy drift. Qian Yaoyao worshipped the whole thing, and her favorability clanked up. In the blink of an eye, her favorability towards Fong Mu rose to 79. Like the beautiful imperial sister, Mani Yi, there was just one last good feeling left to enter into a relationship. But this last favor, a big boost involving a relationship upgrade, requires a special opportunity to break through. Fong Mu didn't even care about Qian Yaoyao at this time. He's reveling in the thrill of a crazy car ride. This extreme speed and passion is more of a head-turner than a pretty sister. It's just high as a kite. Fong Mu was completely immersed in this super god vehicle skill, the realm of human vehicle unity. Keep drifting, 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 highs flying straight up. In the end, after racing for several laps and feeling that the car's tires were about to wear out, Fong Mu ended the racing with a sense of satisfaction. This kind of racing is very wasteful of tires. Even the best tires can't withstand this kind of racing. A few laps, the tires will be ruined. Of course, saying the tires are spent doesn't mean they can't be used anymore. It means they can't be put back on the track. You need new tires for the track, because when the tires flatten out after the ride, the grip is not good enough. And if you don't handle it well when drifting, the car will easily go out of control. How else would those F1 drivers race and have to go into the team for a new set of tires every once in a while? After finishing the drag race, Fong Mu drove his car and took the blushing Qian Yaoyao away from this professional track. It was only at this time that Fong Mu noticed that this chick Qian Yaoyao's favorability towards himself was already 79. All that remains is the final proverbial kick in the pants. He laughed. I didn't realize that taking this chick for a drag race would raise her favorability to such a high level. I'm afraid you can't just take it to the hotel already? I don't think she'll say no. Chapter 52, Simply Taking a Break. Bund. By the Huangpu River. Boom boom boom. An unbelievably cool and racy Pagani windjammer weaves in and out of traffic like a butterfly with unparalleled panache. All those cars on the road, they stayed away from it. Fear of being touched. If you get hit and it's still your responsibility, I'm afraid the insurance won't cover it. Inside the car, Qian Yaoyao blinked her big watery eyes, feeling very happy. She realized that sitting on top of the Pagani, the passerby's turnaround rate was super high, at least 80 to 90 or more. There are even times when passersby can have a 100% turnaround rate. It's such a happy feeling. It felt like I had become the center of the world, a shining heroine-like presence inside a movie. She really wanted to do this every day if she could. Likewise, Fong Mu felt beautiful, driving an $80 million supercar with a 90-point watery school girl sister, driving around the bustling Magic City Bund, enjoying a burst of envious glances from passersby. Can this not be beautiful? Soon, the Pagani windjammer arrived at the Ritz-Carlton on the Bund. It was the same 5-star hotel that Fong Mu and Li Bingyue, the high-cool iceberg beauty director, had come to last time. The reason why he had come over here, and the reason didn't need to be said, was that he wanted to test the waters and see if he could directly advance his relationship with Qian Yaoyao, the watery schoolgirl's sister. Drove the car, came to the hotel door card. The security guard saw the Pagani, immediately came out from the security booth, and hastily and enthusiastically led the car, parked in the parking area on an empty space. This service, it's pretty spot on. With the Pagani windjammer, everywhere you go, the security guy looks up. Ha, brother, why did you bring me to the hotel? Ah. At this time, seeing Fong Mu directly driving his car to a hotel, Qian Yaoyao, who was on the passenger side, had a somewhat unnatural expression. Although after the car ride just now, her goodwill towards Fong Mu has almost been pulled full, but after all, she is young and has not yet been in a serious relationship. Suddenly brought to the hotel by a man she just met, more or less will be a little overwhelmed. I'm a little tired from all the racing, so I thought I'd come to the hotel and rest a little. Don't you want to? Fong Mu had a calm smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he stared into Qian Yaoyao's eyes. Would that be too soon? Ah. Qian Yaoyao didn't dare to meet Fong Mu's eyes and shyly lowered her head. A small hand that had nowhere to rest was still unconsciously gripping the corner of his coat. What's too soon? I just simply want to take a break. I'll take you out again when I'm rested. Really? Brother, it's really just a simple break. And what else? Where are you going with that little head of yours? You don't think I'm going to try to do something to you, do you? Fong Mu makes a wicked move. No, brother, then let's take a rest first. Wait for a good rest before going out to play well. Qian Yaoyao stopped saying anything. Okay. Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh. Sis, my cat does backflips. Do you want to see? Watch it and watch it. Fong Mu brought Qian Yaoyao and quickly arrived at the hotel lobby. It was already the second time he came over, and he was considered to be familiar with it, so he directly opened a presidential suite at the front desk. Qian Yaoyao's little heart started to beat wildly. Presidential suite, 888 a night. What kind of luxury does a room this expensive have to be? After opening the presidential suite, it was the same as last time, and a personal butler was sent over from the hotel side. This time, though, it's not the same one as last time. It's a new one. This personal butler, still a beautiful woman, was dressed in black silk, exquisitely groomed, and had a warm, flirtatious smile on her face. Name, Nana Sun. Age, 26. Overall charisma, 85. Number, 38. Health, history of X disease infection, now considered healthy. When Fong Mu used the Goddess Treasure Guide to check it out, he immediately didn't have a single thought about this woman. Only 26 years old, and I've been through 38. This would be hard to review, though she was pretty, with a hot body, moving black silk, and eyes that would pull the wool over her eyes. The experience was so rich that one just wanted to stay away. Also, there's a history of X disease infections. It's better now, but ultimately diaphragmatic, isn't it? Under the guidance of the private butler's son Nana, Fong Mu and Qian Yaoyao rode the exclusive elevator of the presidential suite and quickly arrived at the top floor. The room Fong Mu opened this time, or the one from last time, was one of the highest-end ones inside the presidential suite of this hotel, equivalent to the Tianzi No. 1 room. Mr. Fong, welcome to your presidential suite. If you need anything back there, feel free to call me. My little lady is at your service 24 hours a day. Mr. Fong, the beautiful personal butler, son Nana, led the two into the house and politely exited the room after asking Fong Mu if he had no other needs. Soon, only Fong Mu and Qian Yaoyao remained inside the room. This presidential suite was Fong Mu's second visit, and he was already very calm, just like coming to his own home. Qian Yaoyao, on the other hand, couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise after observing the room for a while. Wow, brother, this room is too luxurious, isn't it? It feels like a palace. No wonder it costs 58,888 a night. Where had Qian Yaoyao ever stayed in such a luxurious room? She was directly shocked by the luxurious and noble atmosphere, full of the smell of money. Walking inside a room like this and a palace, she felt as if she had also transformed into a princess. It's such a wonderful feeling. Like it? Then you can stay here tonight. Fong Mu smiled. Qian Yaoyao instantly had a small red face. Ah, brother, would this be a little bit not so good? What's wrong with it? I think it's fine. Fong Mu smiled. But I still have to go back to my dormitory to live in the evening. Counselor will check the dormitory to count the number of people. Qian Yaoyao shyly lowered her head. Fong Mu just smiled and didn't say anything more. At this point, not much needs to be said. When a girl is willing to go into the hotel alone with you, basically equivalent to the default can happen something. This time, just need to find an opportunity to directly advance the relationship on the line. Do not have to say anything nonsense. A sister will naturally want to stay as long as it advances the relationship. If you can't, it's all for nothing. Looking at Qian Yaoyao's shy look, Fong Mu stepped forward and directly pulled up her small watery hand. Yo, let's go sit on the couch. Saying that, he pulled Qian Yaoyao's small hand and walked to the room next to the big expensive leather sofa that was worth at least more than $100,000. Fong Mu was the first to sit down, then pulled Qian Yaoyao's hand. Come, Yaoyao, sit on my lap. Qian Yaoyao blushed, but without the slightest intention to refuse. She let Fong Mu pull her hand and sat down. Chapter 53, Buy You a Bag. On the leather couch, Fong Mu gently hugged Qian Yaoyao with both hands and smiled. Yaoyao, tell me, today at the entrance of your Fuxing Egg University, how did you suddenly come up to ask to add my V letter? Qian Yaoyao's little face was flushed, and when she heard Fong Mu's words, she said, I just saw my brother's Pagani was very handsome, and then I looked towards the inside of the car, and saw that my brother was also very handsome, and it was very eye-catching, and then I summoned up the courage to go up and add my brother to your V letter. Fong Mu smiled. So that's how it is. So do you think the Pagani is more handsome or me? Qian Yaoyao smiled sweetly. Of course, brother is more handsome. And do you like it? Well, like then you kiss me. Brother, I haven't been in love yet. You want to take away my first kiss? Qian Yaoyao said shyly. Seriously, if Fong Mu didn't know that this sister really hadn't had a serious talk, he would have thought that she was pretending. But the good thing is that with the goddess treasure, you can know the route, so you don't have to guess on your own. Think so? Will you give me your first kiss? Fong Mu hugged Qian Yaoyao and smiled calmly. Qian Yaoyao shyly lowered her head and twisted for a moment, but soon, still raised her head and looked at Fong Mu's eyes and said, Brother, I can kiss you, but we can only purely kiss. Can't do anything else. Okay. What about? Qian Yaoyao gave Fong Mu a fragrant kiss. Only, it was a kiss on the face. Fong Mu surely will not be satisfied with this. Yao. Kissing face in foreign countries people can only be considered a meeting ceremony. Are not considered pro. Qian Yaoyao shyly said. Then I'll kiss brother again. Censored. Can't help it. After chatting for a few sentences, Qian Yaoyao suddenly gently pushed away Fong Mu's encircling embrace and walked away with a flushed face. Brother, I'm going to go to the restroom. Take a rest by yourself. My sister fled and ran inside the restroom. Fong Mu was a bit helpless. He'd sort of realized that there was no way to really advance a relationship without the goodwill reaching 80 lovers. The previous Yi Mani was like this, and the current Qian Yaoyao was likewise like this. This shows that at a favorability level of only 79, the other person is not completely ready in their mind to enter into a further relationship. At this point, there's no way to water down a relationship breakthrough. Gee, looks like we still have to break through that last point of goodwill. Fong Mu shrugged, but he was in no hurry. Things like flirting are meant to be gradual. It's no fun if you're in too much of a hurry. Qian Yaoyao hid in the restroom for 10 minutes before slowly returning. Brother, I just walked away suddenly. You won't be mad at me, will you? Qian Yaoyao sat next to Fong Mu on the sofa, her eyes blinking as she looked at Fong Mu. A look of fear that Fong Mu would get angry. Fong Mu suddenly felt that this girl was quite cute and smiled. No, why am I angry with you? I was afraid you'd be mad at me. What do you take me for? How can I be mad at you for that? Well then, it's good that you're not angry. Brother, let's take a little break and go out to play, okay? I want to go outside and hang out with brother. Okay, just a little more rest and then we'll go out. You're the best, brother. Qian Yaoyao revealed a sweet smile. She realized that Fong Mu was kinda nice and wouldn't force her to do something. There are 2 massage chairs over there on the balcony. I sat in them last time I came to stay. They were quite comfortable. Let's go over there and get a massage. Yeah, brother. Fong Mu then got up and brought Qian Yao Yao to this side of the balcony. One sat in a massage chair. The last time I came over here to live, this massage chair is really to Fong Mu left a deeper impression. Also do not know how much money a massage effect is very powerful. Lay down inside. Automatic massage at 20 minutes. Comfortable. The whole body was massaged very well. It was assumed that this thing wasn't cheap, at least tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, or the massage effect wouldn't be so powerful. Sitting on the massage chair, Fong Mu suddenly thought. Later, you can ask your personal butler to find out what brand these 2 massage chairs are and where you can buy them. And then you can buy one and send it back to your hometown, so that you can give your dad and mom some comfort as well. And he made a note of it. Wow, brother, this massage chair massage is very comfortable. Oh, I used to go to the airport or high-speed rail station every time. We'll sit in a massage chair to rest a little, but feel that those massage chairs and this massage chair cannot be compared to this massage chair. This massage is too comfortable. When the massage chair started up, Qian Yao Yao quickly let out a gasp of surprise. Obviously, also comfortable by the massage chair. Fong Mu laughed. Looks like he's not the only one who finds this massage chair comfortable. That's all the more reason to get one for mom and dad. Really, Yao Yao? You think this massage chair is very comfortable? Then I'll buy you one of the same model. How about it? Fong Mu smiled. He wanted to see if he could break through Qian Yao Yao's favorability by sending gifts. Ha? Send me a massage chair of the same model? Brother, that won't be necessary. I feel that this massage chair should be quite expensive. How can I accept such an expensive gift from you? Qian Yao Yao hastily shook her head and refused. It's fine. How much more expensive can it be? It's nothing to me. Or not, brother. I'm staying in my dorm room and the massage chair won't fit. That's true. So why don't I get you one of the other gifts? Is there one in particular you want? Hearing Fong Mu say that he was going to give the gift he wanted, Qian Yao Yao's big watery eyes blinked. After thinking about it for a while, she suddenly whispered a bit. Brother, then can you give me an LV bag? A lot of the girls in my class have LV or Gucci bags, and I'm quite envious every time I see them. I just think, if only I had one too, but I don't have the money to buy. Brother, will you give me one? When Fong Mu heard this, he raised his eyebrows. There's a show. Generally speaking, in this case, the sister takes the initiative to ask you for the gift she wants. That means that as long as you fulfill her wish, she will do a good job of building up her psyche and also fulfill your wish in turn. It's done. Looks like the last bit of goodwill breakthrough was over this LV bag. If it really worked out, when the time came, not only would he be able to smoothly break through the relationship with a 90-point goddess-level sister like Qian Yao Yao, but he would also be able to obtain hidden rewards. It's definitely a big profit for him. An LV bag? What's that? It's okay, Yo-Yo. Then when we're done with the massage, I'll take you to the mall to buy your favorite LV's bag. Fong Mu smiled. Really, brother? Qian Yao Yao's voice was clearly filled with surprise. Chapter 54. This Louis Vuitton bag is a great buy. Looking at the suppressed expression of surprise on Qian Yao Yao's face, Fong Mu smiled. Of course it's true. It's just a LV bag. As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. Ooh, brother, you're too good. Qian Yao Yao was so happy that she didn't even press the massage, directly turned off her own massage chair, jumped into the arms of Fong Mu who was on the other massage chair, and hugged Fong Mu warmly. Fong Mu also obediently held her in his arms. Still, when he wanted to do something, Qian Yao Yao shyly stopped him. Brother, don't be in a hurry. Didn't you say we'd go out to play after the massage? Qian Yao Yao shyly broke free from Fong Mu's arms and said with a red face. Okay, then let's go now. Fong Mu was also too lazy to massage anymore, wanting to break through Qian Yao Yao's favorability as soon as possible. Okay, brother, let's go then. Qian Yao Yao smiled sweetly. Half an hour later, Fong Mu took Qian Yao Yao out of the hotel and drove the Pagani Winsong to the inside of a high-end shopping mall in Lujiazui. This high-end shopping mall, which is located in the busiest part of the Bund, is considered one of the top 3 high-end shopping malls in Magic City. It's got all the luxuries in it. Parking his car in the underground parking lot, Fong Mu took Qian Yao Yao to the 5th floor of the mall by elevator. This is the floor that specializes in luxury goods. As soon as you get out of the elevator, you are greeted by a Gucci boutique. But Qian Yao Yao's goal today was very clear. She just wanted a LV bag. The two of them didn't wander around blindly and went straight to the LV boutique. After walking for a while, a grandly decorated boutique with an oversized LV logo came into view. Ni, we've found the LV boutique. As soon as she saw the LV store, Qian Yao Yao immediately got excited. Well, come on, let's go inside. Fong Mu smiled. Qian Yao Yao then took his arm and happily walked into the LV boutique. Welcome to LV. The two had just entered the store, and a female sales clerk, immediately greeted them. "Sir, ma'am, may I ask if you need to see our family bag?" Warm service from the female sales clerk. "Aha, I'd like to buy a bag. Could you please make a recommendation for me?" Qian Yaoyao nodded. As soon as the female clerk took a look at Qian Yaoyao happily walking into the store on Fangmu's arm, she knew that this was a drama of a pretty girl bringing her tycoon boyfriend over to buy a bag. This kind of customer is their favorite type of luxury store sales. The billing rate is high. "Okay, beautiful. I'll start by introducing you to a few of our classic LV bags." The female clerk hurriedly and enthusiastically led Qian Yaoyao to the counter and began to select a bag. Inside the brightly lit counter, there was a beautiful bag with the iconic LV logo on it that smelled like money. LV bag, never just a simple bag, but a symbol of luxury. Is the world's women want to have the face? Basically, no woman can resist the charm of a designer bag, especially the LV bags. Isn't there a saying that the cure is in the bag? Women by nature love to compare. Most of the vanity is very heavy. For such luxury bags have little resistance at all. How many pretty girls have sacrificed themselves to rich men for a bag? And how many women buy fake packages to force them to save face? The bag is something that seems to be an indispensable item for women. It's made countless women swoon. LV's bag, moreover, is the queen of bags, which girls would dream of owning. Beauty. This Daphne is a very classic bag of our LV. Its design. The female sales clerk quickly introduced Qian Yaoyao. Introduced the most classic and best-looking bags inside the counter to her one by one. Qian Yaoyao, on the other hand, was picking her eyes. "I feel like every bag is super nice. Every bag she wants to hang on to." She's an art student, and an art student who got into the Easter Egg University. Most of the girls in the art school of the Easter Egg University are beautiful, and all of them are especially beautiful and love to dress up. One by one, the flowers are in full bloom, competing for color. Each and every one of them uses the latest model of fruit cell phone, wears the best clothes and shoes, uses the most extravagant brand name perfume and cosmetics, and carries the most expensive big brand name bag. Everyone was glowing as if everyone was a rich girl. The facts are pretty much the same. The art department of the Easter Egg University. Many of them are the local natives of the Magic City. One by one, their families are tens of millions of dollars or even more than $100 million in assets, and their homes are rented out for a great deal of money. And what about Qian Yaoyao? She's just a girl from a third-tier city in the West. Although in their hometown, her family was in a good condition. Both parents were in the system. The family had a car and a house, and lived a decent life. But this condition of hers, in the old home was okay. In the Magic City that is not enough. Especially when compared to the female classmates in the art department of the Egg Restoration University whose families were very rich. A condition like hers was not much different from that of the countryside. A random suite in someone else's house was much more than all of her family's assets combined. Her parents give her $3,500 per month for living expenses. Such a level of living expenses is considered good compared to the average student. But compared to those female students in the art department whose families are very rich, it is simply not even a fraction of others. Those who are very rich female classmates, living a life that makes her incredibly envious, not moving to travel abroad, not moving to go skiing to dive, but also often buy a variety of brand name bags, wear the biggest brand name clothes, living in such an environment day by day. Qian Yaoyao's heart was not only envious, but more ashamed of herself. Slowly, her state of mind changed. Just think, with her young looks and perfect body, if she can find a rich boyfriend, then she can live such an enviable life too. However, she also has her own pride and bottom line in her heart. Even if she wants to find a man to pop gold coins, so that she can live the luxury life she wants, then she can't just find a greasy old man. That's too disgusting for her. She can't do it. What she wants is a boyfriend who is tall, handsome and has thieving money. It's a great way to get her to pop for gold, but it also creates a physiological liking and admiration. In this way, she could also willingly offer her most precious thing. And today, out of the school door to go to the snack street, accidentally saw an incomparably cool Pagani supercar, and supercar sitting inside, or a young and dashing big handsome. Qian Yaoyao immediately moved, so he plucked up his courage and went up to talk to them. And that brings us to the backstory. Now she can finally pick out the luxury bag she's been longing for and has always wanted. She can't wait. She wants to buy a good-looking LV bag, and carry it to the classroom tomorrow when she goes to school, so that those female classmates at school also envy her. Thinking that you will soon be able to own one of the luxurious and noble LV bags inside the counter, Qian Yaoyao's heart is full of happiness. Beauty. These are the most classic styles of our LV. I wonder if there is anything you like. After introducing a whole row of bags on the counter, the LV shopgirl asked Qian Yaoyao, "I like them all. I just want to pick some more." Qian Yaoyao enjoyed this feeling at the moment and didn't want to make a choice so quickly. "Okay, then I'll introduce you to a few more." The shopgirl then went on to be very professional. taking Qian Yaoyao to the other side of the counter and started to introduce other styles of LV bags. It was a process that lasted quite a while, less than half an hour. Fang Mu at first followed Qian Yaoyao to see, later found that she picked endless. Simply sit on the sofa to rest, more or less feel a little helpless. Said that cannot shop with women. Women pick up, that is endless. It's not like us, we just buy what we see. We don't have to care so much. After a round of introductions, eventually, Qian Yaoyao had her choice. Brother, my favorite is this bag. And this bag, which one of them do you think suits me better? Qian Yaoyao held an LV bag in one hand and bounced to Fang Mu. Fang Mu would be sitting on the small sofa in the store playing with his cell phone, seeing Qian Yaoyao with a happy face taking 2 bags for her opinion. He smiled. I think they are both quite suitable for you. Yaoyao, you look good with any bag. Yeah, but I'm torn Brother, why don't you help me choose one? Do you like both bags? Yeah, they all look great. No need to choose then. Buy both. Fang Mu smiled calmly. When these words came out, Qian Yaoyao blinked in surprise. You bought both? Brother, is it really okay? Will it be too much of a waste? Fang Mu laughed. What's the point of wasting it? The 2 bags are different styles. You can just switch them around. Woo, brother, you're too good to me. Thank you, brother. Qian Yaoyao was so happy that she directly jumped into Fang Mu's arms and directly kissed him in front of the female sales clerk. And that's when the unicorn showed up. Qian Yaoyao's favoritism +5. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through 80 favorability with the goddess and obtaining a hidden reward. Goddess consumption cashback card. That worked? Fang Mu instantly laughed. It's true. The package is a cure for everything. 2 LV bags sent out. Qian Yaoyao, this little beauty to his favorability, surprisingly directly rose 5 points. Smoothly broke through the 80 mark. In other words, Qian Yaoyao had completely accepted him in her heart now, and as long as he wanted to, he could establish a real lover relationship with this goddess-level water spirit sister anytime he wanted to. This, in turn, was the first time after obtaining his goddess treasure that he had managed to reach 80 favorability with a girl at the goddess level. Brother Tuzi, what is the goddess spending cashback card? Fang Mu was also very curious about this hidden reward after rating the goddess and immediately asked the system. Brother Unity quickly gave a detailed explanation. Goddess spending cashback card, as the name suggests, is to spend money for the goddess and then get cashback. Host, the amount of this goddess spending cashback card is $3 million. After using it, you can spend it on any female goddess, and when the $3 million is spent, you will receive a cashback. The multiplier of the storm cashback is related to the host's effect of using this 3 million credits. If the 3 million is spent and the goddess's favorability towards you increases dramatically, the multiplier of the cashback will be very high. On the contrary, it will be very low. Spending cashback card is valid for 7 days. Please withdraw the cashback card's $3 million within 7 days and spend it all on a goddess level girl, so as to obtain the qualification of Blitz cashback. Fang Mu got it now. So that's what it is. The so-called goddess spending cashback card is, quite frankly, a way to get a blast of cashback on your spending for the goddess. The better the spending produces, the more favorability the goddess boosts, the higher the multiplier of the Blitz cashback will be. In this way, all that was needed was to find a sister who could dramatically increase her favorability by spending money and had reached the goddess level, and spend the entire 3 million amount of the cashback card on her to get a mega multiple blast of cashback. This was definitely a good opportunity for Fang Mu to make money. With a $3 million credit to spend, he could make tens of millions straight away if he had a 10-fold 8-fold blast. If you can have dozens of times the storm, it's not impossible to make a heck of $1 billion. Yes, that's a pretty good hidden reward. Fang Mu couldn't help but laugh. It's always a pleasure to have money to earn. Soon, he thought, why don't we use this goddess spending cashback card on Qian Yaoyao? But on second thought, Qian Yaoyao's favorability towards him is already 84. $3 million spent won't improve much and Qian Yaoyao didn't seem like the kind of downright gold-digging woman. Otherwise, it's unlikely that you've ever been in a serious relationship until now. It shows that she still has some bottom line in her heart and knows what she wants. It seems there's a new sister to be found, preferably one of those gold-digging girls who are still utterly and desperately short of money, the kind who clunks up her favorability rating whenever she spends money. This is the only way to maximize the strike rate of this goddess cashback card. Soon, in Qian Yaoyao's eyes filled with happiness, Fang Mu swept the code to pay on the spot and bought the 2 LV bags. These 2 bags cost 58,600 for one and 62,800 for the other, adding up to over $120,000. Expensive indeed. But this money spent, Fang Mu was not at all distressed. After all, the 2 bags given away had allowed him to successfully raid the goddess and gain a hidden reward. And, in addition to the rewards given by Unicorn, next, he should still be able to become a real lover with Qian Yaoyao. This is a 90-point goddess level 19-year-old schoolgirl from the art school of Fuxing University. Even without the hidden rewards, this pack giveaway isn't a bad deal at all. Brother, you're too good. I love you. After walking out of the LV store with the 2 newly bought LV bags, Xian Yaoyao couldn't suppress the joy in her heart and hugged Feng Mu's neck as she walked on the road, pouncing on him and mua ing a bite. Feng Mu's heart moved, put his arm around Xian Yaoyao and said with a smile, Yao Yao, I'm a bit tired from shopping just now. Let's go back to the hotel and take a rest, right? Xian Yaoyao nodded shyly. Aha, brother, let's go back to the hotel then. Feng Mu laughed. Chapter 55, Will you look down on me? Almost half an hour or so later, Feng Mu and Xian Yaoyao returned inside the presidential suite. Xian Yaoyao is still basking in the happiness of owning 2 of her favorite LV bags, and walks with a little bounce in her step, not knowing how cheerful she is. In the presidential suite, there is a big floor mirror. As soon as he entered the room, Xian Yaoyao couldn't wait to carry her own LV bag, came to the front of the floor mirror and started to look around. Any way you look at it, it's very satisfying. She happily asked Feng Mu, Brother, do you think it's okay for me to carry these 2 bags? I think they look super nice. Feng Mu came to her back and gently hugged her from behind. It looks good. It just feels like it's still almost something. What's the difference? There's almost a better looking dress to go with these 2 bags. Are you saying what I'm wearing doesn't look good, brother? No. I mean, I just got back in a bit of a hurry and I forgot to get you 2 more nice new outfits. Brother, you still want to buy me new clothes? Ah? Brother, you're too good to me. Then if I'm so good to you, Yao Yao, shouldn't you give me something in return? Feng Mu's expression became playful. Nightfall. The bustling Bund begins to put on a dazzling light show. Inside the presidential suite, Feng Mu was comfortably lying on the massage chair by the window, enjoying the ultimate massage enjoyment brought by the top quality massage chair. Looking out the window at the bustling Bund, Feng Mu was in a good mood. Life now is too good. A few days ago, he was a miserable wage earner, squeezing the subway to go to work every day, living a boring and miserable life. But now everything was different. Life becomes colorful. I don't have to do anything every day. I can just wave around and have fun however I want. It's really soothing. Right at this moment, Xian Yaoyao finished her shower and walked out from the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. Yo, are you hungry? Feng Mu suddenly felt a little hungry. A little hungry indeed. Being asked like this, Xian Yaoyao also felt hungry. The stomach is deflated. So, do you want to go out to eat? Or should I have the hotel deliver? Feng Mu remembered that the presidential suite should have a free meal service. What you want to eat directly with the private butler. The private butler will order the back kitchen to make it good and send it over. Brother Mu, why don't we take a break and go out to eat later? Find a more romantic restaurant. I want to have a candlelight dinner with you. Xian Yaoyao smiled sweetly. Yes, then how about we go to the revolving restaurant above the Oriental Pearl later? Eating in a revolving restaurant that's hundreds of meters away is romantic enough. Wow, the Pearl of the Orient's revolving restaurant? I've seen it on Little Sweet Potato before. I've always wanted to go but I haven't had the chance to go. So let's go there later. Okay, let's eat there then. Feng Mu previously and other girls have been to the Pearl Oriental, that rotating restaurant, where the taste of the food is average, mainly because the environment is not bad. In hundreds of meters of altitude, the restaurant is still rotating. The feeling is quite good, and it's not expensive. Even if you order some of the more expensive dishes, it's only $1,000 or $800 per person. At this point, Feng Mu suddenly thought of something. Right, didn't I make a date with Manny Yi to have dinner at her house tonight? It's over. He hastily took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was discovered that Manny Yi had indeed sent him several messages. Manny Yi, Xiao Mu. Sis went to the supermarket to buy food. Oh, when are you coming to Sis's house? Manny Yi, Xiao Mu. Didn't you see the message? I've already bought the groceries and I'm ready to go home to cook. Manny Ya, Xiao Mu. Sis is home. Ready to start cooking. Are you busy? Several messages were followed by 2 unanswered voice calls made by Manny Yi. After that, it was the last message. Manny Yi, well, it looks like you're busy. Mac, and you've forgotten about Sis. I won't cook tonight. Then, Mac, you're busy. After reading Yi Manny's message, Feng Mu sweated a bit. Today, he had been with Qian Yaoyao since the afternoon, and when he got a little too high in the back, he forgot about his agreement to have dinner with Manny Yi. Genuinely a bit scummy, but I don't think Manny-san would mind, right? What are you looking at, brother, so intently? Qian Yaoyao's voice suddenly rang out. Feng Mu put down his cell phone. Nothing. There was a friend who asked to have dinner together in the evening before. I forgot. Xian Yaoyao immediately blinked. Is it a male or female friend? Feng Mu instantly laughed. What? You want to be a housekeeper? Xian Yaoyao quickly shook her head. Only know it. How dare I care about my brother? Ah, the attitude. It was quite humble. Feng Mu smiled and said nothing more. For a moment, the room fell silent. After a while, Qian Yaoyao suddenly whispered, "Brother, I want to ask you a question. Can I?" "Oh, what's the problem? That is, brother, will you despise me in your heart? How could I? How could I look down on you when I could love you more?" Feng Mu smiled. But we've only known each other for the first day, and I came to the hotel with you. Brother, you should think I'm a very casual person, right?" Qian Yaoyao's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and her tone still had some self-deprecation, making people inexplicably feel a hint of heartache when they heard it. Chapter 56, I'm not a random girl. Listening to Qian Yaoyao's words, Feng Mu smiled. "Yao Yao, why would you think like that? What era is it now? If you meet someone your heart is set on, you'll be together. What's so casual about it? You say so?" Qian Yaoyao was silent for a moment, then opened her mouth again. "But brother, we just met today, eh? Just met less than a day. I received your more than 100,000 LV bags, and you together. In your heart you really won't feel that I am a very casual, very cheap girl?" Feng Mu turned off the massage chair, stood up, and said to her, "Yao Yao, come here. Let's sit on the sofa and chat." Qian Yaoyao nodded her head obediently, got up from the massage chair and followed Feng Mu to the sofa and sat down. Feng Mu took Qian Yaoyao into his arms and stroked her little head. "Yao Yao, are you afraid that I will belittle you?" Qian Yaoyao nodded. "Aha, brother, would you?" Feng Mu smiled. "Of course not." Qian Yaoyao still didn't believe it. "Brother, you must have said that on purpose. In fact, in your heart, you have long felt that I'm not a good girl, right?" Feng Mu could sort of see that this little ninny's mood was more or less off. "Yao Yao, do you have a lot of burdens in your heart? Would be self-loathing and self-attacking? Thinking that you're not a good girl anymore?" This sentence made Qian Yaoyao completely break her defense. "Ooh, yes brother, I don't feel like a good girl anymore. Brother, you know, my mother is a middle school teacher. Character is very traditional. She grew up to teach me to self-respect and self-love. Cannot casually fall in love, and even more cannot casually in boys. But I've only known you brother for the first day, and I'm with you brother. This makes me feel, I'm so random." Qian Yaoyao raised her head, her eyes a little red as she looked at Feng Mu. "Brother, do you want to hear about some of the changes that have taken place within me since I came to Magic City to attend university?" Feng Mu nodded. "Of course, Yao Yao, you speak. I'll be quiet as your listener. You're so nice, brother." Qian Yaoyao gratefully kissed Feng Mu, and then earnestly began to tell some of her inner journey. "You know, brother, I used to be a very superior girl back home. My dad is a local public official with a certain amount of power, and is considered a dignified figure in our old county, and my mom, an English teacher at a major high school, is also very well respected. As their only child, I grew up with a lot of pampering, and growing up, because my family's conditions were somewhat privileged in a small county, made me always feel like a pampered little princess. Later when I slowly grew up, my appearance and body, but also gave me a great sense of superiority. In the small county inside the middle school, it is no exaggeration to say that I am the school flower level beauty. Almost all the boys see me, will secretly look at me a few more eyes. When I was in school, I don't know how many boys confessed their love for me, and I don't even know how many had crushes on me. The superiority of my family conditions, plus the superiority of my face and body, has always filled my heart with a sense of superiority, and I have always felt that I should be the center of attention of the crowd, the existence that all girls envy and all boys like. However, when I came to the Magic City and went to school at the School of Arts of Fuxing University, that little bit of superiority inside my heart soon vanished. It even says that not only did I quickly lose my sense of superiority, but I slowly began to feel inferior, because I realized that all those classmates of mine, one by one, are super rich. They not only can often travel abroad, but also can change all kinds of good-looking clothes and shoes every day without repeating, and those clothes and shoes are expensive at a glance, which is not at all affordable to my consumption level. They use high-class cosmetics and perfumes I've never seen before, use the best cell phones and computers, and always carry some very expensive jewelry, and the bags they carry are tens of thousands or even over 100,000 and they're all so good at dressing up, even though I don't think my face value loses to anyone, but compared to dressing up, there's not much difference between me and someone else and a country girl who's just entered the city. People's superior makeup skills, stylish outfits, and that air of confidence that radiates from the inside out make me ashamed of myself from time to time. When I was in my hometown, I felt superior and was the little princess that everyone envied. But here, I don't feel superior at all anymore. I've been beaten to death. Saying this, Qian Yaoyao laughed a little to herself before continuing. Reason tells me that I shouldn't compare myself with others. That my family conditions and outward circumstances, which are good enough, are not necessary for me to be unfulfilled. But I can't be sensible in a situation like that, especially in my dorm room. There are 2 local girls in Mordor. their families are super rich, and their parents are adhering to the idea that their daughters should be richly bred, making their monthly living expenses on tens of thousands of dollars, and out of money can always ask their families to ask for. As for me, I only have more than 3,000 living expenses a month. Sometimes we have to go out for a gathering, others that consumption level, if not a little care for me as a poor person. An AA gathering can eat up my living expenses for a month. It's safe to say that I feel a huge gap from class every day. Slowly, my mindset has changed. I also want to live that kind of luxurious life. I also want to travel abroad. I also want to carry designer bags with high-class perfume by high-end cosmetics, wear super good-looking big brand clothes. But my parents can't give me that. They're not bad for a small county, but they're just a little better than working class. Where can they give me the life of a rich girl like me? So slowly, I was thinking, since I'm so good-looking and have such a good body, and I'm only 19 years old, these are all my advantages. If I can utilize these own advantages to find a very rich boyfriend, then won't I be able to live the kind of life I want? Won't I be able to regain that old sense of superiority? But I still have principles. I'm not going to look for a rich old man or just any obnoxious playboy. I'm going to look for a boyfriend that I'm particularly moved by and at the same time very powerful and handsome and rich, just like the Prince Charming of my dreams. But I've been looking forward to a Prince Charming like that, and it never came. Until today. I knew you, brother. Brother, you not only drive tens of millions of dollars of Pagani, but also so handsome. When I saw you, I instantly had some heart, vaguely feeling that you are the Prince Charming I want to find. Back there, brother, you suddenly asked me out, and I was so happy that I agreed without hesitation. And as we get along later on, I feel even more that you, brother, are really so gentle and poised and charming, simply the one I've been waiting for. Brother, you also took me for a ride in your Pagani and took me racing. Oh yes, brother, you are really handsome when you are racing. That flowing car skills, feel to reach the realm of human car, especially when you are drifting. Super handsome. I'm super hard at behind. Brother, you even directly gave me 2 super favorite LV bags. Let me completely fall. That's why I made up my mind to give myself unreservedly to you, brother. But brother, when I really get together with you, I feel like I'm becoming afflicted. I'm afraid that you'll look down on me and think that I'm a very casual girl. A girl who just spends a little bit of money to get together easily. But it's not like that. I'm not with you because you bought me a bag, brother. I finally made up my mind to be with you because I was already attracted to you. I was so heartfelt and excited about you. Plus you bought me the bag and made me feel so touched and happy. Brother, I'm a girl with a strict upbringing and my own pride inside. If it's a man I don't have a heart for and don't like, I won't be with him even if I'm given money to spend. Before and not no rich second generation chased me. I do not like me even his gift I have returned directly. There is a very rich old man once found me, said want to package me a month to give me more than 100,000 yuan. I have refused the. Having said that, Xian Yaoyao raised her head and stared at Fangmu with red eyes. Brother, don't look down on me, okay? I'm not that kind of random girl. I just had my heart set on you and thought you were the Prince Charming I'd been waiting for. The one I could adore from the bottom of my heart, but also the one who could take me to the life I wanted to live. And that's why I stayed with you on the first day I met you. The words were finished. Xian Yaoyao could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart, and 2 lines of tears flowed out from inside her eyes. She buried her head into Fang Mu's arms and began to whimper and sob, as if venting the kinks, confusion, bitterness, and pain in their hearts. She was also just a 19-year-old girl who had just come from a small western county, to the bustling magic city, and had gone through a series of changes of heart. Fang Mu suddenly felt some heartache. Chapter 57, Brother, you're so nice. Listening to Qian Yaoyao finish all this, Fang Mu inexplicably felt somewhat touched, because in a sense, all these journeys of the heart that Qian Yaoyao had gone through, he had also gone through when he first came to Magic City to attend university. Not exactly the same, but very similar. He is also a small county from the 18th line, with the infinite desire for the prosperous Magic City, came here to go to college. Before I came, I was full of longing and anticipation, thinking that I had finally gotten out of the small county and could see the outside world. It's time to go out on a limb and become awesome. But what is the reality? The reality is that when you're in a small county, everyone is poor, even if some of your classmates have slightly richer families, but there is no class gap. It's just that his family is a small business, or his parents work in the system, and his family has a car and a house, while your family is from the countryside, and your parents are farmers, and you can't afford a car and a house. This gap, in fact, is not very large. To put it bluntly, everyone is at the bottom. It's just that you're a better endowed bottom and I'm a worse endowed bottom. But come to Mordor, the richest city in the country. It's only then that you can deeply realize what it means to have a gap. It was a gap from a different class with a huge chasm that could not be crossed. When everyone is at the bottom, you see the conditions a little better than you. you will not be too inferior, but will inspire their own desire to struggle, thinking that they must work hard, and in the future to live not worse than others. But when you really feel the gap from different classes, you will feel deeply inferior, because you understand very well that this is a gap that can't be filled by hard work. There are some things that are born with, then they are not born with, then they really never will be. When your classmates is a family has hundreds of millions of assets of the second generation of rich, freshman year when you drive a few million sports car to school, every once in a while, change a very good beautiful girlfriend. You think you can rely on hard work to have someone else's life like that? Impossible thing. And inside the universities of Mordor, the gap between the rich and the poor is just so wide. It could even be argued that this is where the gap between the rich and the poor is the widest in the country. Magic City. A large portion of the students are local. One by one, the family has several suites, assets of tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars that is commonplace, and even richer family billions of tens of billions of dollars there. There are also some children from rich families from abroad who like to come to Mordor to go to college. If you're a guy from the countryside, or from a small 18th tier city, and your family is penniless, then how can you compare yourself to others? Okay, you say you don't want to compare, just study hard, but can you really do no comparison at all? When you are still embarrassed to ask for more money from your family, after school time also rely on delivery part-time hard to earn more living expenses, those around you, one by one, all of those students are outside the day, all kinds of dashing, every day with a sexy hot pretty sister out to play. You really can do as if your heart is still water? Besides, how useful is effort? In the face of such a class gap, it doesn't matter how hard you try, it won't help a dime. Try harder. Can you afford a toilet in Magic City? Other people were born. The family in the Magic City several suites, the family deposit hundreds and thousands of millions. You work hard all your life, even if you can do a monthly salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, to become the best of the workers in the fight, you are still ultimately just a cow horse, can only take advantage of the young here to earn more money, and when 30-something cannot mix, gray back home to buy a house and get married, to parents' old age, and then 2 small cattle and horses, ordinary life. The vast majority of outsiders, who come to the Magic City, are this destiny. Fong Mu just finished the college entrance examination, 17 or 18 years old, but also spirited, think he can come to the Magic City to make a world. Slowly in the background, he realized how young and naive he had been. It would be nice to still break out and be able to find an okay job and live. There are some things that cannot be changed by human hands. Why don't you just lie flat? Which is all the rage now. Who does not want to struggle, make more money, and go to the top of life to marry a rich woman? Will the key work? If you really don't see any hope, what can you do if you don't lie down? So that's why when he heard Qian Yaoyao say something like this, Fong Mu was actually very touched. Although the psychological changes he and Qian Yaoyao faced were different, there were many similarities. Feeling the person in his arms, sobbing unceasingly, Fong Mu tenderly touched Qian Yaoyao's little head and said, "Yao Yao, don't cry, I really won't look down on you. I can understand you. Really, brother, you really won't look down on me in your heart? Of course, I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're thinking. There's nothing wrong with you coming to the flowery world of Mordor and wanting a better life. But instead of wanting to live a better life by my own efforts, I want to find a rich boyfriend to make the class leap. Won't that be a bit cheap? It feels like selling my soul and body for material things. Of course not. A girl as beautiful as you is supposed to have the right to choose, and I think it's a normal thing for you to want to find a rich boyfriend to give you the life you want." "Oh, brother, you're so nice. Thank you for saying so. It makes me feel much better inside. I'm really afraid that you will look down on me in your heart. Then I will also look down on myself." Feeling that Fong Mu seemed to really understand herself, Qian Yaoyao felt very happy in her heart. She hugged Fong Mu tightly and burrowed into his embrace with force, as if this could be even warmer. Fong Mu tenderly stroked the head of the person in his arms and smiled without saying anything else. Both men fell silent. After a while, Qian Yaoyao's emotions seemed to have regained their calmness, so she came out from Fong Mu's arms, raised her head, looked at him and asked carefully, "Brother, then what is our relationship now?" Hearing this question, Fong Mu thought for a moment and slowly spoke. "Yao Yao, I hope you can understand one thing." Qian Yaoyao blinked. "What is it?" Fong Mu stroked her little head and said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "You have to understand that the kind of man you desire, the one who can both make you adore from the bottom of your heart and let you live the kind of high-class life you aspire to, may not be the only woman you are. Are you psychologically prepared for this?" Hearing this, Qian Yaoyao was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I know, brother. Like brother, so good and attractive man. Besides, surely won't be only me a girl. Brother, beside you, there should be a lot of beautiful women, right?" Chapter 58. Li Bingyu wants to borrow money. Truthfully, indeed. Hearing Qian Yaoyao's words, Fong Mu shrugged his shoulders and didn't want to hide anything. It's not like he's a deep persona. Scum is his persona. There's no need to pretend. Moreover, with brother unity, he was not destined to stay on one tree for too long in the future. The whole forest and flowers were his territory, and there would naturally be no shortage of beautiful women around him. If Qian Yaoyao couldn't accept it, it couldn't be helped. However, Qian Yaoyao was obviously a well-behaved and understanding girl. Brother, don't worry, I'm not greedy. As long as my brother isn't just playing around with me and getting me and dumping me, I'm satisfied to be able to keep me by my brother's side all the time. Obviously, Qian Yaoyao was awake. She knows exactly what she wants in a relationship and what she has to give up. As Fong Mu had just said, a man who could be admired and loved by her from the bottom of her heart, and who could bring her the kind of upper-class rich life she wanted, could never be just one woman. She'd been prepared for this, and for such an understanding sister. Fong Mu expressed his gratification and wrapped Qian Yaoyao in his arms and said with a smile, Yaoyao, don't worry too. No matter what, I'll always be good to you, but the premise is that you can only have me as a man. Of course, brother, as long as you don't mind me, I'll always be by your side. I won't even look at other men. Qian Yaoyao hugged Fong Mu's neck with both hands and said in a petulant manner, Then brother, am I in the capacity of your girlfriend now? I want to be your girlfriend. Even if you have other girlfriends out there, it's okay, I just want a clear identity. Is that okay, brother? Fong Mu smiled. Of course, you're my girlfriend now. Yay, you're so nice. Brother, love you. Receiving an affirmative answer, Qian Yaoyao happily jumped up directly and passionately offered her mua. How could Fong Mu be passive and take the initiative with a backhand? Qian Yaoyao almost had her legs soft, and hurriedly grabbed his hand, begging for mercy. Brother, it can't be done. I was just really close to being tossed by you. I can't anymore. Brother, didn't we agree to go to the revolving restaurant at the Pearl of the Orient for a romantic dinner? Why don't we just wait until we get back from dinner, and then in the evening, we'll... Okay, 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 okay. Looking at Qian Yaoyao's pitiful look of aggression and begging for mercy, Fong Mu also laughed. Okay, I'm in no hurry. Aha, brother, you're so nice. Qian Yaoyao felt very happy. She felt that Fong Mu was always very gentle and respectful of her opinions. This was also a very important reason why she had made up her mind to completely hand herself over to Fong Mu. She felt that she had already, from the bottom of her heart, slowly fallen in love with the gentle, handsome and dashing man in front of her. Qian Yaoyao's favoritism +3. Seeing the change in favorability, Fong Mu subconsciously checked the goddess treasure's information. Name, Yo-Yo Qian. Age, 19. Combined charisma, 90. Favoritism, 88. Lovers relationship. Number of persons, 1. Health, excellent. After reading it, I realized that the column of Qian Yaoyao's profile, number of people, had indeed changed. It went from 0 to 1. Favorability, on the other hand, has come to 88. 2 points away from breaking 90 and reaching soul love. And if he could break through 90, he would obtain another hidden reward. Fong Mu was still quite excited about this, feeling that he needed to be more attentive so that Qian Yaoyao's favorability towards him would continue to increase. Of course, it doesn't have to be too intentional. Just get along naturally. Just be nice to others. Warm and loving when you're together, and the goodwill should flow. At the same time, Fong Mu also felt that with the presence of the goddess treasures, his heart was truly solid. With goddess treasure, you don't have to worry about your sparse head in the green grass. Check at any time to know if the other person has remained faithful to them. If number of people changes, then it's time to turn the other cheek, and not to be left in the dark. Of course, Fong Mu was also very confident that as he became more and more powerful and charismatic with the help of brother unity, any girl would definitely be very loyal once she was with him. Brother, I'm almost rested. Shall we go out to eat? After snuggling and resting on the sofa for a while, Qian Yaoyao asked. That's fine, so get changed and let's go. Fong Mu nodded. Then turn around a bit, brother. I'm going to change. Do I still have to turn around? Didn't I just see it all? Brother, you turn around. I'm shy. Okay. Fong Mu turned his body, but in fact, the room's large floor-to-ceiling mirror could see the entire room clearly to come. He's not peeking. He's just looking in the mirror. The two changed and left the presidential suite. The Oriental Pearl was very close to the hotel, and Fong Mu was too lazy to drive himself, so he took a car and Qian Yaoyao over. Upon arrival, a quick ride in the restaurant's special elevator led to the revolving restaurant located hundreds of meters above the ground. This revolving restaurant is also considered a Netflix restaurant. Fong Mu had come here to eat with his two sisters before, but he used to be quite stingy and didn't spend much on either visit, ordering cheap dishes. Not on this visit. Feel free to eat. Mostly he wanted some good food himself. Once seated, the two began to order their food. Qian Yaoyao was still a bit restrained, not too good to order too expensive dishes. Fangmu cannot care so much, picking expensive points, as long as you want to eat, no matter how much money, direct order is finished. However, this restaurant is not really a high-end restaurant, or more pro people, specializing in expensive points. The most you can eat a few $10,000. For the current Fangmu is nothing at all. In the evening, the two of them had a nice romantic dinner at the revolving restaurant hundreds of meters above the Pearl of the Orient. It's really quite a nice environment, sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows to enjoy your meal. Looking out the window, you can overlook the whole Magic City's bustling night scene from hundreds of meters above. Emotional value pulled full circle. After a pleasant meal, Fangmu then took Qian Yaoyao to go shopping, bought her 2 very nice outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. It didn't cost much, 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes combined. After buying clothes and shoes, the two also strolled around the neighborhood. A lot of tourists in the evening Lujiazui, very lively, walking in the crowd, get together, but also quite interesting. When you're done shopping, take a cab back. It was only at 10:30 p.m. that the two returned to the presidential suite. As soon as he entered the house, Fangmu gently hugged Qian Yaoyao and whispered in her ear. Qian Yaoyao immediately blushed and shook her head repeatedly. I don't want it. But under Fangmu's soft words, she finally agreed with a red face. Late night, Qian Yaoyao had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and Fangmu, who had a perfect physique, was still in high spirits. Lying on the bed and playing with his cell phone, was brushing up on the video. Suddenly he received a message that took him by surprise. Li Bingyue, can I borrow some money? Looking at this message, Fangmu was really a bit surprised. How could he not expect that this woman, Li Bingyue, would suddenly look for him to borrow money? Chapter 59. What's in it for me to lend you money? Speaking of Li Bingyue, since the last time Fangmu in this presidential suite put her hard revenge a bit, the two did not contact. Fangmu did not look for her, and she did not look for Fangmu. Originally, Fangmu was thinking that when he was free some days later, he would go and tease Li Bingyue again. After all, Li Bingyue is at least a goddess-level beauty. The two also had a night of affection, more or less some affection, not to tease the pity. However, he did not expect that this woman, Li Bingyue, would suddenly send him a message and still borrow money. Soon after, Fangmu also sent a message over. Superintendent Li, I remember your salary is tens of thousands of dollars a month. Would you be short of money? On Li Bingyue's side, it was almost a second reply. Li Bingyue, I've come across something and I'm very short of money. Can you, for the sake of that night's love, lend me some money to save my life? Fangmu, honestly, money isn't a problem for me, but I'm kind of curious why you're short on money. Li Bingyue, can I leave it out? Fangmu, if you don't tell me, then I can't help you. Although my money came from the wind. No, my money is not from the wind. If you want to borrow it, you must tell me what you have encountered, and then I will see if it is worth helping. Li Bingyue, okay, I'll tell you what. I have a gambling addiction and have lost a lot of money. Fangmu, you like to gamble? Li Bingyue, yes. 2 years ago I accidentally came into contact with the internet gambling. Lost a lot of money one after another. Not only to the savings lost, and now also owed more than 500,000 online loans. It is precisely because of the lack of money that I will squeeze the subordinates of the marketing department to give you pressure to make performance, so that I can make more commission. It is precisely because of the lack of money that I will sell the company for personal gain. Will be caught by you, fatal handle. Fangmu expressed shock. It turns out that Li Bingyue, a woman addicted to online gambling, not only lost her own money, but also owed more than $500,000 in online loans. Also because of the lack of money, deadly pressure on departmental subordinates to make performance, even backstabbing the company for personal gain, also because of the lack of money for online gambling. Boy, this woman is so good at this. Fangmu had always thought that only people who were very short of money and didn't have a serious job would come into contact with online gambling or something. After all, you want to get something for nothing. But I never thought that even a company executive like Li Bingyue, who earns tens of thousands of dollars a month, would be addicted to online gambling. It's true, once you get into something like gambling, you're screwed. Fangmu, big director Li. Still, money is not a problem for me, but the point is, you are now addicted to online gambling. Even if I lend you money, won't you still lose? When you get deeper and deeper into it in the future, what's the point of me lending you more money? Li Bingyue, I won't gamble anymore. As long as you can lend me money this time, so that I can turn over, I will work well in the future, and I won't get involved in gambling again. Fangmu, you think you can do it? I'm sure you've made this decision more than once in the 2 years you've been addicted to gambling, right? Li Bingyue, you are right. I do not know if I can do completely quit gambling. However, can you help me once for the sake of the previous love? I really need money now. Fangmu, okay, since you said so, I don't want to be too desperate. How much do you need? Li Bingyue, online loans and credit cards. I owe almost 580,000. Can you help me pay off at once? I'll pay you back later. Fangmu, $580,000 is nothing to me, but do I get anything out of lending you the money? Li Bingyue, what favor do you want? Fangmu, what do you think? Li Bingyue was silent. It took a long time before another message was sent. Li Bingyue, I'll come to you tomorrow after work. Is this good enough? Fangmu couldn't help but laugh. This benefit can be had. Fangmu, okay, then I'll transfer the money to you when we meet tomorrow. Li Bingyue, okay, thank you so much. Later, the two discussed meeting tomorrow and ended the chat. Borrowing $600,000 is no pressure at all for Fangmu. It's only $600,000 in the district, so it doesn't feel like it at all. He gets his money in a big way anyway, don't know how to spend it at all. Besides, lending money to Li Bingyue and making her owe him a favor was definitely not a bad thing for him. No, tomorrow, I can see the beautiful director, Li Bingyue, again. When the time came, he would use the goddess treasure to check on her, and if her rating could also be above 90, then he would have to launch an offensive. At this time, Qian Yaoyao suddenly murmured, "Brother, what time is it? Why aren't you sleeping? This girl is half asleep, half awake, like she's talking in her sleep, and it's kinda cute to pinch." Fangmu smiled, turned off the lamp, put down his cell phone, and got ready for bed. The next day, Fangmu and Qian Yaoyao didn't leave the presidential suite until 3:30 p.m. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to meet Li Bingyue at night, he wouldn't be willing to let Qian Yaoyao go. Of course, the little ninny herself didn't want to leave and had to pester him. Like a young couple in love, they don't want to part for a second. However, he had an appointment with Li Bingyue in the evening, so Fangmu could only find an excuse that he was busy and didn't have time to accompany her. So he drove Qian Yaoyao back to the Egg Restoration University. Driving the Pagani, he came straight to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory in the art school, and as soon as this incomparably cool and racy Pagani appeared, all the passing students in this area of the girls' dormitory all looked over. There are some beautiful women from art schools among them. Wow, what a cool supercar. This car looks like a Pagani. It's so cool. Which beauty from our college is so lucky to have found such a rich boyfriend? Yeah, a boyfriend who drives a multi-million-dollar Pagani. I want that too. How envious. Looking at those warm gazes outside the car window, Qian Yaoyao enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. After the gullwing doors of the Pagani windjammer unfolded, she didn't have a hint of wanting to get out of the car quickly. Instead, she sat in the car and slowly said goodbye to Fangmu. After dilly-dallying for a while, she walked down the Pagani with the 2 LV bags Fangmu bought for her. Ni, then I'm going upstairs. Oh, you drive slower. Qian Yaoyao smiled sweetly and waved with Fangmu. Good. Fangmu nodded, then closed the car door and drove away in the Pagani. Only after the Pagani drove away, Qian Yaoyao carried the 2 brand new LV bags in her hand, and walked into the girls' dormitory with a haughty face from the envious gazes of the surrounding people. Along the way, Qian Yaoyao realized that other girls were looking at the 2 LV bags she was carrying, which made her heart full of happiness. As soon as he returned to his dormitory, several exclamations of surprise came from inside one after another. Wow! Yo, you didn't come back this whole night. You're hooking up with that handsome guy in the Pagani, right? Wow! 2 LV bags? Did that handsome guy in the Pagani give you that? Qian Yaoyao just walked into the dormitory. All 3 roommates had gathered around. Zhang Yu was aware of Qian Yaoyao's situation and had staged a scene yesterday where her best friend stole a man, but she was thick-skinned and didn't care. Last night Qian Yaoyao didn't return all night. Zhang Yu, very gossipy, and the other 2 roommates told about Qian Yaoyao's situation. Told those 2 roommates that Qian Yaoyao was picked up by a big handsome guy who drove tens of millions of dollars of Pagani, and if she didn't come back tonight, then she must have been taken down by someone else. The 3 people in the dormitory had been gossiping all night, and now that they finally waited for Qian Yaoyao to come back, they immediately gathered around. Zhang Yu, you wanna be hoof still has the face to heckle me? Yesterday you stole my man in front of me. How dare you? Looking at Zhang Yu coming up with a gossipy face, Qian Yaoyao instantly looked contemptuous. She's still mad about yesterday. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Yao, we're good girlfriends and roommates. What's wrong with me getting to know your man? Zhang Yu, however, smiled in disbelief, her face thicker than anything else. The other 2 roommates were even more nosy. What? You're still trying to steal a man from Yaoyao? I don't know. Is it that exciting? Qian Yaoyao said with blank eyes. I'm talking to you guys. You are unaware of how breathless this green tea Zhang Yu was yesterday. In front of me, she went to hook up with my boyfriend, and had to add someone's WeChat. She really is shameless enough. Really? You, this is indeed a bit unorthodox of you. The other 2 roommates were also kind of fighting for Qian Yaoyao. To tease someone's boyfriend in front of them is a bit of a shameless thing to do. If that's the case, we'll have to guard against this woman in the future. Otherwise, when the time comes, she'll steal a man from herself again, and that's not asking for trouble. Seeing the three roommates looking at themselves, Zhang Yu was unconcerned and playfully changed the topic. Right, Yao Yao, you just said that the handsome guy driving the Pagani is your what? Your boyfriend? What? You guys have already finalized your relationship? Qian Yao Yao didn't hide it. Yeah, sure. What? Do you still want to hook up with my boyfriend? Zhang Yu instantly raised her eyebrows. How can you be sure? You were with that handsome guy last night? Went to the hotel together? So what if it is? Wow, awesome. Zhang Yu immediately gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, I didn't expect Yao Yao. You are quite open-minded. You just met someone for a day and got together with someone else, and went to live in a hotel for a night. TSK, if I remember correctly, Yao Yao, you shouldn't have been in love before, right? Precious first time, just straight to that handsome guy in the Pagani? The other two roommates, likewise gossiped. Yeah Yao Yao, did you guys do that last night? After all, they were all still freshmen and were curious about such things, and besides Zhang Yu, the other two, neither of them had really experienced that kind of thing. So once they talked about this kind of topic, each of them gossiped. Seeing her three roommates all staring at her with gossipy faces, Qian Yao Yao blushed a little, but soon, said with a big smile, just what you think. What's wrong? Mac and I fell in love at first sight, and naturally got together, he said, and couldn't help a happy smile spreading across his face. Right now, when she thought of Feng Mu in her heart, she felt very sweet and happy. TSK, I didn't realize that you, Yao Yao, are still a love brain. It's only the first day we've met and you're giving yourself away. Look at this expression. It looks so happy and sweet. This look is on someone else's head. But Yao Yao, you don't really lose out. According to you, that handsome guy not only drives tens of millions of dollars of Pagani, but also looks especially sunny and handsome? You're with someone else. The package earns it. Indeed. Yo-Yo hasn't earned it already. These two brand new Louis Vuitton bags must be from that handsome guy in the Pagani. Talking about it, the three roommates' point of interest came back to the two beautiful LV bags that Qian Yao Yao was carrying. One of the roommates is called Li Zihan. Her family is very rich, a local native of Mordor with several suites at home, and she herself has bought several luxury bags. So one look at the style of these two LV bags. I know how much they cost. Yao Yao, these two bags of yours aren't cheap. They have to add up to more than 100,000, right? Qian Yao Yao immediately nodded. Aha, it adds up to more than 120,000. Zhang Yu immediately exclaimed. Good boy, $120,000? That handsome guy is too generous. Yao Yao, you've made a bloody fortune with this wave. The other two agreed. Qian Yao Yao, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at Zhang Yu. Does that make you want to hook up with my boyfriend even more? Zhang Yu playfully said. Nothing, how could it be? But in his heart, he was already thinking about how to tease Feng Mu. Anyway, she had Feng Mu's WeChat. Such a childishly handsome guy. Surely you have to tease. The other two roommates, after gossiping for a while, said to Qian Yao Yao, Yao Yao, why don't you let your boyfriend treat us to a meal in the whole dormitory someday? We also want to see what a Pagani worth tens of millions of dollars looks like. Qian Yao Yao waved her hand. Say, let's see what happens. On the surface, he said politely, but in his heart, he was really thinking, are you kidding me? She wasn't going to let Feng Mu invite these three prodigal hooves to dinner. Otherwise, what if these three prodigal hooves get wild and want to snatch a man from her just like Zhang Yu? Never let these women near their men. 6:30 p.m. Feng Mu drove the Pagani and came downstairs of the original company on time, picking up Li Bingyu, who had just gotten off work. Today's Li Bingyu was still in that workplace OL outfit. This time, though, she was wearing black silk. Looking at the beautiful and attractive iceberg director in front of him, Feng Mu started the car while smiling. Little Yu, after not seeing you for 2 days, I feel that you've become even more beautiful. Li Bingyu's expression was cold. Can you not call me Xiao Yu? It's so hard to hear. Besides, I'm older than you, okay? So what do you want me to call you? Call me Ice Moon. Calling names? It's too rusty. Or I'll call you baby. Isn't that all the rage now? Li Bingyu gave Feng Mu a blank stare. Can you not be so childish? I'm already 30 years old. At least I'm considered to be a high-cooled royal sister. You're a 20-something-year-old boy shouting at me as a baby. Is it appropriate? Feng Mu instantly laughed, feeling that Li Bingyue was quite cute now. Why is it inappropriate? Our current relationship. Isn't it particularly appropriate for me to call you baby? Li Bingyue was helpless. Whatever. You can shout as much as you want. Okay baby. Feng Mu had a thick skin. But then again, he and Li Bingyue have indeed been together before. So what's the point of calling out a baby? Moreover, He keenly felt that since that night, Li Bingyue's attitude towards him had changed very subtly. How can I put it? It just feels inexplicably more intimate. In the past, Li Bingyue was as desperate and cold as a female devil, cold to everyone, especially men as a species. But now, Li Bingyue's attitude towards him was clearly a bit different from before. Although the exterior was still cold, it was actually noticeable that there was a special closeness between the two. This was something Fong Mu had never felt before when he was with Li Bingyue. Maybe, it's just like the saying goes, the best path into a woman's heart is, even a high and cold queen like Li Bingyue, after being conquered by a certain man, would unconsciously feel inexplicably close to the other party. And at this time, Fong Mu also suddenly remembered that he hadn't used the Goddess Treasure Guide to check Li Bingyue's profile yet, so he hurriedly checked it. Chapter 60, I'm not a fan of gambling and drugs. Name, Li Bingyue. Age, 30. Overall charisma, 93. Favorability, 40. Number of persons, 1. Health, excellent. After reading Li Bingyue's profile, Fong Mu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It's amazing that this woman has a whopping 93 rating. That's definitely considered a very high rating. It seems the system still recognizes her overall charisma. The column of the number of people was 1. It was also enough to show that she hadn't lied before, and that she had only had intimate relationships with women before, while Fong Mu was the first man in her life. As for Li Bingyue's 40 favorability, it also somewhat surprised Fong Mu a little. Originally, he thought that this woman might hold a grudge against him in her heart, but I didn't realize that it had a 40 favorability rating. It was a bit of a surprise to him. It seems that after that night's in-depth exchanges, this iceberg beauty director did have a certain affection for him. It's no wonder. We've played poker together. Can't we not have a little bit of affection? As the saying goes, a day is a day for a husband and a wife. Not to mention, he was also the first man in Li Bingyue's life. It is naturally a very normal thing to develop some special feelings. Baby, forget it. I'd better call you Ice Moon. Ice Moon, how did you come into contact with internet gambling before? It feels like with your character, your ability to make money, there's no need to go to online gambling, right? After reading Li Bingyue's profile, Fong Mu drove while chatting. He was still very curious about this beautiful director, Li Bingyue, who was deeply involved in the matter of online gambling. I was in the first 2 years, know a very rebellious beautiful female college students. Contact with online gambling. She likes online gambling. That night I took her back to my house. She was there to gamble. I watched her play for a while, a little bit on the head, but also played a few games, and the back of the die. Li Bingyue also did not hide, truthfully told his own dabbling in online gambling through. It turns out that you are in the pickup of girls, by the girl brought to catch the internet gambling then you these 2 years, has been sinking into it, cannot quit? I have tried to quit many times, but I have not been able to do it, probably because I lost too much money before, which gave me a very strong aversion to loss, resulting in that every once in a while, when I am not in a good mood, I would want to gamble again, have a strong urge to turn over my money, and then I can't help but gamble again, and the result is that the more I lose, and the more it gets harder and harder to quit. So how much have you lost over the past 2 years? One after another? Estimated almost 2 million. I originally saved more than 1 million ready to buy a house and car, behind not only all lost, but instead back owed hundreds of thousands of loans. $2 million? Gee, gambling is really harmful. Fong Mu couldn't help but lament. The original Li Bingyue is a monthly salary of several tens of thousands of company director. Just deposit has more than 1 million. Proper white beauty rich one. As a result, after getting addicted to online gambling, directly lost a bottom not to mention, but also owed hundreds of thousands of loans. You can see how harmful this stuff is. As the saying goes, I don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. Gambling, drugs, these two things are the most pitiful. Ordinary people once dipped in the same, will certainly lose all their money and family, and may even do some illegal and criminal things, when life is ruined. What? You mean how not to say yellow? This well, no all understand. I do not share the same day with gambling and drugs on the end of the matter, so what made you suddenly think to ask me for a loan? Gambling again in the last couple days? Fong Mu asked again. No, I haven't gambled again for 2 or 3 months. I'm looking for you to borrow money this time, mainly because I have a couple of loans that are about to expire, and it's going to be tough if I don't get the money. Speaking of this, Li Bingyue turned her head to look at Fong Mu, then continued, the main last time to see that you actually have the strength to drive tens of millions of Pagani, but also take me to live in tens of thousands of a night's presidential suite. I have the idea in this regard, and last night could not help but to ask you to see if you are willing to help me. Fong Mu smiled down. Of course I'm willing to help you. After all, a day's husband and wife is 100 days of kindness. Li Bingyue's favoritism +1. I didn't realize that the comment boosted favorability by 1 point. Thank you. Li Bingyue gave a serious expression of thanks. Hey, don't thank me yet. Thank me later in the evening with your real actions. Feng Mu smiled meaningfully. Li Bingyue naturally understood the meaning of his words and couldn't help but give him a blank stare. By the way, I was going to prepare to take you to eat a magic city this side of the characteristics of the local dishes, but it feels as if a little chauvinistic. Have not asked your opinion. Do you have a restaurant you want to go? Driving the car, Feng Mu suddenly thought about the problem of eating later. He suddenly felt that he was more or less a bit of a chauvinist, and he didn't consult with Li Bingyue at all about where to go for dinner. In fact, it was mainly because before he had not treated Li Bingyue as a friend in his heart, and subconsciously he still felt that this woman was still the same female devil boss who had oppressed him in the first place. But it's different now. The current Li Bingyue was his woman, and it was only natural for his attitude towards her to change. Besides, Li Bingyue was still a high-scoring goddess who had been certified by the system, so she definitely had to find a way to raise her favorability, and when she broke through 80 favorability, she would be able to obtain hidden rewards again. While hearing Feng Mu's words, Li Bingyue was skimming the corners of her mouth. What? You're still a gentleman? Wasn't it brutal to treat me before? What's that saying? That's right, stand up and stomp. Didn't you just want to get back at me to make me submit? Why are you so polite now? Feng Mu couldn't help but laugh. I didn't realize that this woman, Li Bingyue, still holds a bit of a grudge in her heart. And talk about standing up and stomping. It's pretty funny that she can even say that. Xiao Yu. This time is different from the past. In the past you are to me as a whole day oppression me, but also mercilessly to me to lay off the brutal female devil boss. I certainly will not have a good attitude towards you, but now you are my woman. My attitude will naturally be different from before. Feng Mu said with a smile. Please watch your language. I'm not your woman. Li Bingyue immediately corrected. If you are not my woman, then whose woman are you? As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day. We are already married. Do you still want to deny it? Feng Mu said with a funny smile, feeling that it was quite interesting to bicker with this woman. Li Bingyue. Oh, you're just someone who has gotten me. There are no feelings between us. I hope you understand that. Li Bingyue said coldly. Sooner or later, I've got the man, and I'll take the heart. Then you're overthinking it. It's not like you don't know that I like women. It's okay, I can break you straight. Li Bingyue stopped talking this time. Feng Mu also couldn't help but smile. This woman, when she gets along, feels really kinda cute. Gotta find a way to break her straight. How can you be a lesbian when you've been judged by the system to be a high-scoring goddess with a score of 93? That's too bad. You have to break straight. Say, do you have a restaurant you want to go to? I'm discussing it with you here, so I don't have to take you to one later that you don't like. Seeing that Li Bingyue was silent, he asked again. Are you sure you want me to choose? Li Bingyue turned her head to look at him. Okay, you pick the place to eat tonight, we'll eat wherever you want. Feng Mu smiled. Then I do have a restaurant that I've always wanted to eat at before, but the spending there is outrageous, and I only ate there once when I first followed the chairman of the company to talk business with a big client, and I've often wanted to eat there again since then, but when I think of the prices there, I just can't bear to do it. Li Bingyue opened her mouth. You mean you want to eat at that restaurant now? That's fine. Where is it located? Feng Mu asked. That restaurant consumes a lot, and the most expensive thing is not the food, but the restaurant owner's expensive red wine that has been treasured for many years in the cellar. Are you sure you want to take me there to eat? When I order a bottle of expensive red wine at that time, you don't have a flesh pain. The corner of Li Bingyue's mouth smiled coldly. Woman, are you looking down on me? I didn't say you couldn't afford it. I just thought you'd be heartbroken when it came time to eat too much money in one meal. It doesn't hurt me to spend it for you. Feng Mu smiled calmly. Oh, don't tell me such earthy love words. Think I'm a 16-year-old girl who was easily lulled by a man's sweet words? Li Bingyue immediately sneered in disdain. Li Bingyue's favoritism +1. Although Li Bingyue showed great disdain on the surface, what she didn't know was that Feng Mu had a hang and could know the changes in her favorability in real time. This moment, her good sense, had mercilessly betrayed her. Obviously, Feng Mu's words just now had still caused a little emotional fluctuation in her heart. The increase in favorability says it all. Of course, the reason why Li Bingyue's favorability could be raised so easily was also mainly because her base of favorability towards Feng Mu was simply too low. With such a low favorability, as long as Feng Mu behaved a little better, even if it was just an off-the-cuff sweet remark, as long as it could make Li Bingyue feel respected and cared for, then her favorability would subconsciously increase. After all, who doesn't want to be respected and cared for? Li Bingyue was still a woman after all. It is in a woman's nature to desire to be courted and adored by men, especially powerful men. And the current Feng Mu was clearly a powerful and mysterious man. Don't talk so much nonsense. Give me an address and eat at that restaurant you mentioned. Feng Mu laughed and didn't bother to talk much. He felt that this woman, Li Bingyue, also belonged to the type that was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. So as long as she was a bit overbearing and conquered her with her powerful strength, perhaps she would also show her birdie side in the future. This kind of woman with a haughty appearance is actually the most muchang. Condescending women often act condescending because they feel that the men around them aren't very good and aren't qualified to make them let go of their condescension. But if one day, meet the kind of really powerful man, will be completely conquered, then they will be the exterior of the lofty coat off, show the inner passionate side of the fire. Okay, just don't regret it when the time comes. Seeing that Fong Mu was acting indifferent, Li Bingyue quickly spoke out in address. That restaurant is near the Bund. Regret what? A meal can cost a few dollars. Fong Mu smiled, then drove the Pagani to the place Li Bingyue had mentioned. Not much longer. Pagani came to the destination. The restaurant is right in the heart of the Bund, 2 floors up and down. The facade is decorated in a very stylish way. A high-end Western restaurant opened by a French owner. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the attendant at the entrance, Fong Mu quickly parked his car. The Pagani's appearance, especially when the cool gullwing doors unfolded, immediately caused a flurry of attention from passers-by. Passers-by around have cast their eyes. Some people also took out their cell phones and kept taking pictures and shooting videos. Even in a place like Mordor where luxury cars are everywhere, a limited edition Pagani worth $86 million is enough to cause a stir anywhere. So cool and windy supercar appeared, was surrounded by attention is inevitable. After all, this level of supercar is too rare. Anyone who sees will not be able to help but look at a few more eyes. And if you take a little video and post it online, you'll get a lot of likes. In the past 2 days, every time he went out in his Pagani, Fong Mu felt quite cool, and the kind of gazes from passers-by would really make one's vanity burst. Although he wasn't really a person who liked to pretend too much, and his personality wasn't particularly flamboyant, this feeling of being surrounded by the gaze of passers-by wherever he went was really something that could pull one's emotional value up to the fullest. After getting out of the car, the two quickly walked into the restaurant. The enthusiastic waiter immediately came up to greet them, bringing Fong Mu and Li Bingyue to a window seat on the second floor of the restaurant. This restaurant has a very classy decor and the service is spot on, making you feel premium as soon as you walk in the door. The restaurant also has a great view, with a window seat that allows you to enjoy your meal while taking in the night view of the bustling Bund. After being seated, the two began to order their food. Fong Mu looked at the restaurant's menu and realized that this restaurant did have a bit of everything. The main dish was steak, and the highest level steak on top of the menu could be sold for 20886 apiece. The genus is a bit outrageous. Who orders such an expensive steak for dinner if they don't have a lot of money? Is it made of gold? Of course, not all steaks are this expensive. Steaks are graded, with the highest grade selling for $20,000 apiece. And there are also slightly lesser grades that sell for a few $1,000s apiece. But if you're here, you'll definitely want to try the most expensive and highest quality, the highest steak of this class. Give me 2. Fong Mu pointed at the menu and spoke to the young male waiter in a suit and tie standing at the side. Yes sir. The male waiter immediately wrote it down, while being secretly surprised in his heart. A steak of more than $20,000 apiece. Come up and order 2. What kind of level of rich second generation must this be? No wonder the chicks brought in were so pretty. Only a man with this much power could pick up such a high quality woman, right? This male waiter's heart was full of envy, and a white truffle pasta, an Iberian ham, French baked escargot, a caviar, and a cheesy lobster. Fong Mu ordered several more dishes in one breath. There is no way. This kind of upscale Western restaurant, the portion is really too small. If you don't order a few more, it's not enough for him to stuff his teeth. Ever since he had a perfect body, he felt that his meal size was getting bigger and bigger, and his physical fitness was getting better and better, and it was crucial that he could digest even more food, so he could enjoy the food to his heart's content. After ordering, he put down the menu and looked up at Li Bingyue. I've finished ordering, why don't you order? Li Bingyue looked at him and rolled her eyes. You ordered so much at once, you can't even finish it. What else can I order? Chapter 61 Woman. You're not in love with me, are you? Looking at Li Bingyue's somewhat contemptuous eyes, Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh. You think I was just giving us some together? Come on. I just stopped by and ordered you a steak alright. I ordered the rest for myself, so don't try to steal it from me later. Li Bingyue was more or less surprised. Her delicate red lips opened. You mean you ate that much alone? And what else? Okay, you're good. Li Bingyue didn't continue this topic, and casually ordered a vegetable salad, and a pasta, and wasn't going to order anymore. After all, Fong Mu had already ordered her a steak before. What about 20,000 plus a steak? I don't know how big it is, but it's certainly filling. After ordering, Li Bingyue suddenly looked at Fong Mu and asked, I kind of want to drink red wine. Can I let you break the bank again and order a bottle of red wine? Fong Mu smiled indifferently. What's wrong with that? You can order if you want to drink. Li Bingyue looked at him. I told you before in the car. The red wines in this restaurant are all treasured by the owner and are very expensive. Are you sure you can order them? How expensive can it be? The most expensive ones are hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle, and the cheaper ones are tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. Then order the most expensive. Are you sure? Li Bingyue stared at Fong Mu with unblinking eyes. Fong Mu, on the other hand, smiled calmly and didn't talk nonsense with her, directly asking the suited male waiter next to him, "What is the most expensive red wine in your restaurant?" The male waiter immediately bent down and said back, "Sir, the red wines in our restaurant are all specially shipped from France by our boss, and one of the most expensive ones is a bottle of Romane Conti that the boss has been treasuring for many years, valued at 356,888. Okay, just order that bottle," Fong Mu said casually. That tone of voice was not like ordering a bottle of red wine worth over $300,000, but a bottle of Coke worth $3. "Yes sir, I will contact our boss for you right away. Our boss has instructed that if any of our guests order that bottle of Romane Conti, he will bring the restaurant's chef to personally entertain them." "Okay, then if you don't need anything else, I'll be on my way." "Not for a while." "Yes sir, please wait, the wine and dishes will be brought over for you shortly." After the suited male waiter finished speaking, he bowed to Fong Mu and quickly left. Li Bingyue's favoritism +5. Li Bingyue's favoritism +5. Li Bingyue's favoritism +5. The sudden appearance of a series of goodwill prompts made Fong Mu really surprised for a moment. Subconsciously raising his head, he turned his gaze to Li Bingyue on the opposite side. Then he saw that the woman was staring at him with burning eyes. "And she seems to have adoration in those eyes?" Fong Mu laughed. "It's true, men are most handsome when they spend money. This is not more than 300,000 yuan of red wine a little." Even Li Bingyue, this kind of high cold and proud woman, wore ruffled, good sense that is rubbing up. And just then something occurred to him. "By the way, don't I still have a goddess spending cashback card? Since spending money handsomely can increase the woman Li Bingyue's favorability so much, why not just use it on her? This woman has a low base of favorability towards me anyway, so it should be easier to raise it." Thinking of this, Fong Mu also immediately used his mind to communicate with the system. "Brother Tuanzi, if I use that spending cashback card on Li Bingyue right now, can I count all those goodwill boosts I got when I just ordered the red wine?" Brother Unicorn replied immediately. "If you withdraw the goddess spending cashback card and bind it to Li Bingyue, the money you spend for her at this meal and the favor you increase will increase the multiplier for the cashback later." With Brother Unity's certainty, Fong Mu was relieved. Just now, Li Bingyue had gained a full 15 points of goodwill, so it would be a pity if it couldn't be counted. After all, when you use the goddess spending cashback card, the more the other party's favorability goes up, the higher the cashback multiplier will be. It's all money. Brother Tuanzi, help me immediately use the goddess spending cashback card to bind Li Bingyue. Fong Mu was silently reciting in his mind. Ding, the goddess spending cashback card is successfully bound, with a limit of $3 million, which needs to be fully utilized on the bound person, Li Bingyue, no matter it's for daily spending, transferring money, or sending gifts. After the quota is spent, this system will reward the corresponding cashback multiplier according to how much Li Bingyue's favorability towards you. The host, please try your best to raise Li Bingyue's favorability towards you. After the goddess consumption cashback card is bound, the validity period is 24 hours. 24 hours to use up all the amount, in order to get the Blitz cashback. After successfully using the goddess consumption cashback card, Fong Mu withdrew his thoughts. He turned his head to look at Li Bingyue and smiled. "How about it? When I ordered that bottle of Romane Conti worth more than $300,000 just now, was it handsome to you? I don't like to hide it, and to be honest, it's kind of cool." Li Bingyue looked at Fong Mu and answered truthfully. "Ha ha ha, you're not falling in love with me here, are you? Is it so easy to break you straight?" Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh. "That's not so bad. At most it's just a slight change in your impression. I originally just wanted to intentionally provoke you a bit, let you order a bottle of several tens of thousands of dollars of red wine flesh a bit. I didn't expect that you not only spare me more than 20,000 a piece of top quality steak, but also spare several 100,000 bottles of red wine. It does make me a bit surprised." As she said that, Li Bingyue actually suddenly laughed a little. That's a very rare thing. It seemed like it was the first time Fong Mu had seen this woman smile. Not to mention, this woman is even more beautiful when she smiles. The beauty is like a warm April sun with all the flowers blooming. Xiao Yu, you should smile more. Don't keep a cold face all day. You look good when you smile. Fong Mu looked at Li Bingyue with an expression of "I appreciate you." Humph, there are too many smelly men out there to look at. What's so funny? Li Bingyue arrogantly skimmed her mouth. It's not that she doesn't actually smile, she just doesn't usually smile outside the house. She smiles a lot at home when she's flirting with all the pretty lacy female companions she knows. Next thing you know, the two are chatting away while waiting for their meal. How to talk to women. That's Fong Mu's forte. How else would he have had to eat 5 pretty sisters when he was so poor in the first place? And all for nothing. Not much money or time spent chasing at all. Relying on this handsome face, and this little mouth that can make women blossom. Women as a species are emotional creatures. As long as you are emotionally intelligent enough to talk, can tease her emotions, she will slowly have a good feeling about you. Even if it was an iceberg beauty like Li Bingyu, Fong Mu could still tease her. Of course, it was mainly because he was now strong enough with the banknote ability to tease this woman. Li Bingyu, where else could he have ruffled feathers before? Not to mention whether or not to flirt with. Is to flirt even dare not flirt This woman was his top boss in the beginning. All day and a female devil like cold and ruthless. As a small subordinate, how is he qualified to tease? The two chatted for a while. Suddenly, a group of people approached. Fong Mu raised his eyes and found that in addition to several uniformed waiters who were responsible for serving food, there were also 2 foreigners. One of the leading foreigner looks to have more than 60 years old. Beard are white, body slightly fat, hair thinning, wearing a well-tailored high-grade casual wear, face hung with a kind smile. In his hand, he also held an unopened bottle of red wine. The other foreigner, almost 40 or 50 years old, was a fat man, wearing a white chef's uniform and a tall chef's hat. Fong Mu guessed that the old man in casual wear who was holding the red wine should be the French boss that the male waiter had talked about before, and the fat foreigner in the white chef's uniform next to him should be the chef of this restaurant. The owner plus the chef appearing together is arguably the highest level of hospitality in a high-end Western restaurant. Chapter 62, God blows and tells stories to cows. Soon, a group of people walked up to Fong Mu. The old man in casual wear who was leading the group and holding the red wine said with a smile while sizing up Fong Mu, "Esteemed guest, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Philip. I'm the owner of this restaurant. It's a pleasure to meet you." The old man who called himself Philip, speaking a mouthful of very fluent Chinese with a strong foreigner's tone, very enthusiastically extended his hand to Fong Mu. Fong Mu, in the spirit of politeness, also stood up and shook his hand. "My name is Fong Mu, and it's also a pleasure to meet you." After a brief acquaintance, Philip, the owner of the restaurant, smiled and said, "Mr. Fong, in order to thank you for ordering this bottle of Romane Conti that I've treasured for many years, I've come here on purpose, wanting to open this bottle of wine for you in person later on, and I hope that you won't think that I've taken the liberty of doing so." After saying that, he introduced the foreigner beside him. "Mr. Fong, this is our restaurant's chef Louis. He's a real culinary master. He's a very famous chef on our French side. I've been requesting him for a long time, and only then was he willing to leave his home country to follow me here to work in Huaxia." Chef Louis smiled at Makoto and nodded in greeting. Fong Mu similarly smiled and nodded without losing his manners. "Louis, next, let's start by introducing Mr. Fong and his beautiful female companion to the 2 ribeye steaks that you personally made," Philip, the restaurant owner, said. At that restaurant chef Louis then nodded and waved behind him. Behind him, 2 young waitresses with tall figures in uniforms immediately stepped forward and placed the 2 high-end dinner plates they were carrying in their hands in front of Fong Mu and Li Bingwei respectively. Then the lid was opened. 2 unbelievably delicate and tantalizing prime ribeye steaks were presented to the 2 men. Just by looking at the color, I have a feeling that this steak is going to be very tasty. Chef Louis stepped forward and smiled as he introduced Fong Mu and Li Bingyu. "2 honored guests, allow me to introduce you to where these 2 steaks came from. The beef used in these 2 steaks comes from one of the most famous butcher stores in our old country, France. The breed of beef cattle chosen is the Blonde Akita breed, which is one of the world's top beef breeds for steaks, along with the famous Black Angus and Kobe beef. All of the cattle in this butcher store are raised in a small town called Mihil in northeastern France, in a free-range style that allows them to roam freely in completely open spaces such as meadows and forests, and a large number of barns are built to shelter them from the elements so that every single one of them enjoys stellar treatment. In addition, the staff who raise the beef cattle will also have daily chats and stories with the cattle to ensure that they can be in a good mood and stress-free, which will result in perfect meat. And, most importantly, we have this famous butcher store in France, and their beef is supplied only to the best chefs in cooking, and only renowned chefs are eligible to order their beef, so that those who are not good cooks don't tarnish such perfect beef. The chef, Luis, spoke a good deal in somewhat broken Chinese. It put Fong Mu on the spot. Is really blowing it. Even the storytelling to the cows came. "What? You can make cows smell good by telling them stories every day? Just outrageous. It's really all a capitalist ruse. Any expensive luxury goods are good at storytelling. How can they appear to be precious goods without telling an outrageous story to package them? How can you sell it for such an outrageous price and still make your guests feel like they got their money's worth? Everything depends on blowing up and creating a branding effect. This thing is the same as the star Netflix. Set up a persona to tell a story. Famous, with a brand effect. It is worth money. Fong Mu really lazy to listen to this guy beep 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 beep. If not to see the chef as a foreigner. Out of politeness. Really want to directly drive people. This is not to delay their own meat. Waiting for half a day. Also strange hungry. After waiting for a while, Chef Luis was at least done talking. After the speech, you can't start eating yet, because Philip, the restaurateur on the sidelines, starts talking again. The old man raised the bottle of Romane Conti worth over $300,000 in his hand and began to push again. Respectful guest, let me tell you a little bit about where this bottle of Romane Conti came from. Next thing you know, it's a good beep, said the boss for a while and blew it out of proportion. To sum it up, I've got a great old wine, and you're eating it today. Several more minutes passed. Finally, the old man finished blowing. After blowing, he opened the bottle of Romane Conti, which was said to have been treasured for more than 20 years, and personally poured a glass for Fong Mu and Li Bingyue. The service was pretty much spot on. After this set of procedures, the Frenchy restaurant owner, before leaving with the chef and a group of waiters, should not say, although a little delayed dinner, but the owner of the restaurant with the chef personally come over to serve, but also warmly introduced for so long, this card face to give is really enough. Any guest who is served in this way will surely feel good in their heart. When the people were gone, Fong Mu looked at Li Bingyue somewhat helplessly and said, "Alright, those guys are gone. We can finally start eating." Seeing this expression on his face, Li Bingyue couldn't help but laugh a little. Just now, those two old men spoke for so long, so I guess you've long been impatient to listen, right? Fong Mu rolled his eyes and said with amusement, "That's not true. After half a day of God blowing and ghost blowing, it netted me a delay in eating, and I was hungry for half a day. Let's have a drink and start eating then. I'm hungry too." "Okay, cheers, cheers." Fong Mu and Li Bingyue clinked their highball glasses, and both of them took a sip of the Romane Conti inside the glass. This wine is good or not, Fong Mu was not too sure. After all, he does not know much about red wine, and usually does not drink much, but drinking this wine has a special flavor. You have to ask what flavor. It can only be said that it is the taste of money. This bottle of treasured Romane Conti costs more than $300,000. One sip, and at least a few $1,000s are gone, and you say this is the taste of money. Little you, how is it? How do you feel about the taste of this 300,000 plus bottle of red wine? Taking a sip of Romane Conti, Fong Mu looked at Li Bingyue and asked, "Quite good. The taste is very mellow and special. Thank you, stinking man. Let me taste the first time in my life Romane Conti so expensive wine." Li Bingyue pursed her lips and suddenly smiled at Fong Mu. It has the beauty of a melting iceberg. Surprisingly, he even called Fong Mu a stinky man. Ostensibly it's a curse word, but used in this context, how does it feel like flirting? And a mouthful of Romane Conti filled with the flavor of money into the throat was also making Li Bingyue's fair little face is already crawling with a trace of redness. She looked even more gorgeous under the dim light of the restaurant. Li Bingyue's favoritism +1. Li Bingyue's favoritism +1. Li Bingyue's favoritism +1. Chapter 63, Chief Executive's Little Stepford Wife. Seeing the change in Li Bingyue's favorability, Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the banknote ability is still powerful. Even an iceberg beauty like Li Bingyue is unable to resist under the effect of the banknote ability. So what if it's more high-flying? Hundreds of thousands of dollars to spend. Even the most high-strung women have to look up to you. And this time, Fong Mu wasn't just spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. After using a goddess spending cashback card on Li Bingyue, he had a whole $3 million in credit. The $3 million amount was to be spent on Li Bingyue all in one day. Odds are, after $3 million is spent, this woman will have to be broken straight on the spot. And the thought of spending $3 million on Li Bingyue in the next 24 hours, Fong Mu also couldn't help but spit in his heart. Brother Unicorn was afraid that he wasn't seducing him to be a licking dog? Originally, he came from the War Wolves, a straight man of steel who never licked. But this goddess spending cashback card given by Brother Unity, but it is real to spend for women. In a sense, it does have the suspicion of being a licking dog, only it wasn't his own money that was spent. It was given to him for nothing by Brother Unicorn, and after you spend it all, there's a blitz cashback, so it's not a waste of money. In addition, if $3 million were spent and Li Bingyue's favorability could be raised to over 80, then another wave of hidden rewards could be obtained. There is absolutely no loss. Next time, the two of them just enjoyed their meal inside this restaurant, and after tasting the taste of each dish, Fong Mu also very much recognized the taste of this restaurant's dishes, thinking that people are expensive for a reason. The quality is really advanced and the taste is really delicious, especially that 20,000 piece prime rib. which did have a little something going for it, was definitely the best steak he'd ever had. Indescribably delicious. Of course, it's also possible that the stuff sells for 20,000, so there's a buffing bonus that makes it subconsciously delicious. As for the bottle of over $300,000 of Romanée-Conti, Fongmu was not able to taste any flowers. It just feels like a regular red wine, not a huge difference. Mainly he's not a master sommelier, and he can't really eat the difference in red wines, like a cow chewing on peonies. On the contrary, Li Bingyue was enjoying herself very much and kept praising that bottle of Romanée-Conti is very top-notch. All in all, it was a very pleasant and enjoyable meal. The two ate for almost an hour before finishing. All the dishes on the table were dried out in a state of complete CD-ROM. It couldn't be helped. Since having a perfect body, Fongmu's appetite had become super large, and eating everything was a normal thing. As for the bottle of Romanée-Conti, it was all gone too. Fongmu drank about a third of it, and the remaining 2/3 were drunk by Li Bingyue. This woman has a good capacity for alcohol. A small half bottle of red wine down, just a red face slightly drunk, a little bit to be drunk. However, after drinking a small half bottle of red wine, her mental state seemed to have changed a bit. Unlike her usual cold and stony face, her face was rich in expression, and from time to time, he even joked and bickered with Fongmu. There's a sense that the seals are opening. This sense of contrast made Fongmu inexplicably fall a little bit in love with this woman, not realizing that she had a cute side like a little woman. After eating, it was time to pay the bill. In the end, the meal cost a full $420,000. There was a couple $1,000s in change that was wiped out by the restaurant owner. $420,000 for a dinner that can only be described as outrageous. It's a good thing that he didn't use Fongmu's money. He used the 3 million goddess spending cashback cards credit limit given by Brother Unicorn. Li Bingyue's favoritism plus 10. When Fongmu paid in style, the way Li Bingyue looked at him was instantly a bit drawn out. There was a gleam of adoration in his eyes. The favorability directly added a full 10 points, proving once again that men are most attractive when they pay. The more you pay, the more glamorous it is. And after leaving the restaurant, Fongmu had to take a taxi because he couldn't drive after drinking. The Pagani Windjammer is simply parked on this side of the restaurant, waiting to come back tomorrow to drive away. Mercedes-Benz S-Class luxury specialized vehicle. Fongmu and Li Bingyue sat in the back row, and the two of them were very close to each other. Smelling the nice fragrance of Li Bingyue's body, Fongmu reached out and wrapped Li Bingyue in his arms. What surprised him a bit was that not only did Li Bingyue not resist, but instead she tilted her head and snuggled into his arms. "Are we going to the hotel next?" Li Bingyue asked as she lay in his arms. "What? Are you in such a hurry to go to the hotel with me?" Fongmu smiled. "Oh, am I the one in a hurry? After you smelly men eat and drink, isn't the next step in the process to take someone to a hotel?" That's really the process in general, but tonight is different. "So where are you taking me now?" "To the mall." "To the mall? What's the point of going there at night? What can you do at the mall?" "Buy." "Of course. You want to buy clothes?" "Not for me. For you." "Buy me?" Li Bingyue got out of his arms and looked up at him. "You can't mean that you want to give me some gifts, right?" Fongmu smiled. "Well, take you to buy some luxury goods, clothes, shoes, bags, whatever you want to buy later. I just have one request. Specialize in expensive ones for me." Li Bingyue blinked and stared at him. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Do I have to lie to you? Why are you being so nice to me?" "Because you're my woman now." Fongmu smiled bashfully. Li Bingyue's favoritism plus 5. This sentence, which had a rather overbearing presidential flavor, was surprisingly what added another 5 points to Li Bingyue's favorability. It seemed that this woman with a haughty and indifferent appearance was still very eager to be conquered by a powerful man in her bones. "I'll have to buy more later then. It's my favorite thing to buy." Li Bingyue suddenly laughed, smiling very brightly. "That's right. I've been told you should smile more. You look beautiful when you smile." While Fongmu said that, he also stretched out his own right hand and pinched Li Bingyue's face. "It's like a bully pinching a little Stepford wife. Can you stop molesting me like a little girl? I'm a high-flying royal lady, okay?" Li Bingyue immediately gave him a nice blank stare. "In front of others you can be your high-flying imperial sister, but in front of me, you can only be Mr. Bully's little petite wife. Got it?" Fongmu smiled faintly, and was really a bit of a bully. Li Bingyue looked at him and didn't say anything. Li Bingyue's favoritism plus 1, but in reality, it was Fongmu's bullying that teased him to add another point to his favorability. Fongmu expressed his satisfaction. "This woman, you just have to be bossy to conquer her." The Mercedes-Benz S-Class luxury limousine quickly arrived at a top shopping mall on the Bund. This shopping mall is the top-class shopping mall on the Bund. Very luxurious, with a variety of luxury stores, and the location is in the busiest Nanjing Road pedestrian street, with a lot of traffic. After getting out of the car, The two of them walked along the lively pedestrian street for a short while before arriving inside this top-notch mall. Sure you want to buy me out? After entering the mall, Li Bingyue looked at Feng Mu and asked, it's all the way to the mall, do I have to lie to you? Feng Mu laughed. How could this woman still not believe it? Well, don't worry, you've been good to me and I won't let you suffer. Li Bingyue suddenly put her hold on his arm and laughed a little. Oh, and how will you repay me? Wait until you go to the hotel tonight. Okay, let's see how you do tonight then. Feeling the fragrance from Li Bingyue's body that kept drilling into her nose, Feng Mu smiled. Next, it's the buying session. The two first came to the third floor of the shopping mall Chanel store. Inside the Chanel store, Li Bingyue picked a very good-looking skirt, as well as a bag, and then went to the LV store, bought a pair of shoes, and then went to Dior. Went to several luxury stores in a row and bought several sets of clothes and shoes and bags and perfumes and cosmetics and stuff. It didn't take long to spend almost $700,000 or $800,000. It's too big a bag to carry. The good thing about luxury stores like this is that you can have your purchases delivered to your home, so you don't have to pick them up yourself. After shopping around and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, it also made Li Bingyue's favorability rise continuously. Name, Li Bingyue. Age, 30. Overall charisma, 93. Favorability, 70. Number of persons, 1. Health, excellent. On the Goddess Treasures profile, Li Bingyue's favorability was already up to 70. That's a very rare number. After all, this woman used to be a lesbian. In her life, except for that night in Feng Mu had once, she had never been close to any other man. Such a high and cold iceberg was actually ruffled to 70 favorability by Feng Mu. Definitely a rare thing. And naturally, Feng Mu would not stop there. That $3 million limit on the Goddess cashback spending card hasn't been spent yet. That's where it's at. After browsing through a circle of luxury stores, Li Bingyue looked at Feng Mu. Finally done shopping. Are we going back to the hotel now? Feng Mu laughed. What? So impatient to go back to the hotel to thank me? Li Bingyue said with blank eyes. I am tired of strolling alright. Just now this circle of strolling down, I feel that my legs are sore. Feng Mu laughed. It's not urgent yet. What's the point of going back to the hotel so early? The money hasn't been spent yet. Li Bingyue blinked. What do you mean? I prepared 3 million credits for you today, and now that I've done the math, I've spent just over $1 million on dinner plus buying, and there's still a small 2 million left to spend. Li Bingyue was momentarily speechless, and only after a while did she confirm. Are you serious? Feng Mu smiled calmly. Of course it's serious. Do you think I have to tell you lies? By the way, last night you asked me to borrow money. I haven't given it to you yet. Now I'll transfer it to you first. See how much is left from the $3 million, and spend it all directly later. Your goal tonight is to spend my $3 million credit, and we can't go back to the hotel until you do. After saying that, he asked Li Bingyue for a bank card number and transferred 600,000 to her on the spot, and it was specifically emphasized that the money was not borrowed. It was a gratuitous gift that did not have to be paid back. It's not that Feng Mu is pretending to be generous, but the system said that if he lent money to Li Bingyue, it can't be counted as part of the Goddess consumption cashback card amount, so it can only be given in the form of a gratuitous gift. Li Bingyue's favoritism plus 5. After receiving the 600,000 transfer, Li Bingyue's eyes had begun to pull at Feng Mu's eyes. This man, too, is so handsome. As a lesbian, she had never imagined that a man would give her such a feeling of adoration and love. This feeling thieves on the head. There's an urge to be broken straight. After transferring the money, Feng Mu then smiled and said, Little you still have more than $1 million of credit. Say it, what else do you want? Li Bingyue smiled charmingly. I want you, is that okay? Feng Mu instantly raised his eyebrows. This woman, she actually started flirting on her own accord? Gee, that's funny. Sure, but it's going to cost us another $1 million or so before we can get back to the hotel. Why did you have to spend $3 million on me? To ask is to have money, and it's uncomfortable not to spend it all. But I feel like I've already spent enough. And even though I'm confident that I should be valuable to you because of my good looks and sexy body, there's no need to spend so much as $3 million on me at once, right? I don't even know how I'm going to repay you. It's okay, you're worth it. Feng Mu looked at Li Bingyue and smiled. Li Bingyue's favoritism plus 3. The phrase you're worth it clearly poked Li Bingyue's heart. No woman can resist a man who was going to spend all $3 million for her and say this you're worth it when she herself thinks it's too much money. It's an affirmation that goes straight to the soul. For a creature like a woman, who has an overwhelming emotional inner desire to be loved and recognized, such affirmation is irresistible. Li Bingyue was instantly touched, and also at this moment, suddenly felt that she truly accepted this man in front of her. You're so nice. Li Bingyue stared into Feng Mu's eyes and said seriously, Woman, don't be too touched, to be touched later back to the hotel and then properly in the body. Now give me a good think. What else do you want in order to help me spend the rest of the more than $1 million? Sure, you want to spend another $1 million or so before going back to the hotel? Sure, why don't you buy me a car then? I used to want a white Panamera in particular, and if I hadn't gotten into gambling 2 years ago, maybe with a little more saving I could have afforded it. Now, if you could fulfill a dream I've always had, that would make me so happy. A Panamera? It'll do, just about $1 million or so. Hearing Li Bingyue's words, Fong Mu nodded. Let's go and get the car. Thanks hubby. What did you call me? Honey, do you like it when I call you that? It's okay. Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect this woman's husband to shout. Half an hour later, Fong Mu took Li Bingyue to a Porsche 4S store. There was no ink, and after spending less than half an hour's effort in the store, he went straight to buying a newest Panamera current car, which cost a total of $36 million, including all sorts of miscellaneous expenses. Paid for it, signed the contract, and picked up the car on the spot. And at the moment of lifting the car, Li Bingyue's favorability directly soared by 5 points. Favorability smoothly broke through the 80 mark, allowing Fong Mu to obtain a hidden reward. At the same time, the $3 million limit of the Goddess Consumption cashback card was also completely used up, which also allowed Fong Mu to get a chance to return cash in a blitz. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has successfully rated the goddess, raising her favorability to 80, lover relationship, and obtaining a set of hidden rewards. Thompson's first-class 597 square meters large flat. Congratulations to the host. The Goddess Consumption cashback card's 3 million credits have all been consumed, obtaining 33 times the Storm cashback for a total of 99 million. Chapter 64 Thompson's Grand Flats. What? Thompson's 597 square meter large flat? Blitz cashback of $99 million? Seeing these two rewards given by Brother Unity, Fong Mu stared on the spot, a bit stunned. That's what we're saying. Isn't that reward a little too generous? Thompson's Pacific level? $99 million in cash? That's a straight-up billionaire right there. Moreover, what is the status of Townsend in Magic City? It is a proper top luxury residence. At the height of the property price boom, a large flat in Thompson's Epine could sell for more than $300,000 a square meter. A large flat of nearly 600 square feet with a total value of over $200 million. Even if property prices have fallen quite a bit now, this 597 square feet Thompson's Grand Flat will take at least more than $100 million to buy. Fong Mu remembered that when he came to Magic City to attend college, he heard his classmates say that the luxury apartments in Thompson Epine could be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars per square foot. He was so young and ignorant and unseen that he was stunned. I thought that the house is made of gold. Ah, a flat hundreds of thousands of what is the concept? It was only later that I learned that Thompson is one of the top mansions in Magic City, and all the people living in it are some rich people or celebrities. At that time, Fong Mu was young and naive, and also fantasized that if one day he was developed, he could also buy a house to live in Thompson. Then it would take off. Only the back soon learned that he was too naive. This life, not to mention buying a house in the Townsend, is not even qualified to rent. And now, everything is different. Brother Tuzi is really too luxurious, and even directly rewarded him with a set of Thompson first-class top-level flat. The rewards are so exaggerated, it's almost trenchant. Fong Mu couldn't help but laugh. He's also now the man who owns the big flat in the Magic City, and it's a large flat in Townsend, which is really taking off straight away. What's on your mind? Laughing so hard? At this moment, Li Bingyue's voice rang out, pulling Fong Mu back to reality. Nothing, I'm just happy I bought you a car. Fong Mu smiled. I shouldn't be the one laughing when you buy me a car. What are you giggling about? Giving a gift is a gift, you know? What? You couldn't wait? I can't wait. I'm going to pay you back properly. How does it pay off? Wait until we get back to the hotel. Okay. The next step was the delivery of the car. Various procedures, various contracts, and some miscellaneous, also need to delay a lot of time. But the Porsche 4S store side of the service is quite in place. The efficiency is very high. Once everything was done, Fong Mu and Li Bingyue could pick up the car and leave. However, they had all been drinking before and couldn't drive, so they had to ask a staff member from the 4S store side to help drive and take them to the hotel. It was only at 11:30 in the evening that Fong Mu and Li Bingyue arrived at the same Ritz-Carlton hotel that they had stayed at before. After parking the car and entering the hotel, Fong Mu directly booked the presidential suite that he had booked last time. Once again, the two of them went to that presidential suite to check in. Once inside, the two walked over to the couch and sat down. Li Bingyue was very well behaved and sat in Fong Mu's arms. At this moment, her favorability towards Fong Mu had reached 85 points, which was a very high favorability. I can only say that the ability of the banknotes is really powerful, and in one day's work, it made Li Bingyue, the iceberg, melt. Of course, It's also because Fangmu can tease too. If you can flirt and are handsome and have money, no woman can stand it. Luna, when we get to the hotel, how do you want to pay me back? Fangmu hugged Li Bingyue and raised an eyebrow and laughed. Li Bingyue gave him an incomparably flirtatious look, followed by coming over and whispering in his ear. Fangmu instantly raised his eyebrows and immediately became a bit excited. Chapter 65 Actress Neighbors. Day 2. Fangmu slept until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon before waking up leisurely. After waking up, he subconsciously touched the side and realized that Li Bingyue had long since left. Last night, Li Bingyue's return made him very satisfied, and he didn't sleep until 4 or 5 in the morning. If it wasn't for a perfect body, it wouldn't have been able to carry it at all. Fangmu stretched and got out of bed, opened the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window, and realized that it was a sunny and beautiful day. What are we going to do today? Now every day when he woke up, the first question, Fangmu always had to ask himself this. In the past, every day to go to work hard, simply will not think about such a problem. The alarm clock will be up to wash up. Wash up immediately after going out to catch the subway to work. Living a mechanized life all day long. You don't even have to think about what you're going to do each day because there is no time at all that you have at your disposal. But it's different now. With Unicorn, his time is completely at his own disposal. He sleeps until he wakes up naturally every day. And when he wakes up, he still has to think about what to do for fun today. That's right, the Townsend Grand Flat. Thinking of the reward given by Brother Unity yesterday, Fangmu instantly raised his eyebrows. He is the owner of a large Townsend flat, which must not be rushed to see his new home. In the future, to pick up girls, do not even need to come to the hotel. Directly bring to their own large flat. Floor is finished. Nearly 600 square feet, worth more than 100 million. Townsend, a large flat. Which girl went to not confused awe? In this regard, Fangmu was still quite looking forward to it. After all, who wouldn't want to own their own home? Most people are actually more obsessed with houses than cars. Having your own house makes you feel rooted. Otherwise, when housing prices are so expensive, people would still be fighting tooth and nail to get on the bus, trying to buy a house of their own. Fangmu was no exception. In the past, when Brother Unicorn had not yet come, he himself was drifting in Magic City, often moving from this one rental house to that one, and from time to time, he would also think, if he could have a set of his own house in Magic City, how good it would be. That way you can get a foothold in Mordor. It also allows for a greater sense of belonging to the Magic City. But the house in Magic City is not something he could have thought of in the past. It is impossible to afford it. But now, there's Brother Tuzi. Straight away, I own a large flat in Townsend worth over $100 million. It's a feeling that's really cool. Thinking of going to his own big mansion in Townsend, Fangmu also stopped dilly-dallying and immediately went to the bathroom to take a shower. And after washing, he left the hotel at the first opportunity. After leaving the hotel, Fangmu first took a car and went back to the restaurant where he and Li Bingyue finished eating last night, and drove the Pagani he had parked there. Then it was time to get in the car and head to Townsend. As the system had said before, his information was fully registered inside the system of the Townsend's neighborhood. You can just swipe your face to enter the neighborhood. The large flat he had an electronic combination lock, so when the time came, he could enter the house by entering the code directly. Driving the Pagani, Fangmu arrived at the Townsend very smoothly. After swiping his face at security and making sure he was the owner, he drove his car into the garage underneath the neighborhood. The large flat given by the system was in Building 2 of the Townsend, and he quickly drove the car to the location of Building 2 according to the garage's navigation, parked the car and walked off. Fangmu raised his eyes and looked down at the underground garage of the Townsend, and was immediately a bit surprised. TSK, it's worthy of being the garage of Townsend's, parked with all the special meow of top luxury cars. It's impossible to find a cheap car inside this garage. The cars parked inside, the cheapest ones are $1 million luxury cars, like what Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Bentley, Stretch Lincoln, all top-of-the-line luxury cars. It's no wonder that the Townsend is what it is. Just a set of houses have to be hundreds of millions of dollars, or even $100 or $200 million. Can live in this inside the owners? Worth at least several hundred million or even more than $1 billion or tens of billions of dollars. Such a tycoon can drive a cheap car. It must be driving a luxury car. With a little emotion, Fangmu was ready to go and take the elevator upstairs, but at that moment, a white Bentley suddenly drove in this direction and soon stopped next to his Pagani. Not long after the car stopped, the door opened, and as the car door opened, followed by a pair of black silk legs came out from inside the white Bentley, and then, a beautiful woman with sunglasses and a hot body appeared in Fangmu's line of sight. Unbidden, it made his eyes light up. This woman, very beautiful, the body can be said to be close to perfect. The legs are comparable to supermodels, and there is definitely enough capital in one area to be proud of. Most importantly, her temperament and dress, very top-notch. At a glance, one could tell that she was an upper-class celebrity, and between her hands and feet, she gave people a feeling of aristocracy. The first time Fong Mu looked at it, he just thought the woman was beautiful. Upon second glance and second look, it dawned on me how it looked a bit familiar. When he took a closer look, he was instantly a little startled. Aha, isn't that Big Mimi? Although most of this woman's face was covered by sunglasses, a closer look still immediately made it obvious that this person was clearly a top-stream actress who had been popular in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years. Big Mimi. Big Mimi lives in Thompson? And living inside the same building as yourself? Now, Fong Mu was really surprised. Chapter 66, The Man Who Was Befriended by Big Mimi's Initiative. Just as Fong Mu was surprised that he was able to meet the top-streaming Big Mimi of the entertainment industry, Big Mimi, who had just gotten down from the white Bentley, also immediately noticed the incomparably cool and windy limited edition Pagani Windy Sun parked next to her parking space. This looks like the limited edition Pagani Windjammer that was on display at the International Auto Show the other day. Big Mimi took off her sunglasses and walked over to the Pagani Windjammer and surveyed it. She was a little surprised to see this Pagani Windjammer here. A few days ago, when this limited edition Pagani Windjammer was on display at the Magic City International Auto Show, one of Big Mimi's female rich friends from the entertainment industry especially wanted to buy the car. As a result, the person Pagani side of the pressure is not for sale, saying that it is only on display and not for sale, even if you add money. For this reason, the rich woman friend of Big Mimi and Big Mimi also complained for several days, saying that the Pagani side is really pitiful. The car is on display to whet people's appetites but not for sale. This is not a pitiful thing. Big Mimi, that rich lady friend, even went around looking for connections, trying to get someone to buy this Pagani Windjammer, but in the end, it was seriously rejected from Pagani's side. This also made that rich woman friend of Big Mimi's depressed for several days, and repeatedly complained to Big Mimi, saying that it was hard for her to like a car, but it turned out that she couldn't buy it even if she wanted to, and Big Mimi was more than a little impressed with the limited edition Pagani Windjammer after a series of spiels from that rich friend. The colors, the shapes, all impressive, but I did not expect. Today after participating in the activities to drive home, surprisingly, in the underground garage next to the parking space, saw this limited edition Pagani Windchild had made her quite impressive, and soon enough, Big Mimi was noticing that just a short distance away from the Pagani Windjammer, there was a sunny, handsome young man, looking at her. This limited edition Pagani Windjammer was bought by this handsome guy? I think so. By the looks of him, he must have just gotten off the top of the Pagani Windjammer and was about to go to the elevator to go upstairs. It looks like he's also a resident of Townsend's. Big Mimi subconsciously guessed in her mind, and with this guess, the idea of friendship immediately arose in the heart of Dahmer Mimi. Anyone who can afford this limited edition Pagani Windjammer is definitely not an ordinary person. Big Mimi can be very clear. That rich woman friend of hers, in the end how rich and how much energy, even she entrusted a long-time relationship, cannot buy the car, but was bought by someone else, and the buyer is still a so young man. There was no need to think about it to know that this was definitely a male son with an extremely deep background. Otherwise it would never have been possible to buy this limited edition Pagani Windjammer. Big Mimi has been in the entertainment industry for many years and has capitalized on herself in the back, and has a habit in her bones to make more useful contacts. Facing such a gentleman with a mysterious background, and it seems that he is also a neighbor who lives in the same building as herself, Damini immediately had the idea of making friends. Big Mimi was a thunderous nature, and when she had an idea, she immediately stepped on a pair of black silk legs and walked towards the handsome young man who was only a few steps away, suddenly bumping into Big Mimi in the underground garage. Although Fong Mu was surprised, he didn't have the idea of going up to greet her at first. After all, he wasn't some kind of brain-dead groupie. There was no need for him to stagger up and greet people and take pictures and whatnot as soon as he saw a female celebrity. But after all, it is the top stream of the entertainment industry. Big honey, fame, long beautiful body is still hot, which is still necessary to see a few more eyes. In addition, he was going to use the goddess treasure to check out Dami Mimi's profiles. However, he didn't expect that right at this moment. Big Mimi took the initiative to walk towards him. Fong Mu instantly raised his eyebrows. Chapter 67, who was not confused when looking at it. Hello handsome, is this Pagani Windjammer yours? Big Mimi quickly stepped on her long black silk legs and walked over to Fong Mu, looking at him with a smile on her face. On her face, she had her trademark smile, with shallow pearly swirls showing. Yes, what is it? Fong Mu looked at Big Mimi and nodded with a bashful face. Although he was a little surprised at first that Dahmer Mimi had come up to talk to him, he was still very calm on the surface. Of course, it was also mainly because the whole bottom line had been completely different with Unicorn. If it were in the past, one would have been more or less thrilled to run into a top-tier showbiz starlet like Big Mimi. But now, a light touch. With the system, what big scenes have to experience in the future is not just an actress. What's the big deal? But it should be said not to say. Big Mimi is worthy of being a top-stream big beauty in the entertainment industry. This body, this temperament, this charm, really is absolute. It's too spicy. Hearing Fong Mu's affirmative answer, Big Mimi immediately blinked her eyes and said with a smile, "Then you're very good, handsome." Ah, this Pagani win son a few days ago when it was displayed at the International Auto Show. One of my girlfriends has been wanting to buy it, and after a few days of asking for a few days of relations and wanting to buy it with a price increase, but didn't get it. I didn't expect that it would be bought by Handsome. You bought it away. If that girlfriend of mine knew about it, she would definitely have to be hard to die. Upon hearing this, Fong Mu couldn't help but smile. There's still this? If Sister Honey, your best friend likes this car of mine, you can ask her to come to me and I'll lend her the car for a while. Ha, Handsome, you called me Sister Honey? I thought you didn't recognize me. Hearing the title, Dami smoothed down her hair and smiled. How come? Who doesn't know Big Mimi? Fong Mu smiled. Then why were you so calm when you saw me just now and didn't even greet me? Big Mimi smiled. Although I know you, but you don't know me, Sister Honey, so it's not too good for me to venture up and say hello, right? Fong Mu smiled faintly. So, that's fine then. Now let's get acquainted. Big Mimi smiled sweetly and held out her own hand. Handsome, get acquainted. I'm Young Mimi, or Big Mimi as you call me. Fong Mu also stretched out his hand and shook it with Big Mimi, and said his name to Big Mimi. Big Mimi smiled and said, Fong Mu, I see that you should be quite a bit younger than me. Since you call me Sister Mimi, how about I call you Xiao Mu? Could be. Fong Mu nodded. Mac, do you live in this building too? How come I haven't seen you before? I just bought the house here and just moved in today. In that case, we'll be neighbors from now on. Oh, Big Mimi smiled, then asked, by the way, what floor do you live on? Makoto? 16th floor, 1608. Fong Mu said his room number. Upon hearing this, Big Mimi was immediately surprised. Ah, Xiao Mu, you live in 1608. No way. What a coincidence. I live across the street from you in 1606. Oh, you live right across the street from me. Honey, that is indeed a coincidence. Fong Mu also couldn't help but laugh a little. I didn't realize it was such a coincidence that I was actually living across the street from Big Mimi as a neighbor. Coincidence indeed. Big Mimi smoothed down her hair and smiled sweetly. After that, the two of them made some more casual small talk, and when they were almost done, they rode up the elevator together in company. While in the elevator, Big Mimi even took the initiative to add Fong Mu's V-mail. Soon the elevator reached the 16th floor. After coming out, Damini waved her hand with Fong Mu and smiled. Then Xiao Mu, you go back to your new home first to take a look around. Sis has to go home and rest for a while. When there's time in the evening, Sis invites you to come to Sis's house for dinner. Fong Mu nodded. Okay, Sister Honey. The two then waved goodbye. Big Mimi walked across the street to 1606 with her long black legs and pressed her fingerprints to enter the house. Fong Mu looked at Big Mimi's back and couldn't help but be a bit impressed. This is a truly superb woman, and a top-stream actress who has been popular for over a decade. Who doesn't look confused? Right. I just forgot to look at Big Mimi's profile with the goddess book. Fong Mu then responded that he hadn't checked Big Mimi's profile yet. I don't know how much charisma value Big Mimi can have with the system. I guess it should be high, but let's just forget about it. I didn't hear Big Mimi say that she invited herself to her house for dinner tonight. Let's talk about it tonight. Smiling, Fong Mu withdrew his mind, after which he turned his head towards his new home and entered the code to open the door. And as soon as the door was opened and he saw the condition inside this luxurious large flat worth over $100 million, his eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 68 Luxurious Grand Flat. Once inside, Fong Mu then felt an air of luxury and honor come over him. Inside his mind, one word immediately appeared. Advanced. This large flat is truly premium. Not only is the space amazing, but the interior is very high-end and very pleasing to the eye at first glance. Fong Mu walked into the house and began to carefully appreciate the luxurious large flat in front of him. The first thing that catches your eye is the amazingly spacious, oversized living room. On the high ceiling, a sparkling crystal chandelier pours down. Each crystal is like a carefully carved work of art. And under the sunlight, hundreds of delicate crystals refract the colorful light, which looks soft and elegant. The floor, paved with a piece of texture advanced natural marble. The delicate texture as the master painter hand-painted landscape scrolls, exudes a low-key and luxurious luster. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows take up almost an entire wall, and when you look out the window, you can take in the bustle of the Magic City. The center of the living room, placed in a set of simple but no loss of luxury European leather sofas, beige top lambskin material wrapped in soft cushions and backrests, Every stitch and every line shows the exquisite handmade craftsmanship. At first glance, it is very advanced. On this sofa, I guess there is no hundreds of thousands of dollars simply cannot buy. In front of the leather sofa was a European-style coffee table made of the same material, with an intricately carved golden border set under a glass tabletop, while a delicate ceramic tea set was placed on the table. On the other side of the living room is a large open dining room. An extra-long dining table that can accommodate a dozen people occupies the center position, and the tabletop is made of precious walnut with clear and rich texture. Above the dining table hangs a very beautiful set of modern art chandeliers with a unique and high-class look. There's also a whole row of wine coolers on one side of the dining room. This would be even more classy if you put a couple dozen bottles of famous wine in it. In terms of the decoration of this large living room, Fong Mu was directly surprised. It's really too luxurious and classy. This decoration style, at first glance, from the hand of a particularly powerful famous designer, general designers, simply cannot decorate such a high-level decoration style. This was also really a bit of a surprise to Fong Mu. Previously, when Brother Tuzi said that he would reward a set of large flat in Thompson, he was still thinking that if he was not too satisfied with the decoration inside the large flat, wouldn't he have to decorate it again himself later? Now that little worry is gone for a bit, with this decoration, how could he not be satisfied? Couldn't be happier with it. And, not only is the decor luxurious and high class, this space is really big. Just this one large living room was estimated to be 200 square feet, much larger than a 3-bedroom average home combined. Fong Mu walked over to the leather sofa that just looked very luxurious and sat down, and asked the system with a bit of curiosity, "Brother Tuanzi, this house is so well decorated and so new. Did you get it?" "No, this system just bought you this big flat, and is not responsible for the decoration." The owner of this large flat, originally a super rich man playing Bitcoin, he bought this large flat, looking for a famous designer to decorate it before he had time to live in it, and then for some reason, he ran away with his whole family to the U.S. Seeing Brother Unity's explanation, Fong Mu immediately understood. It turns out that this big flat was decorated by some big shot who plays Bitcoin and got a famous designer to renovate it, only to run away for some reason before he could live in it and enjoy it. That's what got the better of him. After resting a little, Fong Mu then went around to the bedroom, found a couple of bedrooms on this large level that are pretty much spot on as well. There are 6 rooms in total. For guest rooms, a den and a recreation room where you can sing karaoke and play games. The master bedroom is the largest, with a superb view. The decoration is warm and atmospheric and comfortable. All the furniture used inside is particularly high grade. Looks very expensive. The master bedroom also has an oversized and super luxurious bathroom, which alone is much larger than any bedroom in an average home. After looking around, Fong Mu was really feeling that this large flat was simply too satisfying for him. Everywhere is good. Maybe now on the only point is not too good. That is, this house is too big and too empty. If the inside and then live in a few gentle and lovely sister imperial sister what accompanied himself, that would be perfect. Chapter 69, Going to Big Mimi's house to exchange feelings. Fong Mu had a good time inside his large flat mansion with an area of nearly 600 square feet. A little lie down on the bed, a little lie down on the couch, a little lie down on the fancy smart toilet. No, a little sit down. Anyway, really happy. It was also the first time in his life that he owned his own house. This feeling of owning your own house is really extraordinary, though in the past, his idea was that if he couldn't afford a house, it would be quite dashing to keep renting a house everywhere. However, when you really have such a house that belongs to you completely, and it is also a large flat in the Magic City Thompson, this feeling, it is really wonderful. Sure, mostly also because the house was hoarded out. It's not like you have to work hard to make money on your own. That must be cool. If you buy a house and have to carry a mortgage for decades, it's better to wash your hands of it. It won't be cool at all. It'll just be stressful. The time came to 6:30 in the evening. Fong Mu is in his master bedroom, thinking if he is going to buy a new set of bed sheets and quilt set later, or else using the one that comes with this bed. It still feels a little diaphragmatic, although the bed sheets and covers on this bed look new and clean, but after all, it was bought by someone else, and I don't know if I've used it, or I'll buy a new set for myself to sleep more comfortably. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Fong Mu took it out and realized that it was Big Mimi who had made a voice call to him. "Hey, honey, hey, Mac, how's your rest going? Do you want to come to my sister's house for dinner tonight?" Of course, how could I refuse honey's warm invitation? Then why don't you come over now, Xiao Mu? I just bought a bunch of dishes with takeout. How about we cook together? Sure, I'll come over then. Okay, sis will wait for you. We are neighbors. We need to exchange feelings. It has to be communicated properly. Fong Mu put away his cell phone and couldn't help but smile. This little life, too, is getting nourished. He not only owns his own big mansion in Thompson, but also becomes a neighbor with Big Mimi, who even calls him to come to her house for dinner to exchange feelings. How could I have ever thought of that before? You couldn't dream up such a nice, beautiful dream. In the past, the probability that this will still be in the miserable overtime it every day to live a boring and repetitive and no sense of meaning of the day, can only be considered to be alive, and now, a wonderful life of living color. Clanking sound. The doorbell rang a few times. Soon the door was pushed open from the inside. What came into view was Da Mimi, who had changed into a home casual outfit. But Big Mimi is still Big Mimi after all, although changed into a more casual and lazy clothes, but that perfect and delicate body still can't be hidden in the slightest. A simple white fitted short tee was rubbed out by her. There's no way around it. It's a Big Mimi. Underneath was a pair of gray cotton hot pants and a pair of beautiful legs. I can only say that it is worthy of the big honey. This body and this value really can beat. Mac, you're here, come on in. Seeing Fong Mu at the door, Big Mimi hurriedly welcomed him warmly. Sister Honey, it's more or less rude for me to not prepare a gift for my first visit. Fong Mu smiled and entered. No, what kind of gift do you need? We don't need that kind of courtesy. Big Mimi smiled sweetly, then bent down to get Fong Mu's slippers, and this stooping of Big Mimi. Sheesh, the scenery is infinitely better. Fong Mu couldn't help but look twice more. Mac, these are Sis's slippers, so you'll have to wear them. Big Mimi took out a pair of cotton slippers, or women's, and at first glance there were no men in the house, only ladies' slippers, but Fong Mu didn't mind, as long as he could wear it. Upon entering the house, Fong Mu surveyed Dami Mimi's home. It was found that the floor plan was similar to his house, and the size should be similar. Both are big flats of 500 or 600 square feet, and then look at the style of decorating inside. Fong Mu couldn't help but marvel at the fact that it was worthy of being a top-tier female star in the country, and that she was really rich. This decoration at a glance is not cheap, very top-notch. Furniture and appliances needless to say are also big brands. Guessing that without a few million cannot be installed so good. Probably guessing millions is guessing smaller. I'm not sure how much it cost. Mac, come on, Sis won't let you rest, let's cook together. Big Mimi wasn't polite, and just after entering the house, she invited Fong Mu to cook in the kitchen. She is usually busy at work, all kinds of filming and shooting variety shows to participate in activities, rare vacations to rest inside the home. The opportunity to cook is also less, and occasionally do 1 or 2 times. Cooking skills naturally will not be too good, but there are tons of food instructional videos online. So you can still make some dishes by following the instructional videos of food bloggers. Okay, Fong Mu nodded and followed Big Mimi into the kitchen. Xiao Mu, how is your cooking skill? Let me make it clear. My cooking skills can be average. I usually rarely cook, but with a little bit of foundation, if I follow the food blogger's instructional video throughout the cooking, I can still make the dishes. Big Mimi laughed frankly. Then my cooking skills should be similar to yours, Sister Honey. And I'm one of those who can't do it on their own and can make a few dishes by following the instructional videos. Fong Mu smiled. Okay, then we two are equal. We will follow the instructional video later and work together to make a great dinner. Okay, I'll find the instructional video then. I just bought ribs, lamb, beef, and a couple veggies, so I'll find the instructional video, study it, and start making it straight away later. Good. Big Mimi picked up the tablet that had been sitting in the kitchen ahead of time and started checking out some of the food blogger's instructional videos. She was going to make a braised spare ribs, a lamb soup, a small fried beef, plus 2 vegetables today. These dishes are kind of home cooking series, not very difficult. As long as a little bit of cooking foundation, follow the instructional video can still be made. And at this time, Fong Mu passed through the Goddess Treasure Guide and began to check out Big Mimi's information. Name, Yang Mi. Age, 38. Overall charisma, 97, at the level of a goddess. Favorability, 20. Number of persons, 3. Health, excellent. Sheesh, not bad for a Big Mimi. All of them are 38 years old, yet they have a whopping 97 rating. What does this mean? It means that after systematic authentication, Big Mimi's comprehensive charisma is at the level of an uncompromising goddess. Come to think of it, although NPC Mimi was already 38 years old, she was extremely well maintained. Her skin was hydrated and tender, with no wrinkles at all, and if she only looked at the state of her skin, she wasn't even much worse than her sister in her early 20s. After all, they are top actresses, who rely on their faces to make a living, and they don't know how much money they spend on maintenance every year. Beautiful women are made of money and wither easily if they are not maintained, and with the right amount of money and enough maintenance, you won't be any less attractive in your 30s than you were in your 20s. Even more feminine and elegant and sexy would be a plus instead. Moreover, Fong Mu estimated that the reason why Big Mimi had such a high score of 97 points must also be due to her ability and fame. As a top streaming female star in China, who has been popular in the entertainment industry for 20 years. There is no doubt about Big Nini's business ability. She is not just a vase, but still very capable. Big Nini has long since capitalized on being more than just an actress. That would definitely give her points too. Also, Big Nini's number was only 3, which surprised Fangmu as well. After so many years in the entertainment industry, the number is surprisingly only 3, which is definitely considered very clean. These days, not to mention a 38-year-old actress, there are many 18-year-old innocent women just starting college, and there are more than 3 of them. Unable to help it, Fangmu also felt a few more points of favor towards Big Nini. Inside his subconscious mind, always feel that the showbiz water is very deep. Those actresses are afraid that behind the scenes will be some director or investor or what all kinds of money transactions. How can you stay ice cold? It would be nice to not get played out, but I didn't realize that the column for the number of big honeys was only 3. This is really very rare. Mac, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Something on my face? Big Nini, who was looking for an instructional video, suddenly noticed that Fangmu was looking at himself, and his eyes were a bit unusual, so he couldn't help but ask. That's right, honey, you have something on your face. Fangmu smiled. What's there? Big Nini subconsciously had to look in the mirror. Actress when the habit, but to always maintain a perfect state, even at home cannot be allowed to have something on the face. Kind of nice. Fangmu smiled. Asterisk 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 you. You're a smooth talker, aren't you? Big Nini was amused and stretched out her small white hand, gently patting Fangmu. Big Nini's favorability +3. Fangmu was really a bit surprised. I didn't expect that an earthy love story would directly increase Big Nini's favorability by 3 points. Wouldn't this be a quick way to develop a super friendship with Big Nini if we had a few more lines? The thought came together. Fangmu couldn't help but subconsciously look at Big Nini's perfect body. Sheesh, how happy would this be to develop a super friendship with Big Nini? That's a Big Nini. Know the gold in those 3 words. There's always a lot of people hacking Big Nini online, saying this and that, and a look of disdain. In fact, if I gave you the big honey, could you handle it? I wouldn't be able to top that if it was given to me. Looking at Big Nini's marvelous figure, Fangmu couldn't help but smile. A woman with her head bowed and not seeing the ground is the best color on earth. Big Nini is such an earthly beauty, and this earthly beauty was now right in front of Fangmu's eyes. Chapter 70 Becoming Big Nini's outside the circle boyfriend? In the kitchen, it's already getting busy. Big Nini has found the right instructional video and is ready to officially start cooking. She took out the ribs and beef and lamb and those ingredients and started preparing the food. Fangmu is a guest, and Demimi says she can't let him do too much work, so she lets him play second fiddle to pan the rice and cook it. Mac, after watching the instructional video, I feel like my cooking skills are ridiculously strong now. I'll definitely let you have a good meal later. Big Nini rolled up her sleeves with a flourish. Well, look forward to it already. Fangmu smiled calmly. Although he said he was looking forward to it, he was actually apprehensive. Can you really trust Big Nini's cooking? I'm afraid we'll be cooking up some dark dishes later on. However, she is a top-stream beautiful big star in the entertainment industry, and she can personally cook and eat for herself. And this kind of treatment also needs what bicycle. Big Nini's cooking is really pleasing to the eye. Looking at the way Big Nini was busy right in front of him, cooking seriously, Fangmu couldn't help but marvel. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman, and everything she does is pleasing to the eye. The main thing is that this body and this temperament of Big Nini is so absolute that people can't help but want to appreciate it more. And with the aura buff off a top-stream actress in the entertainment industry, the charm is even more irresistible. Ding! Detecting the host's deep-seated desire to conquer Big Nini. Random quest issued first, become Big Nini's out-of-the-loop boyfriend. The mission lasts for 1 month, and the completion of the mission will result in the awarding of a golden treasure chest. There is no penalty for mission failure. In order to help the host better complete the mission, the system will give the host the master culinary arts skill. If the mission is successfully completed, the skill will be permanently acquired. If the mission fails, the skill will be withdrawn. Master level cooking. To capture a woman's heart, you need to capture her stomach. With master level cooking, you will be transformed into a master chef. Whether it's pasta, stir-fry Chinese and Western food you're comfortable with. Brother Unity suddenly appeared, and before Fangmu could be surprised, a huge wave of information flooded into his mind. All sorts of things to know about cooking at once. It's as if he's a master chef who has been immersed in the kitchen for decades, and he is a master chef who combines Chinese and Western cuisine, and is incredibly good at both Chinese and Western food. Learning from both the East and the West also allows you to blend the characteristics of each cuisine to create a unique dish in your own style. Whether it's the selection of ingredients, preservation of ingredients, handling of ingredients, or knife work and carving and cooking and frying and deep frying, all the knowledge about cooking is immensely proficient. No way, I'm a master chef now? Fong Mu also laughed. Brother Unity was really bullish, somehow sending himself another quest and rewarding himself for his Grandmaster level cooking skills. With such awesome cooking skills, it'll be easier to flirt with girls in the future. After all, it's more or less pointless to just rely on the ability to bankroll other aspects of the ability to enhance more, so that the means of flirting with girls is more abundant. For example, this patriarchal cookery is obviously very useful. Most of the girls are foodies. With a master chef, just find a chance to show your hand. Let your sister directly satisfy to the stomach. That good sense is not clunking up. Fong Mu couldn't wait to experience his patriarchal cooking skills. Honey, why don't you let me cook? Big Mimi was originally concentrating on following the food teaching video to handle the ingredients, and when she heard this, she immediately looked at Fong Mu. Ah, Xiao Mu, you're coming? Do you know how to cook? Fong Mu smiled. It'll be billion ... A little? Then why don't you let me do it? My cooking skills are only a little bit, but after all, you're a guest, so how can I make you work too hard? It's okay, I'll do it. It's been too long since I've cooked and I get a little itchy when I get to the kitchen. Okay, you do that then. Do you need to watch an instructional video? No, I can still cook these home-cooked meals. Good blah. Da Mimi nodded, then stepped aside and gave Fong Mu the cooking position, while she herself stood aside to give Fong Mu a hand. With the patriarch's cooking skills, Fong Mu did have itchy hands. As soon as the chopper was in his hands, he felt like he had come into his own domain. As if a master with decades of knife skills, the kitchen knife is a human knife in one hand. Swish! Fong Mu subconsciously juggled his knife, turning the kitchen knife in his hand as easily and effortlessly as a pen-turning expert would turn a pen. Ha! Big Mimi's eyes instantly widened and her rosy little mouth opened into an O shape. She kind of couldn't believe her eyes. What's going on? Mac, you didn't used to practice juggling, did you? Seeing Fong Mu suddenly turn the kitchen knife in his hand with one hand in several ethereal flourishes, Big Mimi stared with an expression of shock. Practicing juggling? That's not true. Fong Mu smiled calmly, and without further ado, get right down to business. There were 3 potatoes on the counter, which Big Mimi had intended to use to make a hot and sour shredded potato. These potatoes should have been bought from a boutique supermarket. The skins were dry and clean, no dirt at all, no washing needed at all. Fong Mu picked up a potato and started peeling it, the kitchen knife in his hand, like the carving knife of a master sculptor, slid gently over the skin of the potato, and soon a whole potato's skin came off. A long strip of potato skins that fell into the trash can. The potato in his hand, on the other hand, was completely clean. Not only was there no skin on it at all, but there wasn't even the slightest pitting. It's as smooth as a stunning beauty fresh out of the bath. Immediately after that, the 2 potatoes at the back were also removed from their skins by Fong Mu's master-level knife work. Big Mimi looked dumbfounded on the spot. You call that a little bit of cooking? I'm afraid you haven't been learning how to cut since you were a baby. A man who can cook is so handsome. Big Mimi's favoritism +2. Big Mimi's favoritism +3. Big Mimi's favorability +5. Fong Mu handled 3 potatoes, a small display of his hand, and Big Mimi's favorability clanked up 10 points. Mac, you call that knowing a little bit of cooking? Big Mimi asked, blinking in amazement. Chapter 71, Big Mimi shows her love. Looking at Big Mimi's surprised expression, Fong Mu smiled calmly. Yeah, it'll be a billion dots. While saying that, he had already started shredding the potatoes. Shredding potatoes is the most important test of knife skills. Without a good knife skills, there is no way to shred potatoes. Most people shred potatoes. That can't even be described as shredding. That's chopping potatoes into chunks. Trying to take a round potato and slice it into a thin, even, light julienne is simply impossible for anyone who isn't an expert. And for Fong Mu, who possessed a patriarchal level of culinary skills, it was very simple. Just see him press down on a potato and start slicing it. Start by cutting the potatoes into slices, then stack a few slices on top of each other and start shredding. The kitchen knife in his hand, playing out the tricks. It's called a line, paintbrush. A hair-sized, crystal clear shredded potato appears on the counter. The knife work is a pleasure to look at. Big Mimi was dumbfounded. Wow, Mako, you're great. Now, Big Mimi was completely understanding that Fong Mu was definitely a master cook. With that kind of knife work, it's impossible to be this good if you haven't practiced it specifically. I'm good? Indeed, I'm better in other ways. Looking at Big Mimi looking at herself with a stunned expression, Fong Mu couldn't help but smile, but didn't say anything more, just continued his kitchen godlike maneuvering. Soon, under his flowing master knife work, those potatoes were smoothly shredded. It's the kind of shredded potato that really counts. Thin as a hair. Once it's chopped, it's time to sauté. A single operation resulted in a smooth plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes. After the shredded potatoes were done, Big Mimi couldn't help but take her chopsticks to taste it, and immediately raised her eyebrows. Wow, this is too delicious. Definitely the best plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes I've ever eaten. Love it, love it. Big Mimi was truly stunned. This plate of hot, freshly cooked shredded potatoes is really tasty. Definitely the best plate of shredded potatoes she had ever eaten in her life. She had no idea that a simple plate of shredded potatoes could be so delicious. Mac, your cooking is really superb. Big Mimi couldn't help but eat the shredded potatoes with her chopsticks while marveling at it. It's okay. Fong Mu smiled calmly, but with a calm mouth. But in his heart, he was also curious to know what kind of flavor the dish that Brother Unicorn had given him to cook with his patriarchal cooking skills would be like. So he also brought a pair of chopsticks and tasted the plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes. One to eat. Immediately, he raised an eyebrow. I'll go. It's really super tasty. A simple plate of shredded potatoes is so deliciously done. It's perfect. Not to mention Big Mimi. Even Fong Mu himself was shocked. This shredded potato was really so delicious that he could bite off his tongue. Never had such good shredded potatoes. It seems that patriarchal cooking really isn't something to sneeze at. Not only are the knives great, but the dishes that are made, flavor-wise, are also one of a kind. On this hand of cooking, which sister ate? Not directly love ah. After a shallow taste of the shredded potatoes he made, Fong Mu continued to start cooking. There's still a couple dishes to do, and it's not like we're just having a potato shredder tonight. Next, he then began to show off his mastery of cooking to his heart's content. If that plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes was just a small test, then the next one is a really big show. Chapter 72 Big Mimi's Capture. Under the operation of the patriarchal cook, Fong Mu went very smoothly and finished the few dishes he was going to make tonight. Colorful and flavorful braised pork ribs, creamy, milky lamb soup, a very tasty little stir-fry of beef at first glance, so good it bites off your tongue, hot and sour shredded potatoes, bright green baby bok choy. It had to be said that the patriarchal cooking skill rewarded by Brother Unity really wasn't something to sneeze at, allowing a culinary novice like Fong Mu to instantly transform into a master chef. Various cooking techniques are at your fingertips, and with one smooth operation, a hearty dinner is ready. Big Mimi was looking on with a twinkle in her eye. Serious men are the most handsome. Fong Mu himself was a big handsome guy, and when he had the grandmaster level cooking skills and started to cook seriously, the charm that emanated from the inside out of his body was simply irresistible. When people do what they do best, they create a state of mind flow that gives them a very attractive feeling. Fong Mu was like this right now, with his patriarchal cooking skills. Once he started cooking, his charisma value rubbed off on him, and Big Mimi had just witnessed the whole process of Fong Mu's serious cooking, and in her heart, her favorability towards Fong Mu was rising one by one. Big Mimi's favoritism +3. Big Mimi's favorability +5. Big Mimi's favorability +6. After a meal, Big Mimi's favorability towards Fong Mu directly increased by 20 to 30 points. All of a sudden it came to 60 points. That's already a high level of goodwill. After all, it was only the first day that Fong Mu and Big Mimi had met, and on the first day of knowing each other, their goodwill had reached 60. If this is 2 more waves, I'm afraid we'll break 80 soon. After making dinner, the two of them talked and laughed as they brought a few dishes to the table. After putting the dishes away, Big Mimi even took out a bottle of good red wine from inside the wine cabinet. Mac, it's a shame you don't drink some wine when you're such a good cook. Big Mimi skillfully took out the corkscrew and opened the red wine, personally pouring a glass for Fong Mu, then pouring a glass for herself. Come on, Mac, a toast to celebrate your new home today. Big Mimi smiled and raised her glass. Yeah, I'll do it. Make yourself at home, honey. Fong Mu laughed, raised his glass, and drank it all in one tilt of his head. Big Mimi didn't wimp out either. Raising her white, swan neck-like neck, she drank all the red wine in her glass. After a glass of red wine, Big Mimi's already flirtatious and pretty face suddenly became even more red and full of charm. After drinking a glass of red wine, Big Mimi couldn't wait to use her chopsticks to start savoring the table of food that Fong Mu had made. Wow! These braised pork ribs are too good. The veal stir-fry is also excellent. Any green vegetable can be so delicious. The lamb soup is so fresh. It's delicious. Big Mimi couldn't stop exclaiming at all. Every dish was extremely flavorful, so good that Big Mimi's slippery little tongue was biting it off. After Fong Mu tried it himself, he also exclaimed, I don't want to go out to eat anymore. I'll just eat at home. It couldn't be helped. It was really that the meal made by this master chef was so fragrant and delicious that he didn't know how to describe it. It felt like the last meal a starving man eats before he's reincarnated. The kind of deliciousness that touches the soul. Big Mimi's favoritism +1. Big Mimi's favoritism +1. Big Mimi's favoritism +1. As he ate, Big Mimi's favorites went up one after another. Such delicious food that it easily captured her stomach. Chapter 73 Big Mimi is full of food. Mac, your cooking is just too flavorful. Sis is already propped up. After a delicious dinner, Big Mimi's originally flat belly had bulged out. She touched her small belly and looked at Fangmu with a satisfied face and laughed. At this moment, the several dishes on top of the table had all been wiped out. Of course, not all of it was eaten by Big Mimi, although Big Mimi ate quite a bit of it, but more of it was wiped out by Fangmu. Not to mention that Big Mimi was bowled over by his patriarchal cooking skills, but even he, himself, was bowled over by his own awesome cooking skills. When I just ate, I practically grabbed the food with Big Mimi, neither one of them being polite, shoving a bite into their mouths. Big Mimi without the actress's reserve. Fangmu also has no labored gentlemanly manner, is the frame dry rice. Both of them ate unbelievably well. This also made it so that the table, which was originally big enough for 4 or 5 people, was completely wiped out by just the two of them. Inside the plate, there wasn't even a leaf of vegetable left. The soup was all poured into the rice and eaten. Honey, truth be told, I'm holding up too. Fangmu also touched his bulging little stomach and said with a smile, Xiaomu, how come your cooking skills are so good? I've eaten quite a few delicacies, and I've tasted the handiwork of several national banquet chefs, but I feel that no one's handiwork can compare to yours, and your cooking is the best meal I've ever eaten in my life. Big Mimi said in awe. Not really, although it's true that I cook quite well, but sister Honey, you're such a big star. You must have eaten quite a lot of delicacies from the mountains and the sea, so it shouldn't be possible to talk about my cooking being the best. Fangmu smiled modestly, but in reality, he also felt that the meal he had eaten was definitely one of the best he had ever had in his life. The clan-level cooking skills rewarded by brother unity. That's really something. It's awesome. If he were to open a restaurant with his cooking skills, it would be full every day, and the line of customers would be hundreds of meters long. Of course, as a godly man, he didn't have to open a store, and there's no need to cook every day. Such a good cook. Just show it off once in a while and use it to pick up girls. You can't still spend time cooking by yourself day after day. How can you have that kind of free time? Really, Yamak? I really think this dinner you made is the best meal I've ever had. I'm worried about what I'll do if I never get to eat your cooking again. I'm sure I'll miss it so much. Big Mimi couldn't help but have a bit of a worried look on her face as she spoke. This is simple. Sister Honey, if you want to eat my cooking in the future, just ask me to come to your house or you go to my house and I'll cook it for you. Fangmu said with a smile. That's good. I was waiting for that from you. Mac. Big Mimi beamed at the news. However, she quickly said, but Xiaomu, my sister's work is busy, and she often has to go out, so she can't stay in this home for many days a year. So if I want to eat a meal cooked by you, I'll have to wait. Fangmu nodded. Indeed, Sister Honey, you're a big star. You must be busy with work, but it's fine. Every time you go back to Thompson's here, if you want to eat the dishes I made, just talk to me. You're so nice, Mac. Big Mimi spread a smile. Big Mimi's favorability +3. After some chatting, Big Mimi's favorability towards Fangmu started to increase again. It's now nearing 70 favorability. It was only after just cooking a meal that so much goodwill had been added, and it had to be said that this clan-level cooking skill rewarded by Brother Unicorn was indeed very useful. Mac, I feel like I ate a little too much just now, or why don't we do a little exercise together to cool down? Chatting away, Big Mimi suddenly smiled and offered. Oh, what little exercise? Fangmu couldn't help but be moved in his heart. A little exercise with Big Mimi? That's a good sentiment. Who would say no? Chapter 74, Big Mimi's Body Management. The little workouts that Big Mimi is talking about are really just little workouts on a yoga mat following an instructional video on exercise workouts. As an actress, Big Mimi is extremely hard on her body management. How much you eat every day. You have to exercise to burn off how much. You cannot give your body a little chance to get fat. So after every meal and a brief rest, Big Mimi needs to do an after-dinner workout. If you eat more, exercise more. If you eat less, exercise less. Tonight, Fangmu's patriarchal cooking had really filled Big Mimi up, and her food intake had seriously exceeded the limit, so she would have to exercise hard tonight to burn off all those calories that she had eaten inside her stomach. A little exercise after dinner. Nothing really, mediocre, but following the Big Mimi movement, that's something else. Big Mimi started by pulling out 2 white yoga mats and setting them up in the middle of her large living room. Then it was off to the bedroom to change into a set of clothes specifically for exercise. A seductively tight yoga outfit. White tight yoga clothes with Big Honey that perfect body. Simply let people do not want to move away from the eyes. It made Fangmu gulp as he watched. Once again, in her heart, she lamented that Big Mimi's body was really absolutely amazing. Perfect. Born to be a Yojimbo. Even though she's no longer young, Big Mimi is still at the peak of her charm. It's not at all comparable to the average little girl with a small netbook. Humph. Men are really the same. Mac, you're drooling when you see your sister change into this sexy tight yoga outfit, aren't you? Although Fangmu was calm on the surface, when he saw Big Nini change into a tight yoga outfit and come out from the bedroom. There was still a flash of amazement as well as fire in her eyes, which was also keenly captured by Big Nini. Big Nini just laughed and teased, "Sister honey, don't blame me. You have this body and this charm. Who wouldn't drool at the sight of you?" Since Big Nini had said so, Fangmu smiled and didn't want to hide anything, and while saying so, he also greatly looked around Big Nini's perfect body with an admiring gaze. "Where are your eyes going? It's too much, you little devil." Seeing that Fangmu was so bold, his eyes lingering on his body unabashedly, Demini stretched out her white right hand and nudged Fangmu's head. The tone was a little pouty, like he was angry, but in reality, the corners of his eyes were all smiles, and he obviously wasn't the least bit angry. "Honey, don't blame me. You have a great body. I appreciate it," Fangmu said playfully. "Humph, little scoundrel." Big Nini flew into a glare. "Okay, no more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Let's exercise. We just ate too much. We have to exercise for at least half an hour or more to burn off those calories. Xiaomu, don't be lazy later. Accompany your sister to exercise together," Big Nini said as she turned on the big TV and began to play a video of an exercise blogger that she puts on every time she works out. This exercise blogger is a foreign white Yankee with an extremely hot body as well, jumping inside the video in yoga pants and teaching some exercise and weight loss moves. "Mac, let's follow this blogger and start working out. You stay with sis." Big Nini smiled at Fangmu, and then started exercising along with the video on her own. The white ocean horse inside the video teaches very simple, but varied movements, ranging from bouncing, to stretching, to yoga-like movements. These moves, when done by the average person, are probably just mediocre, just a normal workout. But Big Nini, especially in a tight yoga outfit, starts doing all this bouncing around, and the image, simply, just very pleasing to the eye, very eye-catching. Fangmu's gaze couldn't help but lock onto the Big Nini who was bouncing around and admiring it. Chapter 75, What's Wrong, Nini? That's when the big white Yankee horse, inside the TV, started doing the chest expansion exercise again. With this set of exercises, the main thing is to expand the entire heart and chest. The average woman can easily show off her body by doing this, not to mention Big Nini. When Big Nini, who was wearing a tight yoga suit and had an unbelievable figure, started to do this set of chest expanding exercises, Fangmu felt that he couldn't help but drool. It really is so eye-catching. That's a Big Nini. Have seen some of the early works of the Big Honey, as well as out of the private photos. No, Big Honey, that body, simply proud of the group of women. The proper granary is strong. The most crucial thing is that the Big Honey is not only a perfect body, but also looks like a vixen, born with a kind of flirtatious and enchanting temperament, so that people look at the heart and scratch the liver. Plus, the fact that she was a top-stream actress who had lived in the entertainment industry for more than a decade or two, that status was also giving her another layer of aura. It makes it so that there is no member of the opposite sex who is not attracted to Big Nini if they are up close and personal with her. At this moment, Fangmu and Big Nini shared a room and danced together after dinner. This feeling was really hard to top. Fangmu had forgotten that he was going to follow Big Nini in the gymnastics, and didn't move at all, just kept staring at Big Nini in admiration. Immersed in it, Big Nini jumped very cheerfully. After all, just now is really eat too much. She needs to exercise more to ensure that she does not grow meat. Plus she would have been very enjoyable jumping gymnastics. So as soon as she began to jump gymnastics, it is very engaged. The body swing jump amplitude is also very large. Greatly jumping gymnastics, completely did not have any concerns because there is a man next to it. But soon, immersed in jumping jacks, Big Nini felt something was wrong. While she was doing gymnastics, she twisted her head to look at Fangmu on the yoga mat beside her, and saw that Fangmu was looking straight at herself with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Big Nini immediately flew a blank stare. "Xiaomu, you little devil, why are you staring at me all the time? Start exercising." Although seeing Fangmu looking like he was mesmerized by his own charms made Big Nini's heart feel a little bit secretly happy, but the deal was to dance gymnastics together, so he couldn't have this guy staring at himself all the time and leaving himself alone to exercise here. Ooh, here goes. Fangmu was really a bit mesmerized just now, appreciating Big Nini's good body and forgetting about herself, and only came back to his senses after being reminded by Big Nini. But he's so thick-skinned that he doesn't feel embarrassed at all. With a smile, he followed Big Nini's lead and started jumping in the gym. Although he started to dance, his eyes were not idle, and every now and then he looked towards Big Nini. Who can resist looking at such an eye-catching image? Close to home, Fangmu cannot have any sense of stealing. To see that is also greatly appreciated. Unabashedly, Demini naturally noticed that Fangmu's eyes would look at herself from time to time, but she didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, she felt a little bit of joy in her heart. With that, the two continued their jumping exercise, jumping through several sets of moves in a row. I exercised on the yoga mat for almost half an hour before stopping. Finishing the last set of movements. The exercise pole's full of big honey white forehead has been flooded with fine beads of sweat. Even yoga pants seem to be a little soaked with sweat moist. Fongmu jumping gymnastics basically in touch fish lazy appreciate big honey. The result is not even sweat. The fragrant and sweaty Dinmini said to Fongmu, Xiaomu, sis is sweating from exercising, her body is sticky, she has to go and take a shower. Take a rest on the sofa by yourself and watch the TV haha. Okay honey. Fongmu nodded. Big Mimi smiled at Fongmu and quickly went to one of the bathrooms closest to the living room to prepare for a shower. The sound of clattering water soon rang out and came faintly, making Fongmu, who was sitting on the sofa, a bit tempted. I wish I could go to the bathroom. Ugh, imbecile. Just as various thoughts floated in Fongmu's mind, the clattering sound of running water in the bathroom suddenly stopped, followed by Damini's voice, Xiaomu, can you hear me? The living room was not far from the bathroom where Big Mimi bathed, and Big Mimi shouted quite loudly, so naturally Fongmu could hear it. He couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart, and subconsciously got up, came outside the bathroom, and said to Big Mimi inside through the door, What's wrong Mimi? Chapter 76, Sister Honey, you've suffered. Mac, can you do me a favor? I'm washing my hair and I realize that I've run out of shampoo. Can you help me get a new bottle of shampoo from my bedroom? It's on the table. You can find it if you look for it. Big Mimi's voice rang out quickly. Hearing that this was the case, Fongmu nodded. Okay, I'll get it for you. Aha, please, honey, you said to be polite with me. Fongmu smiled, and then turned around and walked towards Dummy Nini's bedroom. Soon, he came to the master bedroom, the same room where Big Mimi lived. Push the door in and turn on the light. A very nice, light aroma hit my face. The inside of the room was decorated in a very cozy way, and the king-sized bed was still pink and full of girlishness. The sheets on the bed were also pink with cute cartoon pictures on them. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was some teenage girl's room. Gee, Big Mimi's teenage heart is so pink. Fongmu laughed, thinking that this was just Big Mimi. If another woman in her 30s decorated her room like this, he would definitely have to spit on her. Walking into the room and looking around a bit, he quickly found the table Big Mimi was talking about. There were bottles and jars on it, basically cosmetic shampoos, conditioners, body lotions and the like. Fongmu searched and quickly found an unopened bottle of shampoo. Grabbing his shampoo, he was ready to turn around and leave the room. But as he turned around, his eyes suddenly noticed the closet in Big Mimi's bedroom. The closet was open at the moment, with some clothes hanging neatly inside. On top of that, on top of one of the compartments, there was a black lace. The point is that that's not the point. The point is, next to this black lace bodysuit, there's something that looks a bit strange. Fongmu took a closer look. Immediately, he recognized what this thing was. It's not that stick thing. Is it surprising that Big Mimi uses this stuff too? But think about it. Big Mimi has been divorced for many years now, and there have been no rumors of her having a confirmed new boyfriend for all these years. Being at the age of a wolf, and surely in great demand in one way or another, as a big star, and can't just find a wild man, then not only can you solve it by yourself. Looking at the thing in the closet, Fongmu sked and marveled. Honey, you've suffered. Don't worry, I'll be there later. After taking the shampoo, Fongmu quickly came outside the restroom. Honey, I got the shampoo. Should I leave it on the doorstep for you? Or what? Push the door open and come in. Leave it at the bathroom door for me. There's another door outside the bathroom to save me going out to get it. Okay. With Big Mimi's permission, Fongmu pushed open the restroom door. It's an oversized, ultra-luxurious restroom. Inside, there is more space than the average home's master bedroom. There is a large bathtub and a separate shower room. Even the toilet has two. The inside is luxuriously decorated, nothing less than the finest 5-star hotels, and very classy. Big Mimi was currently inside that separate shower room. The shower room has a circular glass door. The glass door wasn't transparent, but you could vaguely see inside. At this moment, for example, Fongmu looked inside through the glass door of the shower room and could see the delicate figure inside. Although the look was not real, only a shadow could be seen. But this kind of hazy feeling, more people on the head. Especially, it's a big honey in there. Mac, why don't you pass the shampoo to sis? At that moment, Big Mimi's voice rang out. Immediately afterward, the circular door to the shower opened a small opening. A white arm with beads of water hanging out of it.